if I'm still able.
I mean, what do you think of the young people who do want change, who want someone else to govern? Do you think that that's not sensible? That was what you wanted as a rebel leader.
No, me, I did not. I was actually dying to work with old people because we needed them. Unless you are not serious, these problems are big problems. And if you have got a big problem, the more
Welcome.
hands, the better.
We are up and running
Youth
one more
unemployment is
time.
still very high, and young
And
people
in
feel like
the
they
day's
need more
show today,
opportunities. And when an
or
internship shutdown
perhaps
happens,
it's
they
necessary
feel
for us
hopeless, they
to
feel
make
silenced
some
because the
necessary
internet is
announcements
a tool of the youth.
that
What are you offering them substantially over the
we
next 5
we
years?
initially thought we could
Well, the
run
ones
two
who go to the
shows, but
internet,
based on
one you're
some
talking about,
technicalities,
the ones who
we
go
don't
to.
think that is visible again. A
So
show per
the
day
shutting down is because of
would be what we would
dealing with
settle for
criminals
now.
who want to
One
use
show per day,
that infrastructure
you know,
to
where
destabilize our
we
country,
highlight
to
the
steal our
realities
short-term,
with
to go
the
want to
Nigerian
influence the
people, the
internet.
oppressed generally, the
Do you
reality
believe there
of the
hasn't been a
oppressed.
single candidate that could take your place
So
in the last 6 election
let's get
cycles?
started,
They can,
shall we? And of
they would
course,
have been
we
nominated
welcome
by
as
then.
many as those
They are
that will
not
be
here.
able to join us for the
In every
live.
election
Thank you
since
so much,
1996 has
everybody.
been marred by
We
accusations of
appreciate
rigging, of
your
repression, of
support and
crushing
your
opposition
regular
voices and
Those
attendance
dissent.
people who rig are
of
the
all
opposition.
our
It is
programs.
not us.
Then they would have
Thank you
won
so
if they'd rigged
much.
it.
They are not able to, because we are
Thank you
so
so much.
popular that even if they rig, they can't
Let
manage
me
to
see you.
overturn or defeat us. We are so popular.
President Museveni, I want to ask you about your main contender, Bobby Wine. Your
Thank you,
government
thank you,
has
thank you, thank you so
targeted him
much,
quite
everybody.
aggressively
Thanks
since
for joining.
2018. Why? What threat
Let
does
me
he
just
pose
check.
to Uganda?
Bobby Wine
So,
is
how are we
a lawyer.
doing?
That's why there are other people in
Yes,
opposition
welcome,
who
welcome,
don't have
welcome.
these problems with them. But if you take each case in
Just doing
turn,
some
he's breaking the law.
checks and balances
But why
before
the
we get things
violence?
started. What are we discussing
Why the
today?
violence from your security forces?
We are
It
discussing
is Bobby Wine who is violent.
I mean, his supporters have
the
been
power
beaten with batons.
dynamics, the
One has been
oppressed
shot in
and
the
the
head.
The beating
oppressor.
was a mistake.
The power
And
dynamics between
Bobby Wine,
the
you see,
oppressed
these towns here are quite
and
crowded.
the oppressors. Very important for us
Are
to
quite crowded. So
know
we don't
these power
encourage
dynamics, power
processions
play,
or
the power
rallies
tussle
in the towns,
between
in the
the
streets.
You've
oppressed
ruled Uganda
and
for
the
half your life.
oppressors.
Are you planning to rule for the rest of your life?
Please let's share the
That is for
live
the people
so
to
it
decide.
will reach all our sundry. Thank you so much for joining us one more time. It's nice to have everybody. The power dynamics between the oppressed and the oppressor. Does the oppressed really have the power? And of course, I believe many of us can really make mention of the power of the oppressor. They've got resources on their side, unlimited resources, influence, institutional backing. They have all of this on their side. But we will now begin to see today, or perhaps, does the oppressed have any power? Or are they really pretty much powerless? Are the oppressed powerless? We would see that today. Thank you, unstoppable friends of Showore. It's nice to have the support of comrades, or as always. Thank you so much. We would examine today whether or not the oppressed is powerful or powerless. That is what we will look at today. Very important. So while we wait, let's take a listen. Let's keep listening. Let's take a listen at what is going on currently in Uganda.
If I'm
All
available,
right,
not dead,
in
not
Uganda,
not senile, but I'm still around.
Museveni is
And I have
putting up
some
a huge
knowledge.
resistance.
if you are really serious about your country, why would you not want to take advantage of me if I'm still able?
I mean, what do
Slovenia
you
is
think of
putting
the
up
young
a huge
people who do want
resistance.
change, who want someone else to govern? Do you think that that's not sensible? That was what you wanted as a rebel leader.
No, me, I did not. I was actually dying to work with old people because we needed them. Unless you are not serious, these problems are big problems. And if you have got a big problem, the more hands, the better.
Thank you
The
for
youth
joining
unemployment,
us
it's still very
from
high, and
Civic
young people
Space. I can
feel
see
like they
two
need more
two
opportunities. And when the
individuals
internet
have joined
shutdown
us from
happens, they feel
Civic
repressed, they feel
Space,
silenced because
Facebook.
the internet
Nice
is a
one. We
tool
are
of the youth.
streaming on
What
4
are you offering them
avenues on
substantially over
Movement
the next
Radio
5 years?
X,
We are the ones who
on
built the
Movement
internet,
Radio YouTube,
the one you are
on
talking
Civic
about.
Space NG, and of
We are the ones
course
who
on
built it.
Alaba Ferreira
So the
on
shutting down is
Facebook.
because
So
of
we are
these
firing
criminals
on
who
all
want to
cylinders
use
right now.
that
So
infrastructure
kindly
to
join us,
destabilize our
join us,
country.
join us, join us,
It is
join
temporary.
us.
It is short term.
This is
But
where we are.
we're the ones who built the internet.
Do you believe there hasn't been a single candidate that could take your place in the last 6 election cycles?
They cannot. They would have been elected if they were there. They were not elected.
Thank you for joining
I mean,
us.
every election
Nice
since
to have you.
1996 has been marred by accusations of rigging, of repression, of crushing opposition and voices
The
of
only
dissent.
people who rig are the opposition. It is not us.
Then they would have won if they'd rigged it.
They are not able to, because we are so popular that even if they rig, they can't manage to overturn or defeat us. We are so popular.
President Museveni, I want to ask you about your main contender, Bobby Wine. Your government has
Thank you for joining
targeted
us.
him quite
Thank you for
aggressively
joining us.
since
As you're
2018.
entering, please
Why?
kindly
What
share the
threat does he
live
pose
video.
to Uganda?
Bobby Wine breaks the law.
Kindly
That's
share the
why
live video
the
as
other
you're
people in
entering.
opposition,
We are happy to have you join us today.
But if you take each case, you'll find that
We
he's
are
breaking the law.
discussing the power dynamics
But why the
between
violence?
the oppressed
Why the
and
violence
the
from your security
oppressor.
forces?
It is Bobby Wine who is violent.
I mean, his supporters have been beaten with batons. One has been
The
shot in
beating-
the head.
the beating was a
That is what
mistake,
we want to examine today.
but
What is the power
Bobby Wine,
dynamics
you see,
between the
these towns
oppressed
here are quite
and the
crowded.
oppressors in Nigeria?
Quite
Let me
crowded. So we
bring
don't
up
encourage processions
some more
rallies
interesting videos.
in the towns, in the streets.
You've ruled Uganda for half your life. Are you planning to rule for the rest of your life?
That is for the people to decide.
At the same time,
You're welcome. You're welcome. You're
I
welcome.
mean, this is supposed to be an election, but it's trouble everywhere.
You're welcome
As we
powerfully
speak
to
right now,
the
internet
live
is
stream.
off
Thank you so
in the
much
whole of
for
Uganda.
joining
As we
us.
speak right now,
Thanks so much for joining us.
hit by security.
What do you think about the
The
power
protests in
dynamics
Uganda,
among
not
the
in Uganda, they're
between
being
the oppressed
driven
and
by
the
deputy
oppressors?
president in charge of
What is your own opinion about that power dynamic, the power tussle
So
between the
it is
oppressed
crazy
and the
situation.
oppressor?
It's supposed to be an election.
What's your
By
take
watching
on
the
it?
internet, our
Drop,
agents have
drop,
been picked by
drop,
security
drop,
to
drop.
ensure
Thank you so much,
that
unstoppable friends of Shure.
Why do you think this is
Thank you so much. Africa in the
Well, this is
box.
happening
Africa
to
in the
my
box.
team because the regime
Africa in the
is
box on the
over
chart.
us. We are
Africa in the box in
real
the
opposition.
charts.
And,
Big shout
the
out to
regime
you,
knows
sir.
that they are losing.
The
And
unstoppable
this one
friends
is
of Shure in the
they
box.
are intending to rig
Big
it
shout out
massively.
to you,
The
sir.
election is being rigged as we talk right
Big
now.
shout out to
The
you.
internet is off and the journalists are not allowed in some places. And like I
Let's
said, our
come
agents
together
are arrested to ensure that they rig without any
to discuss about the power tussle between the oppressed and the oppressor in Nigeria. Let's discuss it. It's important that we discuss it. Without discussing it, how do we know how to map out a solution? And here you have Bobby Wine. Bobby Wine of Uganda giving a complaint of how things are developing in Uganda as we speak. The election is being rigged on an industrial scale as we speak.
our polling agents are
in
being
Uganda.
by security.
All right.
Western Uganda and northern Uganda, they're being picked.
Let's
Even
see if
my
I can
deputy
connect this thing
president
to
in Western Uganda has been picked up
my
where she's
MP3
being detained in
so that
Kampala.
I can have
So
great
it is
audio.
crazy what is happening. It's supposed to be an election.
I need great
but
audio.
besides switching off the internet,
It seems as though I am not getting enough audio from this side of things. Let's connect
that
to a bigger speaker.
To you specifically.
Well, this is happening to me and my team because the regime is scared about us. We are the real opposition. And the regime knows that they are losing. They are losing this election. So
This seems to be the highest, really.
are intending to rig it massively. The election is being rigged as we talk
Wow.
about now.
Interesting.
Internet is off and the journalists are not allowed.
How about this?
Are you able to vote based on your age for now?
Let me
I
see,
think
because
it's
this
from
year I'll be
it's from the video. And you can see counting has started in Uganda. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm just trying to connect across board. And as you can see, elections in Uganda is our focus today. Are the Ugandan people prepared to really hold it down against an authoritarian, a dictator, or they are going to throw their hands up in the air and accept their fate? Is that what will happen? Is that what will happen? I don't think that should be the case moving forward. I think the Ugandan people should be able to stand down.
So you should be able to vote in the next coming election.
yeah.
Do you know what is called election or around voting or choosing the next leader for Nigeria?
A kind of, I did that in civic education, yeah.
Civic education.
Electing like the president that maybe you know that he or she will be responsible to handle the country's task, perform well, do right to the citizens, and make at least supplies for demands of the citizens, the needs and everything.
Usually,
Have you heard of Omoyele Sowore?
No.
Sowore is a presidential candidate that also wants to actually lead this country. He's revolutionary, radical, that can bring about. He wants to bring about the kind of change that Nigeria needs. Like for instance, now free education. How do you think is cool enough that throughout your university education it is free of charge? How cool is that?
Yeah. That would be.
Because as it is now, it's not free.
Yeah. It's
But how do you? What do you think about the government that is saying that free education for all youth and even study allowances? For instance, instead of giving you student loan, you are being offered grants like stipends every month, like 100K every month. What do you think about that?
at least I'll say that,
if you have a candidate like that, would you vote for such candidate?
Yeah, you know that most times that some candidate or some
let me see if I can
people that
invite.
maybe wants to go into the governance, they may be doing
Send an invite,
some promises, which when they take over the position, they might not accomplish that promise. So,
but if that is the promise, and let's face it, all of us, we are voting just because of where we stand to benefit. And as a student, that is what you stand to benefit. Would you rather vote for such person?
Yeah.
All right, yeah. So African Action Congress is the.
If I'm available, not dead.
This
not,
is
not senile, but I'm
Museveni.
And I have some,
and what is happening in Uganda right now,
about your country, why would
the oppressed and the oppressor power dynamics in Uganda we want to see whether or
What
not
do you think
we
of
are
the young
expecting
people
the
who do want
Ugandan people
change,
to really
who want someone else to govern?
have a
Do
very,
you think that that's not
interesting
sensible?
standoff.
That was what you wanted
If they
as a
are
rebel
really,
leader.
really
No, me, I did
upset
not.
about
I was
what's
actually
going on in
dying to
their
work with
country
old people.
and they want change, they would be able to vote and roar, they'll be able to bring about their decision on the ballot and on the barricades, because by and large, Bobby Wine is complaining. Bobby Wine is complaining that a huge rigging has started already. So, what is the deterrence against rigging? It is when the oppressed understand their power and they are able to use that power. As the oppressors they will not even hesitate to use their power. The oppressors will not hesitate. The oppressor will not hesitate to use their power, but are the oppressed ready? And you can see there is Bobby Wine, the presidential candidate that is actually playing the opposition role in Uganda. Bobby Wine, represents the oppressed people of Uganda. And of course, the question would be, are the oppressed ready to use their power to basically push Bobby Wine to the end of affairs so that they can actually actualize what their interests are in Uganda? So what do you say? What's your take, my dear audience? What do you think should be the situation of things between the power dynamics between the oppressed and the oppressor? When the oppressed bond together and unite together, do you think anything in heaven and on earth can stop them from actualizing their aim or their objective? I'm still very much sending the link to as many of our people as possible so that they can join us in this conversation. Please share the link of this space or this live stream to everybody. Let everybody join us in this conversation. It's very important we have these conversations, And of course, this is Bobby Wine, the opposition figure in Uganda. And of course, today we are discussing about the power dynamics, the power tussle between the oppressed and the oppressor. Many people believe that they are powerless, that the oppressed is powerless. Is it true that the oppressed are really powerless? Are the oppressed really, really powerless? Or perhaps it's all a facade? Many people would postulate that if the oppressed can bond together, there is no limit to what they can achieve. That if the oppressed can bond together, there is no limit to what they can achieve.
We are the real opposition, and the regime knows that they are losing. They are losing this election, so they.
And of course, this is not the only footage I want us to look at. I just want to, highlight recent developments in the world right now. But there are also local concerns, local concerns that reflect the ordeal of the oppressed in Nigeria. And of course, here is one of it. Makoko is going through mass demolition, extermination as we speak right now. Makoko is going through a lot right now. Their houses are being demolished, and people are really crying out that the government that they voted into office have weaponized their power against them. All right. So what is the solution to the problem? What are we going to do moving forward as a people? In the face of oppression, when the oppressed remain docile in the face of oppression, that is indeed giving validation for the oppressors to do whatever it is they like with us. And God forbid, are we going to allow the oppressors to do whatever it is that they want with us? Or we are going to resist, or we are going to put up a fight, a huge resistance. All right?
News. Okay, listen, pay attention, Africa.
Let's take a listen to this soundbite.
The government of Lagos State in Nigeria has banned street beggars. They have also banned public car washers. You know, public car washers, those young, small, little boys that comes to wash your car when you are always in the traffic. You see them everywhere in Africa. They have banned them in Lagos. It is beautiful. That will make Lagos beautiful. That will make Lagos streets orderly. That will make Lagos neat. But someone should ask the governor and the authority of Lagos State, when we are done taking off the beggars off the street of Lagos, I hope that we are also going to take the rich off the offices of Lagos for stealing public funds. I don't think so.
That is a good question to ask. That is a good question.
Abubakar Malami, the former Attorney General of Nigeria, has just been granted bail of 500 million. That is to say, even after
are you familiar with the Malami case?
Offices of Lagos
is indeed one of the coalition members.
You see, let's not get it confused. Getting the beggars off the street of Lagos and also getting the public car washers off the street of Lagos will make Lagos orderly, neat, and beautiful. But let me tell you what it's not going to fix. It is not going to fix the hunger. It is not going to fix the poverty. It is not going to fix the starvation. It is not going to fix the structural inequality that created the beggars in the first place. It's not going to fix it. I've said it before. Someone should tell the governor of Lagos State that the beggars in the street of Lagos are not the reason why Lagos State is dirty. No, we can feed the poor if we want to. We can create a system that cares for them if we want to. After all, your country, Nigeria, has enough resources to take every beggar off the street. But the beggars and the public car washers in Lagos are not the reason why Lagos is smelling. No, they are not the reason why Lagos is dirty. Lagos is dirty because of the kleptomaniacs, because of the ambassadors of poverty in the street of Lagos, who have their heads abroad and their anus at home. And the only thing the people perceive from them is the stench and smell that comes from their anus. That is why Lagos street is dirty. You see, it is the system that have allowed the people to starve and allow some selected few to hoard the national treasure that is meant for the entire people. How can a man live at the bank of the Niger, yet wash hands with spittle? And then you blame him for using the spittle to wash his hands, while you deny him the ocean that he lives close to. That is hypocrisy. That is hypocrisy. You cannot take off the poor off the street and think the street will not be dirty when the offices are still dirty. No, it doesn't work that way. You want to have the street of New York and the street of Addis Ababa, but you don't want to do what those in public offices in the street of New York and the street of Addis Ababa are doing. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way because you have allowed some selected few to siphon the economy of the nation. And that is why our brother and our leader, Thomas Sankara, said to us right here in Burkina Faso that we have two choices. Either we choose clean water for all, or we choose champagne for some selected few. The government of Nigeria and most governments in Africa chose champagne for some selected few. And right now, the unselected many are in the street begging, and their children becoming public car washers. And all you can do is to ban them. No, you can't beat a child and tell them not to cry. After the fire finished burning, the ashes remain to bear witness.
Thank you, my brother. Preach, my brother.
Because you created a structural inequality that forced them out in the street at the first place.
My brother. Preach, my brother.
Something you need to know. We must fix Akebuland. We must fix Akebuland. We must fix Africa. We must fix Nigeria. We must fix Lagos. If not, we can take all the beggars off the street of Lagos. Yet, you cannot fix the hunger. You cannot feed the starvation, because the problem are not the beggars in the street. The beggars are in the public offices. They are in the stolen wealth in public offices. They are in the corridors of power. They are in the greed of the leaders who refuse to leave public offices to rest. Yes, until then, the street of Lagos will continue to smell. Even if you take the beggars off the street. You need to understand that you must fix this. You must hold the powerful accountable.
Preach, my brother. Preach.
Hence, all the cleanness in the world cannot fix or change the story of the street.
Let's share the live video.
Africa.
Let's share the live
voice
video.
of Africa has spoken. I am modern day Tankwaya, the voice of Africa. Africa, wisdom is the people. It is beautiful. That will ban street beggars. They have also banned public car washers. You know public car washers? Those young, small, little boys that comes to wash your car when you are always in the traffic. You see them everywhere in Africa. They have banned them in Lagos. It is beautiful. That will make Lagos beautiful. That will make Lagos streets orderly. That will make Lagos neat. But someone should ask the governor and the authority of Lagos State, when we are done taking off the beggars off the street of Lagos, I hope that we are also going to take the rich off the offices of Lagos for stealing public funds. I don't think so. Because the last time I checked in Nigeria, Abubakar Malami, the former Attorney General of Nigeria, has just been granted bail of 500 million. That is to say, even after we clean the street of Lagos, offices of Lagos might still be filled with...
You're welcome. You're welcome to the live stream. Thank you so much for joining us. Yeah.
Getting the beggars off the street of Lagos and also getting the public car washers off the street of Lagos will make Lagos orderly, neat and beautiful. But let me tell you what it is not going to fix. It is not going to fix the hunger. It is not going to fix the poverty. It is not going to fix the starvation. It is not going to fix the structural inequality that created the beggars in the first place. It's not going to fix it. I've said it before. Someone should tell the governor of Lagos State that the beggars in the street of Lagos are not the reason why Lagos State is dirty. No, we can feed the poor if we want to. We can create a system that cares for them if we want to. After all, your country, Nigeria, has enough resources to take every beggar off the street. But the beggars and the public car washers in Lagos are not the reason why Lagos is smelling. No, they are not the reason why Lagos is dirty. Lagos is dirty because of the kleptomaniacs, because of the brothers of poverty in the street of Lagos, who have their heads abroad and their anus at home. And the only thing the people perceive from them is the stench smell that comes from their anus. That is why Lagos street is dirty. You see, it is the system that have allowed the people to starve.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you for joining us.
To hoard the national treasure that is meant for the entire people. How can a man live at the bank of the Niger, yet wash hands with spittle, and then you blame him for using the spittle to wash his hands? Why you deny him the ocean?
We are getting there.
That is hypocrisy. That is hypocrisy. You cannot take off the poor off the street and think the street will not be dirty when the offices are still dirty. No, it doesn't work that way. You want to have the street of New York and the street of Addis Ababa, but you don't want to do what those in public offices in the street of New York and the street of Addis Ababa are doing. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way because you have allowed some selected few to siphon the economy of the nation. And that is why our brother and our leader, Thomas Sankara, said to us right here in Burkina Faso that we have two choices. Either we choose clean water for all, or we choose champagne for some selected few. The government of Nigeria and most governments in Africa chose champagne for some selected few. And right now, the unselected many are in the street begging, and their children becoming public car washers. And all you can do is to ban them. No, you can't beat a child and tell them not to cry. After the fire finished burning, the ashes remain to bear witnesses of the smoke. You have the beggars in the street because you created a structural inequality that forced them out in the street at the first place. Listen, let me tell you something you need to know. We must fix Akebuland. We must fix Akebuland. We must fix Africa. We must fix Nigeria. We must fix Lagos. If not, we can take all the beggars off the street of Lagos. Yet, you cannot fix the hunger. You cannot feed the starvation because the problem are not the beggars in the street. The beggars are in the public.
Thank you so much. I really agree. I agree so much with the sentiment of this brother, our dear brother. I agree with you 100%. And of course, my question remains, are the oppressed really powerless? Or perhaps the oppressed have not realized their power yet? The power tussle between the oppressed and the oppressor is something that has been going on for so long, for a long, long, long time. All right. For a long time, we've been having, the power tussle between the oppressed and the oppressors. What are we going to do about it? How do we empower or basically provide orientation for the oppressed? Because the oppressors are so, they are so sophisticated, in their dealings. They are very, very sophisticated. They are determined. They are ruthless. How do we educate the oppressed to also replicate, the energy or the orientation of the oppressor? How do we tell them that when it is time to vote, they should go and vote in the masses of their number and overwhelm a rigged system? As we speak right now, the people of Uganda are voting. They are supposed to, the counting have started. They voted yesterday, actually. And the counting has started. And as you can see, but Bobby Wine is complaining heavily that there's so much rigging in that election. How do we deal with this quagmire? And of course, when will the oppressed really stand up for themselves and fight?
This is supposed to be an election.
When will the oppressed stand up for themselves and fight? It seems as though the oppressor do not have any problem standing up and fighting for their interest. We saw how Dangote literally became an emergency activist, an emergency investigative journalist when his business is under threat. All right. And when we are under threat as the oppressed people, what is our decision? What is our reaction? How do we react to it? Do we fold our hands or we act? Do we fold our hands or we act?
Why do you think this is happening to you specifically?
Well, this is happening to me and my team.
That is to say, even after we clean the street of Lagos, offices of Lagos might still be filled with stolen wealth. You see, let's not get it confused. Getting the beggars off the street of Lagos and also getting the public car washers off the street of Lagos will make Lagos orderly, neat, and beautiful. But let me tell you what it's not going to fix. It is not going to fix the hunger. It is not going to fix the poverty. It is not going to fix the starvation. It is not going to fix the structural inequality that created the beggars in the first place. It's not going to fix it. I've said it before. Someone should tell the governor of Lagos State that the beggars in the street of Lagos are not the reason why Lagos State is dirty. No, we can feed the poor if we want to. We can create a system that cares for them if we want to. After all, your country, Nigeria, has enough resources to take every beggar off the street. But the beggars and the public car washers in Lagos are not the reason why Lagos is smelling. No.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Big welcome to you, Gentle Cargo comrade. Big shout out to you. How are you doing? Hope you are doing very well. And of course, what a date, what a time to be alive when so many things are happening at the same time. So many things are happening at the same time, and we hardly keep up. As oppressed people, what is our decision going forward?
Good afternoon, Civic Liberation People's Movement. How are you doing today, sir? Am I coming out clear?
Yes, you are coming out very, very clear. Coming out very
Thank
clear.
you for this live stream. Yeah, where are we going from here? What are we supposed to do? Are we going to be safe? It all lies in the hands of the oppressed Nigerians. We need to just come together to organize. We need to understand that it is not ghosts or spirits that makes a true competent leader wins an election. It is with the support, the overwhelming support of Nigerians that makes a competent leader wins. Talking about a leader under the platform of African Action Congress, any leader under the platform of African Action Congress is an ideologically grounded person. Is somebody that wants a system that works for all. Nigerians, we just need to organize ourselves, be more determined to get our freedom, determined to be liberated, determined to be free. We need to fall in love with freedom. Falling in love with freedom will make you know that you need to follow or support somebody that is competent, that has integrity, and honest. Nigerians, it is left for us. We will continue to say our own. It is for all of us to act. Enough of the stories, enough of the complaints, enough of the lamentations. It is time for us to come together, join up, get your voters card, register under the aacparty.com, organize in your community, organize in your local government, organize with your state, and let us make this happen. If it happens in 2027, it is a win for all oppressed Nigerians, all common Nigerians, all daughters and sons of nobody that would live a better life. Now in Nigeria, it is just the 1% of the 1% of the 1% that is cornering all the commonwealth that is meant for all of us to themselves, and they continue to punish us. Enough of all of this. Let us wake up and get our country back. My host, I'm still here. Thank you very much for the time. Thank you for the opportunity, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Gentle Cargo. Gentle Cargo, comrade, big comrades. Gentle Cargo in the charts, ladies and gentlemen, he has said it all, that what will be our next line of action is not to cower or to koto. The next line of action for us is to be courageous, be courageous enough to, bring about, the kind of change that we want. We must be able to fight. We must be able to what? To fight an oppressed system. Be able to fight an oppressed system that is, weaponized against us as a people. Not be clear eye. We go fight this fight. Yes, we have to fight it with clear eyes. We have to be willing to go dirty with the system. And of course, going dirty in some people's, agenda or their own ideology is moving along or joining the established thieves. That is their own playing dirty. Our own interpretation of that is to really, fight the fight of liberation that would give oppressor so much chills down their spine. We are willing to really hold it down with them and say, well, today not today. By now, I believe Ugandans should be on the streets showing Museveni that his oppression is over. His reign of terror, reign of dictatorship. How can you be in power since 1980 something till now? You still want to cling to power? How long do you want to rule? Do you want to rule till you die, or are you the only person that wants to, lead the people? And when your leadership is not even yielding fruit, your leadership has not yielded any fruit. And this is Museveni. If for as many as those that do not know him, let's bring him to stage, and you see who we are talking about. All right, this is him. I'm coming. I think, why is this not coming up? I want to bring him up. All right, this is Museveni that is being interviewed, and he's basically saying that, yeah, he wants to continue ruling. He's still very much fit, despite looking very frail and tired. Many people are saying that, it is time for him to step down. And are the oppressed people in Uganda willing to use their power against Museveni? Are they willing, or they want to keep playing games? Are they aware of their power, the powers of their numbers? The powers of their numbers. The power in the numbers that can bring forth the kind of change that they desire. All right? What are we going to do about, the lethargy of the oppressed? The oppressors, they don't joke. They have recognized their power, and they use their power ruthlessly. They use their power ruthlessly without looking back. When are the oppressed also going to use their power and be ruthless with it, unapologetically? When are the oppressed going to use their power unapologetically and say, well, today not today, you have cornered us to a tight corner, no going back. No going back. We are on the street, and we want to, do the needful, the historical needful. What is needed to get back our country from the hands, of those that have, basically taken us captivity. Captivity. How do you break away from captivity without resisting? It's not possible. It's not possible. You want to break away from captivity without putting up a fight. It's not possible. Let me read some article here to the hearing of my audience. The power dynamics between the oppressed and the oppressor form one of the most analyzed relationships in social theory, philosophy, psychology, and liberation movements. At its core, this is really just brute force. It is sustained through a mix of material control, psychological internalization, ideological content, and structural reproduction that makes the imbalance feel unnatural or inevitable to many involved. Let's take a look at all of the things that were mentioned. Material control. Material control. The oppressed would make an argument that they have no materials. Or perhaps, do they not have materials? If they can unite their number. Let's even say, for instance, the oppressed people in Nigeria, all right, let's even imagine the oppressed people in Nigeria coming together and just contributing just a little amount of money to a cause. Just a little amount of money to a particular cause. What will be the result? Because they say little drops of water makes a mighty ocean. Now, elders like Gentle Cargo talk, no be me. Little drops of water makes a mighty ocean. If they can contribute these resources together and, support their fellow oppressed that has went through it with them, that has experienced hunger, starvation, arrest, brutality, injustice, unfairness. Let's imagine every oppressed in Nigeria. Even let's not even leave out those that are in the poverty line out of it. Let's take a look at the professionals, the artisans, people like me, people like you that can even come online. We are not doing very well in life, but at least we are keeping afloat. Let's say I can make a projection that there's nobody that can tell me that we are not up to 10 million in Nigeria, and we contribute 1,000 naira each to a cause. A cause, for instance, like AAC party. All right. Let's say we contribute 1,000 naira. Calculate that. 1,000 naira times 10 million. That is 10 billion naira. Gentle Cargo. Imagine if AAC, African Action Congress, have access to 10 billion naira now. And this is just those of us in the bracket that can actually afford to give 1,000 naira. You can imagine what that would do to campaign efforts. We are going to even set up our own TV station. All right. We are basically going to take over from every level.
I am very sure we can even set up a radio station with it. There's
Absolutely.
a lot of positive things that 10 billion naira can do for Nigerian people on the African Action Congress.
I'm telling you. And that is if the oppressed, those that even represent the demography of those that cannot be bribed, those that can they are still going to work. They are still, even in the midst of this old nonsense, they are still going to work. They are still keeping afloat to a large extent. Money where you go take smoke loud to forget your sorrow. Just a bit of it, contribute to a cause and join a political platform like African Action Congress. A political platform like this. You can imagine what that would do. What that would do to the cause. And imagine the projection of that. Yes, controlling the media. Thank you so much, the African Wahala. African Wahala says controlling the media will play a huge role, to impact Yes. So, and it would take determination of the people. It would take the determination of the people to make it work. Otherwise, we are just wasting our time. We are just doing what? Wasting our time. If we cannot control the narrative, if we can't control the narrative and, rally behind the sort of leadership that can, basically serve us. And of course, organizations that can serve. Organization that is serious with transparent record. For instance, if you donate 1,000 naira to African Action Congress, AAC, it reflects in real time on the website that you have made that donation. In real time. It reflects, and you can even go to the overall dashboard of how much is being contributed. You can know, for instance now, general donations and contribution, or perhaps party dues on aacparty.com. You can see it there. Our target is 15 million, which is quite frankly, just a tiny drop in the ocean of things that, when it comes to politics in Nigeria, this year is an election campaign year. 50 million is just crashing the surface. 50 million naira is just less than $40,000. It's just scratching the surface. For us to even stand a chance to really propagate this whole thing, even if it's just to just ordinary this one we would do here, it's already in the realms of millions. If you have to calculate the amount of this laptop, the phones, the gadgets, there's a lighting equipment, there's a soft box here. There's a soft box that provide lighting. It's a soft box. It's not the general normal lighting. You can see. Not to even mention microphones. It's not a normal microphone. Where is the carton of this thing? And if you look at the sound quality, you would see it's not just the regular. This costs over 90,000 naira. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, echoing. I don't know if it's just me.
I'm echoing?
Yes, I don't know if it's just me.
Maybe perhaps it's because let me do something. Okay. Maybe perhaps, but well, am I still echoing like this? Let me disconnect the Bluetooth.
Yeah.
Even your own microphone is sounding somehow, it's breaking. Please, African Wahala, from your hand, am I echoing from your hand? But maybe I can even confirm by myself. I can confirm by myself because it's important. Our sound system needs to be in order. Our sound system. But I can also notice that from your own side, Gentle Cargo, your mic is cracking. You know when something is cracking, I believe it's your microphone. So people. Let's see whether or not they would not upturn or perhaps rig out the revolutionary candidate in Uganda. And I believe the oppressed would do something about that immediately and go to the streets and hold it down. Let me just do some sound checking here. The oppressed would do something about that immediately. It's not echoing here. It's not echoing. And hold it down. Let me just do some sound checking here. So, Gentle Cargo, now from your side, though. From the end game, from the hand here. Gentle Cargo, I can you hear me?
Okay, maybe I need to switch off and come back.
So yeah. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining. So material, talking about the power of the oppressed. Material is very, very important. Materials. And not be one person I ain't good do, my brothers, my sisters. It's a combined effort. There's a particular effort that gave us this platform to use to actually broadcast messages like this. Now, real effort, no be joke. All right. So the oppressed must recognize their material power that they can use, they can contribute together to get their agenda propagated. It's very, very important. And it's the reason why the African Action Congress does not really joke with resources, and accountability really matters in African Action Congress. Away from that, psychological internalization when it comes to power dynamics. Talking about power dynamics, psychological internalization. When you internalize, oppression and you just give up, you throw your hands up in the air and you just accept your fate. That is not the best way to deal with oppression. The best way to deal with oppression is to to stand and then fight. You fight whoever is oppressing you. You fight it to the last. All right? You fight. You don't throw your hands up in the air and just accept your fate. Because even if you do that, you are still gonna be, you are still doomed because the oppressor is ruthless. It's a matter of time for oppressors to take you out. Your weakness, your weakness is one of the things that the oppressors want. It makes it easier for them. It makes it easier for them to really do you strong thing. It makes it easier for them to do you strong thing. So thank you so much, everybody, for joining. And of course, let's take a listen to this African brother one more time as I fix some other things on in the back end here.
I've also banned public car washers. You know, public car washers, those young, small little boys that comes to wash your car when you are always in the traffic. You see them everywhere in Africa. They have banned them in Lagos. It is beautiful. That will make Lagos beautiful. That will make Lagos streets orderly. That will make Lagos neat. But someone should ask the governor and the authority of Lagos State, when we are done taking off the beggars off the street of Lagos, I hope that we are also going to take the rich off the offices of Lagos for stealing public funds. I don't think so. Because the last time I checked in Nigeria, Abubakar Malami, the former Attorney General of Nigeria, has just been granted bail of 500 million. That is to say, even after we clean the street of Lagos, offices of Lagos might still be filled with stolen wealth. You see, let's not get it confused. Getting the beggars off the street of Lagos and also getting the public car washers off the street of Lagos will make Lagos orderly, neat and beautiful. But let me tell you what it's not going to fix. It is not going to fix the hunger. It is not going to fix the poverty. It is not going to fix the starvation. It is not going to fix the structural inequality that created the beggars in the first place. It's not going to fix it. I've said it before. Someone should tell the governor of Lagos State that the beggars in the street of Lagos are not the reason why Lagos State is dirty. No, we can feed the poor if we want to. We can create a system that cares for them if we want to.
Absolutely.
After all, your country, Nigeria, has enough resources to take every beggar off the street. But the beggars and the public car washers in Lagos are not the reason why Lagos is smelling. No, they are not the reason why Lagos is dirty. Lagos is dirty because of the kleptomaniacs, because of the brothers of poverty in the street of Lagos, who have their heads abroad and their anus at home. And the only thing the people perceive from them is the stench smell that comes from their anus. That is why Lagos street is dirty. You see, it is the system that have
Kindly
allowed the people
ask
to
for the mic
starve
from
and
the
allow
X
some
space,
selected
please.
few to hoard
Ask for the mic.
the national treasure that is meant for the entire people. A man live at the bank.
Did you see that? That is Abubakar Malami being granted bail of 500 million naira. 500 million, ladies and gentlemen. 500 million naira bail. 500 million. Just rack your head around it. And this is someone that, a total of over 200 billion naira worth of properties was extracted from him. This is theft of the highest order. This is theft. No more, no less. It is theft. And what are we going to do? The oppressors have figured out that they can steal and steal and steal. And now they want to normalize the whole thing. They want to be doing it to your faces, knowing that you're not going to do anything about it, except to just go on the internet and now the same way the kind content where our youth they consume with this in the midst of this the kind of content where our youth they consume. Go to TikTok now. This is what you see. Vibing in the midst of suffering. Vibing in the midst of suffering. The youth that should really be involved in fixing their country. Now the thing where they like be this. And of course, I will leave this thing, make it a play well to attract you go see say this our live stream now, it go swell like Ijebu Gari now. The system, I don't say you don't swear. This is the kind of content that they love. And of course, what are we going to do about the distraction? We are going to use this kind of distraction also to pull and attract, the demography that likes stuff like this. We'll pull them over and basically, educate them. All right. You educate them, you bring them up to speed, the need for them to fight for their future. We have a very unserious generation in Nigeria. Unserious generation that all they know how to do best is distraction. Distraction. All right. And they are oppressed. They are oppressed. They are oppressed. They belong in the oppressed category. But the oppressors don't play hanky-panky. They don't joke with them. They do whatever it is they like with them. They throw them and render them homeless. As they are rendering the people of Makoko homeless right now. And what see as my people are begging. Instead of the Makoko people to basically carry their beds and everything to go and occupy Alawusa and sleep there until the government do the needful by giving them shelter. People just throw people away from. They have been there for how many decades? They have been there for how many decades? You throw them out ruthlessly. And, they were even saying that, they always vote for APC. They said they always vote for APC. But APC did what? Threw them out. APC threw them out of their houses ruthlessly. All right? But what should they have done? China begging like this now ain't go help this situation. You have been rendered homeless. You have nothing else to lose. And all you want to do is to beg your oppressor. Your oppressor will be say, no reason you before they take this decision. Begging them is a very terrible strategy. But this is the reason why we are here, to really, really highlight it. To highlight the reality that stares at us in the face and to learn our lesson. It is important we do what? We learn a lesson. Not just, cower in the midst of hardship. I don't know whether or not I am being audible from X space, because we are also live on space and in Liberation chats. I believe I'm very audible. If I'm audible, please, Comrade Godwin, can I have an emoji? Or Omologo, can I have an emoji if I'm audible, please? Because I want to test if I am loud enough, and I don't want to shout at the same time into the microphone. Right. So my question to my dear audience, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and patriots, all right, is that when are we going to do something about our situation? Are we going to keep begging like these people, or we are going to strategize and use our power? Instead of them, I will have mobilized them to carry their beds and their sleeping materials and go and occupy Alausa. Straight. But they will prefer to beg. This is an oppressed people that does not know their power yet. And it is the reason why we are here to remind them of their power. That they are more powerful than they think. The oppressed are more powerful than they think. the oppressed are more powerful than they think. They are more powerful than we are more powerful than we think. And our numbers is part of our powers. If we can bond together, there's so much we can achieve if we can bond together and not pay attention to distractions like this. Eh? Without paying attention to distraction, there's a lot that we can achieve. All right? There's a lot we can achieve. This kind of distraction is what attracts many of our youths across board. On the internet, you see them strolling and the kind of content where they like with this. Like this kind of live streaming now that will teach you how you confront your oppressors. They will not go agree. They no go agree. But this kind of content where people dancing and vibing in the midst of suffering, that is the kind of content that they love. Dear listeners, dear viewers, what are your recommendations? Engage with the comment section and I will read them loud and clear. Let's even imagine that you can, if you want to speak, kindly indicate and we'll send you the link to come up to the studio and talk. All right? We shall send you the link. Let's listen to this, our brother, one more time. Yeah.
Offices of Lagos might still be banned. Street beggars, they have also banned public car washers. You know public car washers? Those young, small, little boys that come to wash your car when you are always in the traffic. You see them everywhere in Africa. They have banned them in Lagos. It is beautiful. That will make Lagos beautiful. That will make Lagos streets orderly. That will make Lagos neat. But someone should ask the governor and the authority of Lagos State, when we are done taking off the beggars off the street of Lagos, I hope that we are also going to take the rich off the offices of Lagos for stealing public funds. I don't think so. Because the last time I checked in Nigeria, Abubakar Malami, the former Attorney General of Nigeria, has just been granted bail of 500 million. That is to say, even after we clean the street of Lagos, offices of Lagos might still be filled with stolen wealth. You see, let's not get it confused. Getting the beggars off the street of Lagos and also getting the public car washers off the street of Lagos will make Lagos orderly, neat and beautiful. But let me tell you what it's not going to fix. It is not going to fix the hunger. It is not going to fix the poverty. It is not going to fix the starvation. It is not going to fix the structural inequality that created the beggars in the first place. It's not going to fix it. I've said it before. Someone should tell the governor of Lagos State that the beggars in the street of Lagos are not the reason why Lagos State is dirty. No, we can feed the poor if we want to. We can create a system that cares for them if we want to. After all, your country, Nigeria, has enough resources to take every beggar off the street. But the beggars and the public car washers in Lagos are not the reason why Lagos is smelling. No, they are not the reason why Lagos is dirty. Lagos is dirty because of the cryptomaniacs, because of the brothers of poverty in the street of Lagos, who have their heads abroad and their anus at home. And the only thing the people perceive from them is the stinging smell that comes from their anus. That is why Lagos street is dirty. You see, it is the system that have allowed the people to starve and allow some selected few to hoard the national treasure that is meant for the entire people. How can a man live at the bank of the Niger, yet wash hands with spittle, and then you blame him for using the spittle to wash his hands, while you deny him the ocean that he lives close to? That is hypocrisy. That is hypocrisy. You cannot take off the poor off the street and think the street will not be dirty when the offices are still dirty. No, it doesn't work that way. You want to have the street of New York and the street of Addis Ababa, but you don't want to do what those in public offices in the streets of New York and the street of Addis Ababa are doing. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way because you have allowed some selected few to siphon the economy of the nation. And that is why our brother and our leader, Thomas Sankara, said to us right here in Burkina Faso that we have two choices. Either we choose clean water for all, or we choose champagne for some selected few. The government of Nigeria and most governments in Africa chose champagne for some selected few. And right now, the unselected many are in the street begging, and their children becoming public car washers. And all you can do is to ban them. No, you can't beat a child and tell them not to cry. After the fire finished burning, the ashes remain to bear witnesses of the smoke. You have the beggars in the street because you created a structural inequality that forced them out in the street at the first place. Listen, let me tell you something you need to know. We must fix Akebuland. We must fix Akebuland. We must fix Africa. We must fix Nigeria. We must fix Lagos. If not, we can take all the beggars off the street of Lagos. Yet, you cannot fix the hunger. You cannot fix the starvation because the problem are not the beggars in the street. The beggars are in the public offices. They are in the stolen wealth in public offices. They are in the corridors of power. They are in the greed of the leaders who refuse to leave public offices to rest. Yes, until then, the street of Lagos will continue to smell. Even if you take the beggars off the street. You need to understand that you must fix this. You must hold the powerful accountable. Hence, all the cleanness in the world cannot fix or change the story of the street of Lagos, Africa. The voice of Africa has spoken. I am modern day Tankwaya, the voice of Africa. Africa, wisdom is the principal thing. You must fix the streets. You must fix the public.
Thank you so much, dear brother. I agree with your sentiment 100%. But well, what would be our next line of action as a people? We can also give report of the developments in Uganda, and the Bobby Wine is quite concerned. Is quite concerned about the results of of the election. And of course, this is not what I want to. This is not how I want Bobby Wine to project. I want him to project power and incite his people to do the needful in the event of a rigged election. It's very, very clear. But well, let's just hope that the Ugandan people do what is best for them. Right? What is best? If it is to fold their arms and look that is best for them, well, let them take that decision. If it's to resist and bring about the kind of society and change that they want, if they want an end to over 30-year rule of Museveni, well, it is their choice. And of course, we are Democrats here. Whatever it is that their decision is, we are going to respect it. But well, the power tussle, power dynamics between the oppressed and the oppressor. What do you think about this, dear listener? What is your take about it? Do you think it is a reality, or we are just blowing stuff out of proportion? Do you think we are just blowing stuff out of proportion? Or do you think it is indeed a reality? One of the realities that we are forced to live with, all right, is this power tussle. This oppressed, disillusionment that they don't even recognize their power at all. They prefer to keep begging and begging and begging and begging than to act. They prefer to consume content that distracts them than to actually do something about their situation. Let's take a look at the market, what the market is saying. Let's take a look at the market situation in Nigeria, and of course, give an overall statement on what the experience of a Nigerian is.
Up our
You know,
home for the first time this year with a whooping sum of 700,000. This is me. I
700,000
was ready
naira
to
to
head
go
out
buy
as early as
groceries.
6 a.m. One of my
Interesting.
major essentials for market runs are my sunshades, my sunscreen, and my scarf, of course, to protect me from sun. Here I was just about to enter into the car. My driver was waiting,
Thank you so much
and I was
for
writing my
joining us
list on the go. I don't know
on
why I
the
always
space
do this.
vibration
And
chats.
here we just arrived at
What is your
Oyingbo.
comment? Pick up the
Everyone was
mic and
just
let's have this
setting up because it
discussion
was
about the
early.
power
I saw
tussle
this bunch of
or
plantain and I
power
couldn't
dynamics
pass
between the
because it
oppressed
was a
and the
good deal,
oppressor. What is
4,005
your
per
take?
bunch, and we got 3 bunches. And I love that. Here we're looking for our customers who
It
they've
begins to
moved
get
into
crazy.
another section of the market. This is my customer we buy stockfish from, and I got stockfish worth 30,000 from her. And here we
30,000
came to buy
naira.
egusi and ogbono.
30,000 naira for stockfish.
No, we got one pint of egusi for 10,000 naira. But the shock
One pint of egusi currently now, for now, is 10,000 naira. And the
part was
oppressed,
ogbono, you guys. I cannot believe that I bought half pint of ogbono 25,000. Full pint they said was 50.
half pint of ogbono is 25,000 naira. Half pint of ogbono is 25,000 naira. The full print is 50,000.
I had to buy her for. Why would I be buying this small thing for 25k? You guys, I wasn't even smiling anymore. You can see me here, like it was not funny buying that small thing 25k. Look at our 25k ogbono. I literally had to beg my chef when I came back to make sure that he manages this thing well, or else I will not
Imagine.
find it funny. And here we were buying
You had to transfer the what's it called? The anger on his chef. Now chef that he go call the manage. Now poor man picking. Big man wife go buy something for inside market. They tell poor man picking where they cook for us, they make him manage them. You know, when are the oppressed going to turn the table around? All right, this time around and say, well, enough is enough. You know, no go use our head, they break coconut again. No be us say make food, make everything cost for market. You know, go agree add our to salaries. The rich men will not add the salary. They will not even. They are so ruthless. We still have some rich people in Nigeria that are paying their domestic workers 30,000 naira, 40,000 naira. In the midst of how the uselessness of this our currency, and of course, the one way that they pay that kind of money, no go fit talk because he no one losing job. He no one losing job, and he knows that nobody will fight for him. All right, he knows where he say he no get any power, but is he really powerless? All right, if we are to utilize our power as the oppressed people, the power of solidarity, and of course, please, I think I have sent link to as many as those that are interested to join us live. So the power of solidarity is one of the powers that oppressors that oppressed have. And of course, the oppressor also utilizes tool. They stand in solidarity with one another. As Abubakar Malami is going through all of these things now, they are making calls. All of them, they are joining hands together to support him in order to get out of that case in one piece. Now we understand that he has paid a bail of 500 million. All right. And you can even see him, rolling his agbada and gallivanting in court. The immediate past Attorney General of the Federation is found guilty of embezzlement to the tune of over 200 billion. What are we going to say about this? All right, except to highlight it and bring it
tomatoes.
to the
Can you
bear.
guess how much is this basket of
Tomatoes.
tomatoes? We got it for 18,000 and the pepper for 12,000. Total of 30,000. You guys. At first they said 30k for the tomato.
And funny enough, apart from just complaining, those that knows better that should be able to, even in the midst of this content, they should be able to highlight and call out the government for is it all of these prices did not just come about from thin air. It happened as a result of oppression, an economic oppression. And if rich people are you can imagine someone that took 700,000 naira to the market is complaining. Now imagine person will carry 7K or 8K go market, waiting in go buy. And how long will it last? And this will give you enough context to the level of the terrible situation of things in this country. All right. And we have middle class people like this that cannot speak truth to power except just to complain. We are not just complaining here. We are profiling solution. The solution: politicize your struggle. Do you fall into the bracket of this woman, my dear audience? Can you identify with what this woman is saying, what this woman is going through? Can you identify with it? Can you relate with what this woman is going through? Let me keep playing it, or perhaps let me play it from beginning, so that we'll gain context for new listeners. All right, let's go.
This is me. I was ready to head out as early as 6 a.m. One of my major essentials for market runs are my sunshades, my sunscreen, and my scarf, of course, to protect me from sun. Here I was just about to enter into the car. My driver was waiting, and I was writing my list on the go. I don't know why I always do this. And here we just arrived at Oyimbo. Everyone was just setting up because it was early. I saw this bunch of plantain and I couldn't pass because it was a good deal. 4,005 per bunch, and we got 3 bunches.
Very good.
And I love that. Here we're looking for our customers who they've moved into another section of the market. This is my customer we buy stockfish from, and I got stockfish worth 30,000 from her. And here we came to buy egusi and ogbono. We got 1 pint of egusi for 10,000 naira. But the shocking part was ogbono, you guys. I cannot believe that I bought half pint of ogbono 25,000. Full paint they said was 50K. I had to buy half full. Why would I be buying this small thing for 25K? You guys, I wasn't even smiling anymore. You can see me here like it was not funny buying that small thing 25K. Look at our 25K ogbono. I literally had to beg my chef when I came back to make sure that he manages this thing well, or else I will not find it funny. And here we were buying tomatoes. Can you guess how much is this basket of tomatoes? We got it for 18,000 and the pepper for 12,000, total of 30,000. You guys, at first they said 30K for the tomato, but of course we go price, and we got Irish potatoes and sweet potatoes. I can't remember how much again, but it was also a good deal. And this is where I buy my spices from. Pepper soup spices. So we just buy a mix of everything and then tell them to blend it. I love my spices fresh. I don't buy already made. And here we're getting veggies. This guy sold at some point I felt like I cheated him because he sold very well for us. I bought carrot worth 10,000, bell peppers worth 10,000, and they were a lot. Those cabbages that are like 800. We sold very well for us. And here we came to our customer we usually buy spices from. She sells all kinds of spices from Maggi to seasonings, everything we got from her. Carton of tomatoes we got from her. I got 2 cartons and I got carton of spaghetti too. I think the total of our bill was like 86,000 and it was fair. Here I had to buy abacha because my mom is around and I wanted her to do me that abacha. And here we were using POS. I can't count how many times we use POS in this market, and we withdrew nothing less than 500,000, 200, 300,
Imagine.
100, and yeah, I got the egg here. This abaluma, I regret buying it. Thank God I bought from other vendors. This particular one wasn't sweet. I also got granules for my husband. We bought honey beans and white beans. So white beans is for moi moi and akara, while honey beans is for cooking beans porridge. And we got this crayfish for 26,000, sorry, 26,000. This is how I buy my crayfish and I portion it. And here I am using POS again, my people. It wasn't even funny, but then what will I do? And then here we are buying plastics for soup portioning. I don't know how my plastics always disappear, but I had to buy more. You guys, can you guys guess that this wheelbarrow is already worth
And you see the
520,000?
Nigerian
And I
market,
wasn't done.
how dirty the Nigerian market is. Very dirty place. Eh? And you now be wondering, what have they been doing with the taxes that they are collecting from the hands of these traders? Eh? Can you imagine how dirty this market is? Very dirty market. Eh? And this bunch of rulers, they go all over the world. They see how market has become all over the
Bought
world.
honey.
Eh? They are not even thinking
Beans. So
about doing
white beans is
anything
for
to
moi
improve
moi
the
and
quality
akara, while
of the
honey beans is
environment
for
of
cooking beans
where
porridge. And we got this
eatable
crayfish for
stuffs are bought.
26,000, sorry, 26,000. This is how I
Eh?
buy my crayfish and I portion
You
it.
think
And
I'm
here I am.
lying? Okay, you dey talk say I dey lie. Go to my 12 market right now, and confirm how dirty that place is. Dirty. So what are we talking about here? We are talking about how the oppressed can basically use their power and not remain helpless, raising their hands off and saying, well, there's nothing we can do. There's many things we can do. You know, and one of the major quotes that we would like to say here at this point is washing one's hands of the conflict between the powerful and the powerless means to side with the powerful, not to be neutral. That is a very powerful quote by Paulo Farrell. Washing one's hands of the conflict between the powerful and the powerless means to side with the powerful, not to be neutral. Neutrality is what many people would be, will whip out when it is convenient for them. I am neutral in this issue. I am neutral. I am neutral. Even our so-called news reporter or newscaster, they'll say they are neutral. They don't want to, they don't want to betray the neutrality. But in the real sense, you can literally see that they are not really as neutral as they claim. They are not as neutral as they claim. If you look at the way they speak, the way they comport themselves on camera, they are not neutral. You can literally sense the part that they belong. Let's please continue playing this soundbite.
Using POS again, my people. It wasn't even funny, but then what will I do? And then here we are buying plastics for soup portioning. I don't know how my plastics always disappear, but I had to buy more. You guys, can you guys guess
The
that this
environment is
wheelbarrow is already
terrible.
worth 520,000? And I wasn't done buying. I was just looking at the wheelbarrow and wondering, where did 500,000 go into this wheelbarrow? Like how?
You can see all of us watching this, you know what especially those that are not tuning to us with video, we know what a wheelbarrow is. Just a good of commodity or groceries. Just filling up just a wheelbarrow and over 500,000 is gone. 500,000 naira is gone. That is how many dollars? About $400 is gone. All right. If you have to equate it with what you buy in the United States or in China, foodstuff, you take $400 to a grocery store in China. What are you going to buy? Is it the equivalent of this that we are able to buy here? All right. It is what it is. You can't make this thing up.
And then here here we are buying plastics for soup portioning. I don't know how my plastics always disappear, but I had to buy more. You guys, can you guys guess that this wheelbarrow is already worth 520,000? And I
Imagine.
wasn't done buying. I was just looking at the wheelbarrow and wondering, where did 500,000 go into this wheelbarrow? Like how? And here we are, came to buy granite oil. 5 liters was 19.5. We bought 2 5 liters. I remember when I used to buy this granite oil
Not
for
oil is not
7.5, 10K.
19,500.
Anyways, we bought a crate of egg for 5.5, and we got fish from this lady. She sold very well for us. I bought fish worth 20,000 from her, and here we were buying okra too. The okra was also a good deal. I think this one was 1,000 or so. And here we were buying okazu because we wanted to cook afang, cook lots of soup. So we bought okazu. We bought periwinkles a lot because
So just to save you the stress, all right, this is just like a rundown of a normal Nigeria, and this is what we do moving forward. We are not going to listen to what the conventional news platforms will feed us with. They will feed us with so many lies that cost of commodities are going down. Everything is going down. Why do you want to keep complaining when things are going down? You know, in everywhere, every marketplaces, things are going down. You know, but well, are they really going down with the look of things? This is someone that documents like a vlogging of the amount she spent going to the market. And of course, you can see from her revelation that she said she spent over 700,000 naira. And she was looking at the wheelbarrow where she put all her things. The wheelbarrow is already 500,000. And she had to take another wheelbarrow. All right. And yeah, well, the question will now be, are we just going to, in fact, we have been sitting back and relaxing. Our people have been enduring it all in the midst of this old bullshit. Despite the cost of living rising to the, going over the roof, our people are just folding their hands and if you go to the street and engage them, they'll tell you the same thing. They want you to go and kill yourself on their behalf. They wouldn't want to organize and do the needful. All right. So while we wait for them, we are going to be analyzing and bringing all of these things to the fore and documenting it, that we did all we can. All right. If there's a protest today, I will abandon everything I'm doing here and go to the barricade. All right. But are you willing? You, my listener, my viewer, will you do the same? Will you take that same action? We have on our own reached out to the people, go street to street, all right, to really engage with the Nigerian people, to tell them to let's go and shut down the system. What they were asking us is that, are we playing or we are serious? They said we are serious. They said we must be joking. That we are not really serious. But well, let's see where this level of ignorance will lead us. This submission to oppression, let's see where it will lead us. And that will take me to the next quote that says, in the book, Pedagogy of the Oppressed, education either functions as an instrument which is used to facilitate the integral or integration of the younger generation into the logic of the present system and therefore bring about conformity to it, or it becomes the practice of freedom, the means by which men and women deal critically and creatively with reality and discover how to participate in the transformation of their world. Let me take that again. In the Pedagogy of the Oppressed, education either functions as an instrument which is used to facilitate the integration of the younger generation into the logic of the present system and therefore bring about conformity to it, or it becomes the practice of freedom, the means by which men and women deal critically and creatively with reality and discover how to participate in the transformation of their world. My question to us, dear listener, is: are we prepared to transform our world, our reality, away from the, away from the complaints, away from the complaints and complaints and complaints? Are we willing to really organize ourselves as a people behind, an institution, a political institution? Look at our marketplace. Look at the environment, how dirty it is, where we buy stuff that we eat. Are we prepared to bring justice on the very institution or the very government or set of people that that have micromanaged this level of mediocrity, this level of mediocrity and acceptance? Let me pause a little bit there and take a listen to what this individual have to say. Let's hear her out.
I rather not buy as an evil babe. And this is us on our way to Makoko Fish Market. It's just like 8 minutes drive from Oyimbo. That's where I buy my seafood.
This same Makoko Fish Market, or Makoko itself, is going through a mass demolition as we speak. A mass demolition. All right? A mass demolition. People are basically crying as we speak. I'm projecting a footage on the screen if you are watching us from our video. People, a whole family inside the water. Their house have been demolished in Makoko, and they are basically begging. They are begging the government, the very same government that demolished their house. They are begging for salvation. Our recommendation: take all your mattress, go to the front of the government house and go and turn that place to your house. And let's see if everybody that is affected and demolished their house did the same thing, and let's see whether government will not take action. But because we have developed a culture of always begging and begging, the government to do the needful, what is supposed to be their responsibility? A responsible government ensure and facilitate the housing needs of a citizen. They facilitate it. They make sure that is basic, that you have a roof over your head. Now that you have even gone ahead to provide it for yourself, the government is saying, how dare you? How dare you? How dare you say you want to provide housing for yourself? We are going to demolish it and sell it out to big men. And you are here inside the water begging the government, when you should go and invade the government house and tell them, yeah, you have basically chased us away. All right, here we are. So we are going to become your guest during the time that you are going to resettle us or basically provide housing for us. You either do that or you take us out. It's as simple as. And I begin to wonder, what do they really have to lose if they explore this option? If I were to be in their shoe, that's exactly what I'm going to do. And God bears me witness. All right? This old begging is something that I would never do. All right. So yeah, let's continue listening. Yeah.
Instagram is so pricey. So this is the best bet. I spent roughly 160,000 here. Man, you guys, this fish is
160,000 to buy fish. 150,000 naira for just fish. Fish only. Fish only. Fish only. Now imagine what the average Nigerian is going through. Imagine what the average Nigerian is going through. 100 and how many thousand naira to buy fish Let's listen
on our
again
way
one more
to
time.
Makoko
Big
Fish
shout out to
Market. It's
you,
just like 8 minutes drive
Comrade.
from
Welcome,
Oyingbo. That's
welcome.
why I buy my seafood. I mean, buying seafood from shopping malls and supermarkets or Instagram is so pricey. So this is the best bet. I spent roughly 160,000 here. Man, you guys, these fishes are
Look at that
expensive. Oh.
market
You
environment.
will just touch
At
one, you hear
as
25,000. But
filthy as
first, you have to
everywhere
price.
is.
I bought 3 croaker fish for
3 coca
25,000
fish.
naira.
Just
I
three.
bought
One,
shrimps.
two, three. Coca fish, 25,000 naira is gone. And when we say it, it seems as though we are exaggerating that, the ordinary Nigerians can no longer afford fish. Protein, a very popular protein. Fish should be the cheapest source of protein for the average Nigerian. It should be the cheapest. No, it should be even be cheaper than meat. But what we have now is that, and this is from a middle class complaining vehemently how she spent 700K on buying how she spent over 700K to purchase the essentials in the house.
I
The
bought
essentials.
prawns, I bought lobsters, and I got calamaris too. Everything was a good deal. Sha better than buying on Instagram and around. I couldn't help but video these fishes. I got crabs worth 18,000. It was sold for 60,000, 10 for 6,000. And this is where I got the croaker from. She sold 3 big croaker fishes for me for 25,000. Each of them was 8.5 or so. This is where I got the
So they will tell us that all the food prices have done what, they are coming down, and the conventional news platforms will not bring this to the hair. They will never. They will want to sell the agenda that, and they will begin to show statistics. World Bank statistics to show that things are coming down. But the reality of the Nigerian people is quite the opposite. That is why we bring this to the Nigerian people to show them that, well, is this really the kind of conditioning that we would condole or we are going to resist? Right. Let me, it's just
tiger
a
prawns
few
from
minutes to the end, then we'll pass the mic to you, Comrade Adeige. You are very, very powerfully
Thank you,
welcome.
my
They
comment.
are
Thank
so
you.
fresh. That's the thing about buying from this market, not the stale ones that stays in stores. Anyways, this is me buying food on our way back home. And here we are. This is what 700,000 naira looks
Can you
like.
imagine?
My
See,
husband cannot believe it.
see what 700K got them.
Prawns
Let's
from
play that
They are
again.
so fresh. That's the thing
I
about
want
buying
to
from
pause it
this
at
market,
the
not the
right time.
stale ones that stays in stores.
Okay,
Anyways, this
they
is
went
me
to buy
buying
food.
food on our way back home. And here we are. This is what 700.
This is 700,000 worth of food stuff. 700,000 naira. What is 700,000 naira in Nigerian, in Canadian dollars or USD? That is around 500 USD, if I'm not mistaken. This is what it can buy somebody in Nigeria. This is food. This is food inflation. That is what it's called, food inflation. I can imagine when middle class people are going through stuff like this, what the lower class people are going through. What are your comments, Comrade Adeike?
Revolutionary greetings, my comment.
Salutation.
I wanted to say, the last statement you made, I was like, this to myself doesn't sound like someone that is feeling any pinch now. And here we are, we have bought the food. She can still spend that money and still smile. Don't you honestly? She still went to Mr. Biggs to buy food after,
Yes,
money
you still
still
go buy.
day, money day,
What is it?
money still
What
day
is the
hand.
complaint? Say?
There are people who are going through worse.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
There are people who are going through way worse. If you say, then how many tuber of yams could that woman buy? And how much? What is the minimum wage?
Exactly.
What is the minimum wage of Nigeria currently as we speak?
Absolutely.
70,000 naira.
It's now 70K, yeah. After
70K.
so much fight.
My brother, and we all know 70K. No be everybody they do am. Some people still dey do
No be all the
45K,
governors. No be all the, and of
25K.
course, it's not even a uniform. It's not a universal or
Okay.
across board kind of.
Okay.
Is even private firms. Some people are still paying 20,000 naira for their
Okay.
to their workers. Yeah.
All right. So let's just even be generous and say it is 70,000 naira. Let's just say it's 70,000 naira that you earn per month. If that is what 700,000 naira can buy, that means you can only afford to eat or have a house. You cannot do both. Because how much is rent? If food costs 700,000 naira, how much is rent? How much is school fees? Because education is not free. What if you now fall sick?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Now fall sick. If you fall sick, it means say you must pay hospital bill because healthcare is not free.
Mm-hmm.
Education no dey free. It's free for you in that country and everything is very expensive. Why are Nigerians still pretending like they can afford to live this life?
Mm-hmm.
You can't afford to live this life. This life is too expensive for you. You can't keep up. And this is why the politicians, the elites, they keep stealing. They have to keep stealing. Because the price of things are going up, they need to be able to, they don't need to feel it. They don't want to feel it, so they must steal your money.
Hmm.
Instead of the government, how much did that man buy fish? He bought 3 pieces of fish for 25,000 naira.
Yeah, just 3 pieces. Just
Three
three
pieces of
pieces.
fish. If you say now only 3 people go to chop now, 3 pieces of fish for 25,000 naira, and your government is busy destroying makoko that is known using some of the best fishes that we have in Lagos State.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Government is there stealing.
That is their major source. That is their economy, literally. They actually catch fish and sell it to the people. That is their major means of livelihood, and they actually fulfill a demand of the people by
Of course,
being the major producer of fish, because that is their occupation pretty much.
yes, fresh fish.
Now they want to
Once,
wipe out that ecosystem.
my brother, they are killing. This is how our look. People always talk about African history and say, "Oh, do you know before in Africa we used to be able to do this and do that," and they give you so many examples. Very soon, people will be telling us in Africa, do you know we were able to fish by ourselves and really go. We had our indigenous ways of fishing. That's what people, because very soon nobody will know how to fish. They are killing a whole industry, killing a whole
Mm-hmm.
economy. They catch fish in Makoko. From Makoko to your market, what is the cost of transportation? That fish will be cheaper than anything else. Should be cheaper than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
But they are destroying that place. And they're importing fish for you. They're importing fish for you. The price of fish is going up in the market. The price of chicken is going up in the market. Everything is so expensive. Nigerians, we cannot afford to live like this. While some people are enjoying flying up and down. Look at the wristwatch on the hand of Tinubu the other day.
That is what I
On his
yesterday.
hand.
Over 200K does. According to waiting I hear.
Just his wristwatch, now just the wristwatch with that too.
I research that, yes.
Now just the wristwatch with that. We never check the price of your shoe. We never check the price of your car. We never. Your politicians are living the best life possible. Look at where you are going to go and buy food. Look at where you go to go and buy food. See how the place looks. Because your government will not invest in taking care of the marketplace. They don't care about your health. They want you to eat anything and die.
Absolutely.
These people are not on the side. They are not on the side of the people. They are not on your side. They are not on the side of the workers. On the side of you and I. We have to put this savior mentality aside. We have to put this. There's no savior. There's no shortcut. The only way we can do this is by organizing. That is the only way. We have to organize.
Yeah.
Come together, build that people power. We need a political movement, right? That is why the AAC is here as a political movement, right? You join the AAC, your voice is heard. The AAC comes together, we come together to determine how we take political action against this elite in power. The AAC is just a vehicle. Just come aboard. There are many seats. And let's drive this car together to our final destination of liberation. Not the one that we are here, people are stealing from us. The only thing we can do is cry. We cannot agitate, nothing else.
You can see that. You can see them begging. See as they are begging. These are Makoko people. Basically begging. They
Look
they
at your
are.
brothers and
This is a
sisters.
family. This is an entire family. Begging the government for what? What are they begging them for? They have already destroyed your home. You are now begging them again for. I even posted a video yesterday. I will have downloaded it. I will have brought it on the screen. How did you say with the campaign for APC? With the campaign for APC, why will APC do this to us? Why will APC do this to us? I say, well, you can continue to complain and not take action, and see how these guys will be ruthless against you. And there's more ruthlessness to come. These Makoko people now, they thought that it did not get to them. They did not lend their voice to Oroshoki or Deal. They kept quiet. Now it is their turn now. They shout, yeah, it has come to them. They have brought it to them. They have brought the fire to them. So now, my question is: are we learning a lesson from this? Our people, are they really learning the lesson that this thing is the oppressors they are basically turning the heat. They are turning the heat up. They are taking the oppression it notch higher. They are becoming so audacious now. Before, they don't they hide them again. They do them to the faces of everybody now. Say nothing will now fit do. And of course, Yoruba will say, "Entobaniki la she on la she on." That is, person will talk say wetin we go do. Now we go show say now the thing we have to do be this. But it seems as though Nigerians don't want to show anything except just to beg, beg, and beg, and beg. The powerlessness is just too terrible, and we have to highlight it. And it is in highlighting it that will project, and basically conscientize others to really do better whenever they are confronted, with oppression. Or what do you think, my comrade?
And come and look at this is just a very painful, visualization of the Nigerian story. Look at this family in their own fatherland.
And they have been, very correctly, they have been there for decades.
In their own fatherland.
They have been there for decades. And we have floating cities all over the world. It's not a big deal that they are having a
houses are normal. Stilted houses are normal everywhere.
Everywhere in the world. It's not an abomination. It's not as though they are infringing on the law or they are doing anything strange to nature, or they are even harming the nature. No, this is what they have been there for decades, and floating city is normal across the world. I think there's a particular place called Venice I think in Italy, where it is just similar to Makoko.
Houses are everywhere in China. See, this is very predominant in Asian region.
Yes. They go about with boats now, boats everywhere.
It's just terrible how this family in their own ancestral land, they have to be begging. They are begging that the government should not take away their home from them. Nigerians this is you. This can be you. These people will do anything to get money. They don't care about you. That capital is what they need. It drives them. It motivates them. They don't care about you. Them. You are not in their class. You are not part of their group. You are not part of them.
Absolutely. There's a particular quote that I'm looking at here, and it says, "It is necessary that the weakness of the powerless is transformed into a force capable of announcing justice." Now, let me take that again. It's from the book Pedagogy of the Oppressed. It is necessary
that the weakness of the powerless is transformed into a force capable of announcing justice. So this speaks powerfully to what we are talking about here. That that this weakness have to transform to power, for it to be capable of announcing justice. Yeah.
See, there's only one. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Yeah, there is only one. People talk about checks and balances. Checks and balances. Oh, the judiciary is supposed to check the executive. The executive is supposed to be checked by the legislative. All that nonsense where they tell us that all these bureaucratic bodies of the same group of people who are in the same friendship and the same WhatsApp group, who are all going to the same parties, their children are marrying each other, in-laws, brothers and sisters, they should be checking themselves. Telling me that those people should be checking themselves. People who are all in the same group, who all have the same political interest, should be checking themselves. It is not possible. These people cannot do checks and balances. The only group of people that can truly hold the government accountable are the Nigerian people, the masses, the organized Nigerian people.
Absolutely. I'm coming 1 minute.
As a group, forget about it. There's no way we can make this. There's no way we can make it work. Every other thing aside and understand that look, it behooves us, it's our best interest as Nigerian people to work together, to come together and organize against these people. We have to become active in politics, not passive. We can't continue to be passive. We have to change our worldview. We need a whole new worldview of what government should look like. We deserve the best as well. We deserve the best. We can't always be the ones to suffer. We can't always be the ones to suffer. When there was slavery, all of us were suffering. After slavery, all of us are still suffering. The story of Nigeria has been a story of complaints from 1960 till date. From 1960 till date, we have been talking about the same thing. No education, no health care. People cannot afford to eat good food. Some people will have land that is as big as a small local government area and they will call it their private property. Meanwhile, some people do not have living anymore to the point that they are inside the water begging. They've shifted them from the land. They've moved them from the land. They've put them far back into the water and say, this is how you don't deserve to live on land. You stay on water. These people have gone to stay on water. They have built a life for themselves. They have built an economic system for themselves. You still went in there to demoralize that system. People always paid the price. They always paid the price. Always paid the price. And the political elite, these rich godfathers, these rich political jobbers, they stay in power and they continue to drink our blood. Year in, year out, they continue to drink our blood, and Nigerian people are not doing anything about it. Nigerian people, this is not the time for you to sleep. You have to become active in your political freedom, in your political liberation. You have to understand that you cannot continue to align yourself or ally with these thieves. These people do not care about you unless you work together with people that are in the same class as you are. You have to work with them. People like me, people like you, people like Civic Space. Look, the AAC is a party of organized Nigerians, regular, everyday, normal Nigerians. That's what the AAC is. That's what we do there. Organize. We grow our numbers. We build cadres. Strongholds. So we can push this message of liberation further so that more people can understand it. We coordinate ourselves. We engage the system actively. We're not just talking about it. When there is struggle, we are in. We will show you the last time there was a protest there. We were there. We represented for the people. So today, the NSAS protest has ended. It was a global catastrophe. Take It Back movement, a subsidiary of the AAC, going around Nigeria, still going through prisons to look for people who were arrested during the protest. They are at the forefront of that struggle. They are at the forefront of that struggle. We organize. We are from different cultures, from different forms of life. We believe in different things, but we all understand we are united as Nigerians, as working class Nigerians, able to determine our own future by ourselves. You should come to a party where your voice is heard. You come to a party where you can speak and you can say, okay, this is happening in my area. My comrades, what can we do about it? And your comrades can come out, they can come to your area, and everybody can organize themselves and address the issue on ground so they get the problem solved. That is what we do in the AAC. The funny thing is that we don't even do this for comrades alone. We go out there, even people that are our comrades, we help them. We are in the society organizing. We are building from the grassroots. We are not looking at the situation where one savior or one messiah will come and do it for us. We understand that there can be no shortcut. There can be no shortcut. But we also understand that we cannot do it alone. So Nigerian people, we need you to come aboard. We need you to come to the party of the Nigerian people. Not the party of political jobbers, the same elites that have moved from AP. In the words of a very wise man, the political travelers. Travel from one political party to another, travel from ABGA, travel to ADC, travel to PDP, travel to LP, travel to NMP. They travel everywhere. They are always moving from party to party. They have no ideological grounding. The only place the only thing they do is go to places where their interests can be guaranteed. Can you guarantee me that we win? Yes, that's what they want. They want to win. But they don't want the Nigerian people to be free. They want to win the election, but they don't want the Nigerian people to be free. And that's why they don't focus on you when it's time for election. That's why when they want to do their things, they go to go and meet their political fathers, to go and pay homage to them, their political senior brothers, their political leaders, to pay homage to them. Those ones, they promise, they invest in the business, they pay people, buy. Like it's a business, they invest, and they must collect profit after. So the next 4 years is for collecting profit. You should not be confused when certain people in the elite class travel out of the country quarterly to go and ball and chill, just to go and relax. Look at the place where this man is seated. Look at how pristine and how clean it is. And think about the market that woman went to go and buy the food that she wants to eat.
Yeah, it cannot be compared at all. It cannot be compared.
Look at how clean this. Look at how everything is shining.
Everywhere is standard, state of the art.
If you are looking for heaven, look at this place now.
When person go enter this kind of place now, you be say air condition day everywhere, the ambience everywhere just prime, everywhere just be okay.
Look at it. This is the quality. This should be the standard of our marketplaces. People think it's impossible, but this is happening in the world today. There are places
I saw a market for China. I said, China market be this. And they display stuff for outside though, but the interior, I say, really?
Brother,
is this a market?
Brother,
food self go you go there interested that this is how to
food.
Yes, now this is how a food should be sold. This is not go to my 12, my brother. You be like, what is this? Okay, where all of the taxes that they are collecting, is it not to go into stuffs like this to improve the standard of our marketplaces, all of the places that should constitute public areas, public toilets, libraries, marketplaces, gardens, parks, resorts? All of these things are just non-existent.
Bro, let me tell you something. So I don't know. You've been aware that markets in Nigeria, markets born practically yearly. You just hear market born in Lagos State, market born in this place, market just get place in Nigeria.
Just the born up. Balogun market born last 2 weeks. Balogun market, yes, goods worth millions of naira. Goods worth millions.
Nigeria market
destroyed, and there is no emergency services, no emergency service to even come and attend to the burning. The team, in fact, they They came, oh, the firefighters, they came, oh, but water finish. Water finish. You know, be wondering. Eh?
Immigration chat. Immigration chat. Look, services are practically
If you can
a
speak a
myth.
little bit louder, please, for the
I
sake of
said,
our space.
I said,
If you can speak a little bit
emergency.
louder.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Imagine, can you hear me?
Yes. It's better now.
See, emergency services are practically non-existent in Nigeria. I cannot count how many times with my eyes like this. 24, 25 years of my life. I cannot count how many times
Same time.
in my eyes like this I have
I mean,
seen
it's supposed to be an electric.
fire service or ambulance
Ambulance.
in Nigeria. I cannot count how many times I've seen it. They are very rare to see. They are very rare, if they exist in the state in the first place. Now, all these markets get burnt down. The government has the opportunity to rebuild that market to a 21st century standard.
Exactly. Yes.
At least on a yearly basis, every state, because I know markets burn in practically every state on a yearly basis, the government at least has the opportunity to take advantage of that tragic incident that was caused by them in the first place, because their lack of attention to the market space. The government now has the opportunity to take advantage of that to prove to the people that, okay, we might have been neglected, we might have been, bastard fathers. We might have neglected you in the past, but now we will give you quality. But they renovate those markets, and the market is still as deplorable as it was before it was burnt down. So what is the point? What is the government trying to achieve? And why are Nigerians satisfied with that small thing? We deserve to live. We deserve to live, a better life. I saw a video. VDM said, VDM said, countries that have people with black skin in Africa, is it that we are cursed? Because he went to Morocco and he saw the stadium and he was talking about, that is it that they cursed us? We are not cursed, my people. We're not cursed. We have just allowed our oppression for far too long. For far too long, we have allowed our oppression. We cannot continue like that. We have to organize together and take power back. The last time this country experienced a glimpse of sunshine was when the Nigerian people came together as one. That was what led to our independence. Don't get deceived by they say all these their political elite did all the job. No, Nigerians have been fighting for their liberation as one people. When we came together as one, we were able to chase away the colonial masters. We're able to chase away the colonial masters. We have our brothers amongst us now, who we trusted with authority that, okay, you know what? We delegate power to you. We are allowing you to represent us on the international stage as a country. Go out there and be our eyes and ears. Manage our collective resources. Help us garner our resources. Help us transfer them. Help us reproduce them, and help us distribute them in a way that it benefits us ultimately. That's what we told these people. Our brothers, these people who are supposed to be our brothers, have betrayed us time and time again. Sell us out on the international stage, go to IMF, beg for arms, they're always begging. The IMF will give them deals, the World Bank will give them deals, the international imperialists will give them deals. Come back to meet us. And they will implement those deals regardless of the cost. That is even going on. Okay, they're extracting our resources. They are giving us crazy economic deals. These our brothers and sisters who should be managing the resources will still steal. Somebody will still have the guts to steal 70 to 80 billion. Walking around the streets of Nigeria. While they are doing that, they don't even now still care whether you're dead or alive. They allow insecurity to ravage the land. They allow insecurity to ravage the land. When it's time to protect the Nigerian people, they don't have enough. They don't have enough security personnel. But look at their convoy, my brothers and sisters. Look at their convoy. The Nigerian presidential convoy is as large as one battalion.
Your hands free is breaking. If you can disconnect it and just speak directly to your phone.
Okay.
So we enjoy your submission. Aha! This is far better like this.
Okay. Now like this, I could do it. My brother, I said this when it comes to the Nigerian people. When it comes to the safety of the Nigerian people, they will tell you they don't have enough security personnel. They will tell you they don't have enough ammunition. But look at the security of the Nigerian president. It's as large as a battalion.
Absolutely.
Just to guard one man. Just to guard one criminal. Somebody that was selling drugs in the US. Not too long ago here. Someone that was selling drugs in the US not too long ago here. These are the people in Nigeria who are stealing our resources. These are people that don't care. They don't care. We can't afford to negotiate with them again. We can't afford because of small benefits. See, you might live a good life now. You might assume that you are going to benefit, but your children might not benefit. Your children will, see, with where Nigeria is, it's very hard to sustain a generation of, or a continuous generation of successful people unless you're a criminal. And most times, after the known criminal in the family dies, or the known political elite in the family dies, you find that the family itself runs down into the ashes. I'll give you a practical example. Where is the family of, what's his name? MK Abiola today? Where's the family of MK Abiola today? They said MK Abiola was a political giant. An economic, juggernaut, right? That's what they called him. This man was running so many. His financial capacity was remarkable at the point in time, right? It's only logical that kind of empire should be translated to the next, to his
next generation.
Or his next generation. But where is his next generation today? Where are they in the scheme of things? We see this trend occurs time and time again. What we are looking for in Nigeria is not a situation where one family is glamorized or one group of people are just recycling the economy. What we are looking for is where everybody has. You have, I have. The country is protecting us. Education is free. Healthcare is free. When you pay taxes, you see where your tax go to. That is if you even have to pay taxes, because there are countries in this world that are running without taxes. Dubai, for example. Dubai, the people who live in Dubai don't pay tax the way we pay in Nigeria. Businesses pay more tax over there. The businesses pay tax. Yeah, they're not taxed the way you are taxed for everything you want to do in Nigeria. You want to buy food, you are taxed. You want to buy a recharge card, you are taxed. You are everything taxed everywhere. You want to buy food, you are taxed. You're taxed for everything in Nigeria. There are countries that run without tax like that. So we don't have to, that's if you're even going to pay tax, but at least even you will still see your taxes. Your money will not be mismanaged. You will not hear that somebody has stolen 80 billion and the person is just walking around freely. In fact, it's not just walking around freely. This person is being protected by the police. The police that are supposed to arrest criminals are now protecting criminals. They are protecting the criminals with guns for change, for chicken change. The police in Nigeria should be earning way more than they are earning right now. We went for your agitation. We were on that agitation with the police people. With the Nigerian police force, we were on that agitation with them. As the AAC, they deserve a lot more than they are getting. They risk their lives for what? For peanuts. Many of the people in the Nigerian police force, by the time they leave service, they have nothing to fall back on, and their lives are just more or less destitute.
Absolutely.
We were on that struggle with them, with the Nigeria. This is to tell you that we are the party that care about you. Say, don't you understand that? We care about you. We are the only ones who actually care about you. NYSC coppers, we were on that struggle with them. The people in Makoko, we are on that struggle with them. The people in Oroshoko, we are on that struggle with them.
Absolutely.
We're on the struggle with people state to state. Even our IPOB brothers, indigenous people of Biafra.
Absolutely. Yeah, sure.
We were on the same struggle with you. When a known terrorist that we know has killed people can be given 20 years in jail, and then your principal is sentenced forever. We were on that struggle with you. So we are the people who have proven in Nigeria to care about the everyday man and his struggles. Because we understand your struggles best, because we are part of you. We are the people. We are the people. So join us. We cannot do it alone. We need more numbers. Look, the only way we can take over the system is with the largest, the full support, the unyielding, unreserved full support of the masses of Nigerian people. The masses. We need to show the world that Nigeria, that Africa is changing, that Nigeria can actually liberate itself, that Black people can come together and organize themselves and produce the best quality of life this world has ever seen. We can do that. We're exceptional. Nigerian people are exceptional people. We know that. Every Nigerian in his heart of heart knows that he's an exceptional person. And if he's really, if his skills are utilized to his highest potential, he can produce something that is so unique that the world has never seen. We all know that. But these people waste our lives. The lives of, look, the amount of children who don't go to school, cannot afford to go to school in Nigeria is crazy. Futures, many destinies, doctors, people that have been doctors, engineers, people that have been footballers, the next coaches, the next canoe the next, all gone. Futures wasted. Because the Nigerian government one person chooses that, no, or one group of people choose that my children will enjoy, but I don't really care about your children. Sorry, I don't care about your children. Look at that family just now. Look at that family in the water. You will tell me that the Lagos State governor has not seen that. You will tell me that the councillor of their local government has not seen that. You will tell me that the local government chairman in their local government has not seen that. You tell me that their Senate representative and the House of Representative member has not seen that video. People displaced from nothing. And you know the useless part? If they even see that video and there's an uproar about that video, what they will do is to select that one family and now elevate them and now say that, oh, this is what we do. They will not do it for one person. They will forget. The entire community will still be wiped off. But they will not use that one to do grass to grace story. Individualism. And those ones will take it, they will not remember that they were coming from somewhere. And then 2 years later, they'll come back on internet social media space and say how they negotiated with the government used them, they supported the Nigerians. We have to stop playing this, this game. We have to get serious. We have to get our shit together. We have to start getting organized as a people. That's the only way we can make this work, by organizing. If we don't come together and organize as the people against this elite class and take power from them and show them that we are active, we are alive, and you cannot just come into power and sit down there and be wearing a wristwatch of over $200,000 while some people don't have houses. Get out from there. Somebody else coming. We need to show them that we are alive, that we are seeing what's going on, that we are conscious of what is going on around us. Any president that is not doing what he's supposed to do, any governor that is not doing what he's supposed to do, any local government chairman that is not doing what he's supposed to do in a community, it doesn't need to spend 4 years there. It should be impeached and replaced. Does not need to spend 4 years. But in Nigeria, they will do 8 years. It's a terrible situation we find ourselves in, my comrade. But we cannot relent to tell the Nigerian people that the only thing you can do to help yourself is to organize, to come together and organize. The larger masses of people coming together as an organized group are the only things that can save ourselves in Nigeria. No one else can come and save us. Definitely not the imperialist powers, and definitely not your elitist, oppressors. Thank you, my comrade.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. And you've basically reiterated a quote that I have here. That quote says, "It is absolutely essential that the oppressed participate in the revolutionary process with an increasingly critical awareness of their role as subjects of the transformation." That quote is from the great book, Pedagogy of the Oppressed. It is absolutely essential for the oppressed to participate in the revolutionary process with an increasingly critical awareness of their role as subjects of the transformation. Their role as subjects of the transformation. No be say you go there expect say some other people go fight for you. You are going to be the one that will fight for yourself and fight for your own liberation. And it is very important for the oppressed to know these facts. Otherwise, we are joking. If we don't want to joke with our life and be serious once and for all, we must play and participate in this revolutionary process. It's very, very important as a people that we take part and become part and parcel of the liberation efforts. And that is what we have been doing. We have been conscientizing the people for God knows when. Our people have been engaged for God knows when. But it seems as though one of the quotes, all right, in this same pedagogy of the oppressed, is that the oppressed want at any cost to resemble the oppressors. The oppressed want at any cost to resemble the oppressors. And that is one of the greatest realities that we are going through in this country. If you take a look at the psychology of the oppressed very, very well, you see that it seems as though these people say, now oppressor na they be, they do not really, because if you look at how we relate with one another, you see that it seems as though we are not looking at a victim situation. We are looking at a situation whereby people want to aspire to become oppressors themselves. All right. And if you see how their non-participation, it seems as though they're like, well, if me say if I did it, I think we are going to do with that. I have interviewed people and I say that, okay, what is our solution to our problem? I say, if me say reach here, I go chop now. Me say I go steal the money. And Samade Yemi said this in a very interesting way. He said one of the reasons why the country is the way it is that our so-called leaders, they see
their position as achievement, that where they have also gone through hardship, and that whatever hardship that people are going through under their watch, they have to endure it just as they also endure it before they got to the position of power that they are right now. Eh? So you can imagine someone like Obasanjo who went through it all. Is it prison or is it sufferness where he never suffer? But when he got there, he still inflicted pain on the
So,
people.
so
Knowing that, yeah, me too, I gone through pain. You people should also endure it.
it's just for we may be hungry, but we can manage our
Eh,
hunger.
but we can manage our hunger.
It's not that easy. You
You
can
can
manage your
imagine.
hunger. I don't feel hungry before. You're not the first to be hungry, bro. See, liberation. You know when you were talking just now, it reminded me of I don't know. Maybe I don't know if it was just my secondary school. I don't know if it was just my secondary school. But you see, the way my secondary school was, when you enter from GS1, you will suffer till you get to SS3. But when you get to SS3, you were oppressed from SS2 to GS1.
Mm,
You know,
mm.
that was the way my secondary school was. I don't know how your secondary school was, but that was the way my secondary school was. As
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because
now
the
senior
kind
they
of way you
carry.
say suffer when you say they junior,
Yes,
they
now
suffer you well.
when
So
you
you are
say
going
as
to
I did
project.
junior,
You go see that my time to enjoy it, and my
now
own time to do my own business.
bro. Now what we do? Now what we do when we did secondary school? As you dey talk am now what just come my mind, and that tells you how bad
Mm,
Nigeria's situation is. What is happening at
mm,
the highest level is
mm.
captured and represented within our educational systems. I know for a fact everything I talk now. 90% of the people listening to me who are
Of
Nigerians
course.
experience this exact same thing for their school. Say from JS1 to you reach SS2, your life is not your own again. Senior can call you at any time and do anything want to do with you. Senior can show you mercy today, senior can show you mercy tomorrow. Senior can show you love today, senior can show you love tomorrow. Anytime the senior feel like doing anything he wants to do to you. But sure say now SS2 to GS1 now there many pass in terms of numbers.
Mm.
As the oppressed people. SS2 to GS1 now there many pass as the oppressed people. But they know if you come
Absolutely.
together to face all those SS3 way small past them. Now so our Nigerian government take big gone. We the people now we many pass. From the road transport worker to the nurse, to the doctor, to the banker, to my mama where they sell for market, to the youth where they go school, to the boy where they do NYSC, to the girl where they do, small work, where they do tailoring, to the mechanic, to the factory worker. Now we many pass. We many pass all of them. To the police, to the military, we many pass all of them. But we know if you come together, collect waiting be our papa, waiting our papa leave for us. This land now, Nigeria belongs to all of us now. Why would they do like this? Now our land now, waiting and leave for all of us. We know if you come together, collect time, talk, say, come, Alpha. This thing, no, it's not for you alone. What's up? We know if you come together, do that one. Now to the beg. To the beg. See that this is a psychological problem. It's a psychological problem. Nigeria now waiting to get psychological problem. We go need to repeat them to the point where we say, to the point where we say it go become the new normal thing. Because anytime when you talk this kind of talk, where we talk right now for now abnormal thing. It no make sense. They go tell you say na heaven, say na utopia. You won't build. I will go get free healthcare. I will go get free education. What of government? Say government no go chop. Government, you dey worry about government to chop, but you never chop. Say government no go chop. But you know the chop. Government never give you anything. What government don't give you? You say government give you good road. Now like government don't give you good road. Government carry contract, give another of a friend.
Mm.
You know, give you good road. Now only so road. We think the government give us like which light? Light where you know fear afford. Light where you know fear afford. Everybody is complaining about the band one, band A, band you can't afford it. How much is your minimum wage? You there for inside your house, government no even fit give you security. Arm robber go still come, bandit go still come, unknown gunmen go still come, they go still attack you for inside your house, for where you dey sleep, where you supposed to get peace of mind, go still come catch you for there. But they tell you say no supposed to be like that again. These guys, then they live. Look at why they talk on the other day. Say why I talk say if you first of all, before I talk this statement, I'm not the people I'm talking about. I'm about to talk about are the worst set of people in the world, right? That their government is the most terrible government in the world. Nevertheless, let's get to the topic. You can shall go and walk and stand in front of the White House gates. You can go there and stand there and take picture. You can go to the front of some of their, regular sport, their institutions and just relax. You cannot go to the front of the Aso Rock. It is as guarded as though they are keeping only God knows what inside that place. The security that will stop you, you can't walk to the front and just go there and take picture. Why do you have to stay so far from the people? If the people really love you, why do you have to isolate yourself from the people? Why? You ran away because you know the people don't love you. So these people know. And they know, say, one day, Kasala go bust. But let's stay far enough so that before it reach, we go just jackpot. We go run. Nigerians, make we open our eye, make we shine our eye, make we open our eye. See, we can't afford to continue this thing where we dey do. Can't afford to. We have to fight. We have to come together. We have to organize. These people don't care about us. They don't care about all of us. Now only we care about ourselves. My mom be that to Nigerians. So I don't hear me talk.
Absolutely. They do not care about us. And anybody who is still living in the illusion that the Nigerian government or the Nigerian political hegemony cares is still on a very long thing. And we no go tire to dey call all of these things out, using everyday situation as example to our people. And of course, calling their attention to something very important. There's a particular quote also from the same book. It seems as though today we are going to highlight the book Pedagogy of the Oppressed. If you want to gain further insight on it, go and buy the book. Attempting to liberate the oppressed without their reflective participation in the act of liberation is to treat them as objects that must be saved from a building. And of course, that is it. We cannot, basically carry out the revolution on behalf of the people without their own involvement. They must get involved. We must participate in all of these things. It's very important. That is when we'll enjoy the sweetness of freedom. If we no participate, how can we enjoy the sweetness of freedom? And the oppressed and the oppressor power dynamics is a reality that is just very, very clear. A very clear reality that needs to be addressed. And you can see, for time immemorial, the oppressors have been, very ruthless in their dealings. Very, very ruthless. They do whatever they like. They do whatever they deem fit. They go unhinged. They steal and justify the stealing. They justify stealing. And you can see, in the recent case of Abubakar Malami, you can see from your screen that recently now the current
news coming out of that case is that he has now been granted bail of 500 million naira. All right? But if na poor man pikin, na pa, they don't carry and throw away for inside jail. For stealing how much or for any slightest infringement of the so-called law. In
Where did that man take 500 million naira?
as a civil servant, just the immediate past Minister of Justice, where he takes see 500 million pay. How much been salary throughout the time where he serve as the Attorney General of the Federation? And of course,
Yeah, I don't know anything. 500 million again.
500 million.
Yeah.
Straight, and he was indicted to have embezzled up to 200 billion naira. They don't even confiscate many of the properties where in don't buy. They confiscate them. The EFCC has liquidated and confiscated it. Some estates in Abuja, in Kebbi State. In fact, the idiot want to run for office in Kebbi State. And in Kebbi State is one of the states where Sharia law is very much, one of the options. If it were to be a poor man that stole something now, therefore don't cut his hand, come out. But as a big man, where him be, Sharia law does not apply.
Can wash your sins away. Don't play.
Sharia law does not apply to a big man.
500 million can wash your sins away, my brother.
Sharia law only applies to poor men see, there are many of them on the street of Lagos that Sharia law has taken away their hands. They are both hands. Some now only one hand they go cut come out. Some now the two hands, just because allegedly they still, as a poor man, they still maybe for even something that they want to eat.
I beg, which party Malamide?
Nah, ADC in day before they arrest them.
Okay, no problem. I just
ADC in day before, but it was in AAPC throughout the tenure. He served under Buhari.
I just want to confirm where they now, like in current,
Now ADC did now. Now ADC. Okay. His current sojourn is now in ADC.
You don't count for the meantime. While things are, working now. Why the coalition of the people,
political pilgrimage.
My bro, 500 million naira. 500 million.
Yeah, that's over $300,000.
Hey, do you know there are some countries
that's over 300K USD.
Do you know there are some? Thank God, 500,000 US dollars. There are some countries in the world that if you steal that kind of money from their economy, they'll feel it too.
Yes, now
can crash.
Yes. Yeah, there are countries that they cannot afford that kind of leakage.
Kind of loss, that kind of capital flight. That kind of
no. It can be it can threaten the national survivor in some countries.
They just pull out.
Threaten their sovereignty.
Now one person just credit card
like that.
Pull out 500 million.
It's God, crazy, man. It's crazy.
He's paying that for bail. That's what he's paying for bail. We never talk other things. So
yeah, the real money is over 200 billion now. That is over $1 billion, I believe. Yeah, only him. No, and this is not only him. We have Emefiele also very much in the books. Emefiele is alleged to have stolen 3 trillion naira. Only Emefiele as the form, and they both served under the administration of the Buhari. Someone that they sell to us as the paragon of integrity.
So you see,
paragon of.
You see, my comrade. You see this thing. Now let's connect dots for Nigerians, because I think a lot of Nigerians assume that when we say somebody stole 3 trillion, somebody stole 20 billion, they assume that the money is coming from the money that was stolen is just stolen, is like monopoly money, or it's not. We need to make you understand that this is money that should have gone to your health care. This is money that should have gone to your children's school. This is money that should have gone to affordable housing for you, not the one that you and your landlord are fighting year in, year out. People are
Absolutely.
playing 48 laws of power on each other. Today I greet him so that next week he will not increase the rent. Next week your landlord will turn face, pretend not to see you so that he will blame you for not greeting him. All this side and seek that you are doing with your landlord, you would have had affordable housing. That is money. 3 trillion, that is money that could have gone into lighting up your entire community. That is money that could have gone into empowering the security agency in your community, intellectually, physically as well, to have the capacity to protect you in your indigenous neighborhood. That is money that should go to food, to investing in agriculture for you. Gone. 3 trillion gone. Capital flight gone. Another 200 billion gone. This is money. These are your resources. These are the taxpayers' money. These are the taxpayers' money. Gone.
Just gone like that. Embezzled by just one criminal. Embezzled by one criminal. And we have to highlight this thing very well. The level of wastage in this country is just too much. It is just damn too much. The level of wastage in Nigeria, they use our money do dorime. They use Nigeria money till they do dorime for club. You'll be surprised the level. You see, in clubs. I've never been in club before, but I'm hearing so much horror stories. So much horror stories that comes out of Nigerian clubs where after clubbing they get bills of 29 million, 28 million just for one day of partying hard.
So you see that
with expensive drinks and all of those things like that. Yeah.
So you see that it is not that the money is not available.
Yes, now Shore has said it many times that see, our problem is not even more, how to we are so blessed. We are just so blessed. Money can come from every corner. Is it resources, normal natural resources, mineral resources, abi human resources? Abi many tourism is there. We have so many tourist centers. We have so many things that we can actually gain money from. So many, even taxes. If you have to even utilize taxes in the right way, even ordinary VAT, not even income tax now, just VAT. You have to do it very, very well. If you have to tax big corporations and not give tax waiver to an idiot like Dangote, where the Buhari government waived 12 trillion naira for Dangote.
Bro, as you just reminded me of this man. As you just remind me of this scandal.
Yeah.
I shout, bro. How can you give a Dangote a waiver of 12 trillion?
That kind of money, and they say they make you go use and build road where we say if you not spend 5 billion say for the road, if you not spend 5 billion for the road, say, and now cheap labor, say cheap labor.
My brother, if they spend 5 billion on the road in Dangote's village, if they spend 5 billion on the roads in Dangote's village, you go no say something has happened here.
Absolutely.
You go know say something has happened in this village. In fact, it might not even be a village after that.
Absolutely. 5 billion can basically shut down the economic activities in some villages.
Yes, no, I'm telling you.
It will rejuvenate that economy sharp.
It will become a tourist center.
Yes. But you have people being given 12 trillion, and they even invested in his refinery. They supported him heavily.
Of course.
Heavily.
So that's how they play with themselves. I invest in your business. You You take my brother, you give him a job, you allow my son to marry your daughter. You know, we keep moving the money around. Next time I run for politics, you invest in my politics. I win election, I give you contract again. You bring your friends, we give them contracts. Your friends too, we bring more money together to invest in us. We'll carry the Nigerian money and give to you to do business again, my brother. And then you are here. Nigerian people are here. We cannot afford food to eat. Cannot afford food to eat.
It is what it is. The level of oppression across Africa, it is a very strong worrying, is a continent of a particular concern. Yeah, Africa itself is APC, a continent of a particular concerned continent. Eh? Look at it now. Yesterday, now, you know, there was an election in Uganda. And of course, here you have, you know, Bobby Wine complaining about the huge rigging that took place in that very election. And of course, it will now be left for the Ugandan people to either internalize and, you know, agree and just move on with their lives, or perhaps stage a confrontation with the Ugandan devil himself, you know, that has been there in the helm of affairs since the early 80s. So this is one of the things that we have to address. And of course, it highlights the importance of, you know, the power dynamics and how the oppressed have to understand their power. Eh? They have to understand their power. One more quote from the Pedagogy of the Oppressed before I pass the mic to the African Wala. Big shout out to you. Thank you for coming once again. As always, thank you so much, the African Wala. It's nice. Our audience really appreciate your submission and addresses every single time. Those truly committed to liberation must reject the banking concept in its entirety, adopting instead the concept of women and women as conscious beings and consciousness, as consciousness intent upon the world. Any situation in which some men prevent others from engaging in the process of inquiry is one of violence. To alienate humans from their own decision making is to change them into objects. Any situation in which some men prevent others from engaging in the process of inquiry is one of violence. Like the one that happened in Uganda yesterday, the internet was basically shut down. The internet was shut down by Museveni, you know, blocking people from making any form of inquiry. And that alone, according to Pedagogy of the Oppressed, is violence in itself. And to alienate humans from their own decision making is to change them into objects. Election is a decision making process, and you have to respect the decision of the people. You trying to subvert the will of the people and to inject yourself and force yourself on them, it's a very huge crime against humanity. And of course, this is the height that oppressors can go to actually oppress the people. But why not the oppressed also use their own power, the power of numbers, the power of will, shared, common, united will, to actually solve a very huge problem affecting their life? So the ball is in the court of the Ugandans, just like the ball is in the court of Nigerians right now, to basically have a standoff against the oppressive system of things in their respective countries. So we stand in solidarity with the people of Uganda, and we anticipate what becomes or comes out of that, you know, that this particular situation, you know, in their country as we speak right now. Let's pass the mic to a great revolutionary speaker that we have always have the pleasure of having on our platform, the African Wahala. The African Wahala, are you there? Good day to you. How are you doing, sir?
Good day, my dear brother. Sorry, I'm not in a
Salute.
stable position. I'm just
No, we'll
gonna
manage. We'll manage. Now your voice.
thank
Now
you.
your voice we need. Now your voice we need.
Thank you so much, my dear brother. Thank you, my comrade. Shout out to comrade Adege. Adege, shout out to you, brother. Um, we stand in solidarity with the people of Uganda. Once again, they have been robbed. The results have not been fully announced yet, but as it stands, the NRM, that's Museveni's political party, which is a very detrimental association. They have twisted the numbers again. If we followed the campaigns, I mean, just following the campaigns alone, you could have told the majority of Ugandans are against the NRM. Because most of Ugandan people, 75% of them, were given birth to around the time that Museveni took over. And that was in 1986. So 75% of the population is 40 years and under. Now we're in 2026. So 40 years ago was when Yoweri Museveni took over in Uganda. 40 years later, 75% of the population is younger than 40 years old. So that tells a tale of a country. And there is no way majority of those people that were given birth to after Yoweri took over power would still be supporting him. Even if they are uneducated, even if they are unenlightened, even if they are victims of the weaponization of poverty, because our African politicians, not just in Nigeria, across board, they do the same thing. Their game plan is identical. They are predictable. These African politicians, the leaders from Uganda to Cameroon to Equatorial Guinea to, I'm talking about the countries with the longest the longest ruling dictators. Their game plans are easily predictable. Now, we in Nigeria, we technically don't fall in the same category in terms of being ruled by the same individual for the longest time, but we are still in the same category because the people that rule us, even though they change their faces, they are still the same. It's the same people that change their faces. That's why our lifestyle is not any different from the rest of our African family members. So Yoweri Museveni did it again. They shut down the internet just 2 or 3 days before the elections. Actually, 2 days before the elections. They put out a memo. They said they were going to shut down the internet. They ordered internet service providers, private businesses. As a private business and entrepreneur, you are in that country to run your business. And most of these companies are from like South Africa for the most part, or maybe Egypt. The government tells you that you have to shut down your internet service provision by 6 p.m., 2 days before the election, and they deploy thousands and thousands of soldiers and police to the streets to prevent people from fighting for their rights. And they are doing the same thing right now. Right now, we can't even get information out of Uganda because the internet is still shut down. They are going to announce a result, and Yoweri Museveni is going to be announced as the winner once again. But I expect us as African people, we need to start having contingency plans. For example, since we can already predict what is going to happen, we already know what is going to happen, then we need to have a contingency plan. So after they've rigged us out once again, what are we doing next? I believe the Ugandan people have contingency plans, and I hope they're going to be successful. We are rooting for you, Ugandans. We are standing in solidarity because a win for the Ugandan people to knock off the dictator, Museveni, is going to boost our morale, the rest of us across the continent. Wishing Uganda nothing but peace and blessings. So going back to the Nigerian side, we are in the same mess pretty much. in Nigeria. And I think right now in 2026 is the awakening of the African youth. As a matter of fact, this awakening has begun like in 2022, 2023. So the awakening process already started like 4 years ago, 3 years ago, but we are not yet in full implementation. We've seen skirmishes in Kenya, in Tanzania. We've seen youths protesting, trying to stand up against a wicked system that has kept us impoverished. And we are always standing in solidarity with them. In 2026, the Nigerian side, because Nigeria has a very strong effect on Africa, just by the sheer size of the population, the popularity, and the history behind Nigeria. Nigeria stands at a very important position as far as the continent of Africa is concerned. And we are completely messed up as Nigerians. Nigeria is completely messed up, and Nigerians are completely messed up. And I'm not saying this to make you feel offended. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to you. I'm just telling us the truth because we have refused as Nigerians. We have refused to stop doing the same thing over and over again. And we have to change. And no matter how inspirational I sound, no matter how much of a motivational speaker I sound like, I know majority are not going to pay attention to this message. I don't expect change. I'm being honest with myself. I don't expect change. But I also expect that a tiny fraction of those people that listen to the message will change. So even if it's just 2% of the people that listen to messages similar to this, that eventually change their ways, it's us still taking a step in the right direction. And what are these changes? We need to realize that our people worship, the way that we worship people, has to stop. It has to end. We have a lot of great things about our culture, but there are also many detrimental things about our culture. And we need to start identifying those things because they play a great influence in our life. And that materializes in how we deal with ourselves politically. For example, there is no excuse for us as people to continue worshiping these so-called pastors. They are human beings. Nobody says you shouldn't be a Christian, but the least you can do is stop worshiping a man. He is just a man reading the Bible to you, interpreting it in a way that is beneficial for him. You that you want to be a religious person, how about you strictly follow your God? Follow your God and stop following the pastor. That is going to really help you. Because once you submit yourself to your fellow human being and they have the ability to control you, they have won over your life and you have contributed to the mess that our society is. One of the main things that you can do as a religious person, whether you're a Christian or a Muslim, because those are the two most prominent Abrahamic religions in our society, you need to stop people worship. Stop worshiping your fellow human beings. They are human beings. They bleed red like you. They shit like you. Their shit stinks too. You need to stop worshiping these people. They are nobodies. Stop putting people on a pedestal where they cannot be criticized. There is nobody that cannot be criticized. Nobody is above criticism. Nobody is beneath praise. We need to stop worshiping people. And part of the reasons why we worship people, like I said, is our religious influences, especially the Abrahamic religions. And then our culture and traditions. We have a lot of culture and traditions spread across different African ethnic groups that requires us to submit our will to someone else. It doesn't make sense. This is 2026. We've been following these cultural practices, these religious belief systems, and it ended up putting us at the bottom of the barrel. We are the laughing stock of the world. People are laughing at us. It's such a shame that we are people that, as intelligent as we are, people genuinely believe that we have low IQ. People that are equally ignorant from different parts of the world, they look at us and they are saying, how come these black people, there is no black country that is good? How come there is no black country where it's just not a mess, where the people just can't come together and have a forward moving society? How come there is none in the world? How come? And to be fair, there are many countries that are slowly, I'm talking about black African countries or black African regions, maybe in the Caribbean islands, Barbados, Trinidad, St. Kitts and Nevis, Botswana, Namibia. There are many black countries around the world that are slowly taking steps forward towards progress, and they are doing well. Let's be honest with ourselves. But at the same time, the vast majority of black African countries are messed up, not just on the continent, but even overseas in the Caribbean islands, even in countries where the populations are not black. But whenever you have a black demography that dominates an area, it's usually the ghetto, it's usually the slum. Why are we this way? We need to change. Part of the reasons why we behave this way is our religious influences and our traditional disposition, culture and tradition. And we need to be aware as individuals whenever you catch yourself genuflecting unnecessarily. Listen, it might be a part of your traditional belief to behave a certain way to people. But when you realize that what you are doing is not productive for you and it's not productive for your society, it adds no value. All you're doing is worshiping your fellow human beings, then you need to consciously stop. We need to stop worshiping people. Period. Part of the ways how worshiping people affects us in our societies is you have people like Yoweri Museveni. He is an 81-year-old elder. We all know that this guy has contributed to the massive poverty and underdevelopment in Uganda. And we all know that he's a hypocrite. When the guy snatched power in 1986, he said the NRM, the National Resistance Movement, is to get into power so that we can stop African leaders that love holding on to power for so long, even though they have nothing to offer. Fast forward 40 years later, he's asking for 5 more years. Give me 5 more years. And sometimes I like the way these guys show their true colors. His son, Muhuzi, a so-called general. You know, people become generals by engaging in wars, by leading battalions to go fight wars or to protect the territorial integrity of their countries. In many of these, our corrupt African societies, you become a general by the virtue of who you know, by nepotism. Muhuzi became a general through nepotism, the son of Yoweri Museveni. Now, Muhuzi is being positioned to take over power from Yoweri Museveni after Yoweri has served for 45 years. Not even served. After Yoweri has ruined Uganda for 45 years, they plan to replace him with Muhuzi. And Muhuzi, unfortunately, which usually happens to a lot of these criminal tyrants, their children are usually uncouth. They lack manners. They are like blatantly nepotistic. They perform with impunity. That is the definition of Muhuzi. Muhuzi would come out, say reckless stuff like, we are going to kill you for being an opposition member. And the guy walks around free. He walks around feeling like he's a king, ruling over poor people. Funny thing is, once guys like Muhuzi, once they find themselves outside of their comfortable environment, they tuck their tails between their legs. An average guy like me, if I was in Uganda, if I were to criticize Muhuzi, he's going to deploy the police and the soldiers to brutalize me or possibly kill me. But if Muhuzi comes to my environment outside of Uganda, he becomes a pussy. And that is the same psychology that all these guys have. Their children Even they, the leaders, they are nobodies. But it's unfortunate that no matter how much I try to encourage people to have more courage when dealing with these guys, it's not really going to fly because people have been conditioned to be afraid. They have been put in extreme poverty, so much so that they feel hopeless and powerless, and they just genuinely feel like these useless charlatans are gods over them. But I'm here to tell you that these guys are nothing. Within their comfortable environment, one thing that we can do is to overwhelm them with our powers, with our numbers. They have the police, they have the soldiers. The police and the soldiers are also a part of us because they are also victims of the corrupt, poverty stricken societies that these criminal politicians have created. But the police and the soldiers, the fact that they have those guns, it makes them feel like they have a little bit of power and they also want to oppress the next person that is in their own category. So we, the oppressed, they give some of us guns and police uniforms, military uniforms, amongst us, the oppressed people. So those poor oppressed people like us that have been given uniforms, police uniforms, military uniforms, and guns and badges, they feel like they have a little bit of power over us. They are not up to the power level of the corrupt criminals that gave them the power, but they have some power over us because they have the firearms. So they use them as the barricade between us and them. The corrupt elites use our fellow oppressed members that have guns and badges as the barricade between us and the oppressors. What we're supposed to do is to continue organizing ourselves until we have a huge number and we can overwhelm them. Period. And the time is going to come, not just in Nigeria or Uganda, or talking about the entire sub-Saharan African region, where the people will realize the powers in their numbers, and we are going to overwhelm the corrupt elites, the oppressors. They are going to be overwhelmed at some point with our sheer numbers. The only way that we can achieve this is to continue organizing, continue talking about it, continue encouraging people, continue showing people an alternative approach. Stop going back to the same politicians because you love worshiping your fellow human beings. You have been indoctrinated, no matter how educated you are, no matter what level of PhDs or professorship degrees that you have been indoctrinated to worshiping your fellow human beings. You put human beings on a pedestal where they cannot be criticized. That's why you're following the same corrupt politicians that brought us to this mess. How do you now I'm talking about the obedience, and I know I'm just rambling. I'm going round and round, touching different topics. I apologize. I hope this message is touching at least one person. How do you organize yourselves in large numbers? You follow a politician. You claim that he is a saint. He hasn't been engaged in any corruption, so you trust him. You want to put your support behind him. And then that politician decides to collaborate, to form a tag team with the other politicians that you hate. Instead of you drawing a line and saying, no, I can't follow you to associate with these other criminals that have ruined my life, you said, oh, I'm going to follow you regardless. It's either you or nobody. That means you're a human being worshiper. You are no different from those guys that worship Redeemed Church pastors or Living Faith pastors. You're no different from the guys that are controlled by Oya Kilome and all these other pastorpreneurs. Apologies. So the bottom line is,
Yeah.
sorry about that silence.
No problem.
The bottom line is we need to do better. Period. The money that these guys have stolen in Nigeria, for example, since 1999 is over $600 billion. I'm talking about less than 50,000 people less than 50,000 people, in fact, let's even inflate the number, less than 500,000 people stole 500 billion naira, $600 billion, my bad. 500,000 people stole $600 billion between 1999 and 2026, mostly from revenue generated from oil exploration. Now, $600 billion is, I don't know what the value of the Nigerian GDP is or the Nigerian economy, but I bet you $600 billion will tremendously improve Nigeria. Now, the people that stole that money, many of them are now the people that the victims of Nigeria are supporting indirectly. Okay, we hate APC, we hate PDP. But APC and PDP members went and collaborated and formed ADC. And majority of the Nigerian youths are supporting that ADC. Now, those ADC members, they make up a huge fraction of those that stole the $600 billion. So when we look around our environment, we are a mess. We have nothing. No sanitation, poverty all over the place, no emergency medical services. There was a fire that was burning at the Great Nigeria Insurance Building. The fire started in December 24th, 2025, Christmas Eve. The fire burned until January 3rd, 2026. So the fire kept on burning for about 10 days. People were trapped in the building. The building collapsed on them. No rescue efforts. Few people were rescued. Even the firefighters, they almost got trapped in the collapsed buildings because everywhere is just chaotic. Everywhere is a mess. Yet you're supporting the individuals that stole $600 billion that could have been used to fund emergency services. 45 million people shit in the gutters every day because they have no access to a proper channel to defecate. Why? Because they weren't provided with the basic amenities to have access to toilets. Then we have cholera outbreaks once every 2 years or once in a year. Hundreds of people die. Some people get permanently disabled because people have stolen $600 billion. And that's just part of the amounts that we can identify. The money that they've stolen is definitely way more than 600 billion. Like the comrade said earlier, in some countries, if you steal just $500,000, it would affect their economy. You have one guy, Yahya Bello, only that individual, part of the money that he stole, $800,000, part of the money that he stole was used to pay the tuition fees of his children in a private school in Abuja for up to 7 years in advance. So we are in a mess and we need to keep on organizing until critical that are willing to go all out. Thank you so much. I have a call coming into my phone. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, African Wahala. Thank you so much. What a time to be alive, ladies and gentlemen, to actually listen to great revolutionary minds like the African Wahala. And of course, we have more speakers joining us. We have the pleasure of having, a great revolutionary join us into the studio here, Comrade Shion Ayilara. What a comrade. And we use this medium to shout out to all the comrades that are supporting and joining us to enlighten and basically, put torchlight on events that are happening that actually paints the picture well enough for the oppressed to learn a lesson or two
and of course it helps us moving forward. Yeah, you know. And according to Pedagogy of the Oppressed, revolution is born as a social entity within the oppressor society. Revolution is born as a social entity within the oppressor society. And at a certain point in their existence, the oppressed feel an irresistible attraction towards the oppressor and his way of life. Sharing this way of life becomes an overwhelming and overpowering aspiration. And of course, we are noticing all of these things among our people, that at a certain point in time in their existential experience, the oppressed feel an irresistible attraction towards their oppressor. And we see it play out. We see how they are defending Malami. We see how they are attached to, politicians like Atiku Abubakar and the rest of the bunch. They feel attracted. If you are to tune into the spaces across the timeline now, if they're not talking about Tinubu and how Tinubu 2027 is sacrosanct, they are talking about Atiku and Mr. Peter Obi, the irresistible attraction and, what the adulation of these characters is unfathomable. And of course, that is the reason why we are here, to actually paint, to actually show the Nigerian people that, well, there is no perfection of oppression in Nigeria. There are some of us who are resisting this current, paradise of oppression. And of course, among the bunch is the great revolutionary, Comrade Chinua Ilara, who has really, really been of great impact in my own life. And to the 61 people watching us now across all platforms, we are streaming on X, video streaming. We are also video streaming on YouTube. And of course, we are also video streaming on Civic Space NG, on Facebook. And of course, on Facebook also, we have, video streaming on the Movement Radio platform. So we are on 4 platforms of the mic to one of our very great revolutionary speakers to address us moving forward. The power dynamics, the oppressed and the oppressor. What's your take, Comrade Chinua Ilara?
Afternoon, comrades. Evening from comrades from here. It's evening already from this side of the world that I am from.
Salutations, boss.
This side of the world that the oppressors, the global oppressors, have called the shit hole country or the shit hole continent, even though that in itself is not true, because the shit hole country, talking about shit. Shit produce one of the most strongest gas, that money is inside, shit, physics. Permit me to, because they say that we should not say some of these things because they want to hide the brilliance behind shit,
Well, I have a comment about the Belowa kind of thing. I think the Igbe in Yoruba language it can be referred to 2 things. Igbe can be forest, and it can actually be the human droppings. And according to that particular saying, that Belowa, it's referring to forest, that there's huge economic turnout if you can actually extract from the products that comes out of the forest. I think that particular saying was actually highlighted in Shawori there. And I think, so that's one of the, so it's talking about the forest, not particularly the human dropping. And of course, people also say it in terms of those that are in charge or are in the business of extracting human waste. All of the people that you might call the suck away people, they will suck away the human waste that, okay, that is, whatever money that comes out of human waste, it does not smell at the end of the day after the day's job. So is a philosophical, that is connotation or quotations that is actually have different meaning. So Igbe in Yoruba language can also mean forest or bush or a vast land that is filled with vegetation. And of course, you can actually cut down the trees and sell them in form of timber. And there are also crops that you can sell in the forest that brings money, basically. So that's why they say, that is just the summary of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Liberation Chat, for educating us. Yes, you are very quite on point to say that that saying is similar to what they call idiomatic expression, that it might not connote or directly relate to the literal meaning. Yes, you are very right. But I'm also saying that in the world we live in today, whoever packs your shit makes money. The shit business is serious business. Whoever
Absolutely. Yeah.
the world, one of the problems facing the global world is how to manage waste. Haven't you heard about it? And that management of waste is a multi-billion-dollar business.
Absolutely.
So when they discourage us from not paying attention to waste, which is a byproduct of or which shit is a byproduct of waste, one person gave back to the other, right? One is a compound name for the other. Is that they are saying that we should not pay attention to where wealth lies. And who is deceiving who? Because this is where we must start, from power dynamics. And when we now take that to the figurative side of things, because it's also quite symbolic, that what is the waste in this case? Is the global south not the waste? Have we not been taught that we are the waste? That there is nothing good that could come out from here? And as such, we should admit our position in the scheme of things, in the grand scheme of things. So a global, so-called global power could call us and name us a shithole country. We will not lose it. We didn't lose our sleep. Why? Why didn't we lose our sleep? Because in the literal sense of it, we have also agreed and accepted that we are a shithole country. But what would that do? That shithole country is currently the largest producer of cobalt. That shithole country is currently the largest continent. It's largely the largest, one of the largest producer of crude. That shithole country is containing the most the highest level of plantation for diamonds, gold, and every other minerals. That shithole country currently have the manpower that the world needs today. Talking about a youthful generation. That shithole continent is the largest continent in the whole wide world with 54 countries. So the idea is for us to abandon self, because they could have related shit with us. They could have related, and that's power dynamics. Power dynamics simply means relate weakness with the oppressed. Relate everything vulnerable with them. Let them look at themselves and feel little and small while we extort them. That shithole continent has 60% to 70% of arable lands fit for farming. So the narratives about what is shit and not paying attention to what is shit, it supports the power dynamics of our oppressors. So I just wanted to start from there, so that when they say to us again that we are a shithole country, we should pay attention, because they are telling us something. Because our people
Seems
understand
as
that
though
I've said. That's one of the power dynamics of who names what and who labels what. Because if they, and I think is that power dynamic that even though the idea is that labeling in itself does not change the value until the side of the oppressed accept or admit to this. So that our consent will be required to validate this. These things with our consent, knowingly or unknowingly, that we are validating our consent of admitting that we are lesser, that we are powerless. And one of the things that Liberation Chats have done, Movement Radio, to show that we are not lesser, we are not new, is this platform really. So let me start from there to say that kudos to you, Liberation Chat, for creating an alternative, because X has been misbehaving. Yes, but we are not powerless. We should not believe in the narrative of our oppressors that we are bounded by their platforms or binded to what they have created as boundaries. We are not limited. The only admission to that would have to come from us. And our admission would mean consent in this case. And how do we resist that? It's to resist it. It's not to conform it. It's to resist it. So when they say in Common, in the word of Common, the artist called Common in Glory, the song that was covered in Selma, one of the movies that portray the emancipation movement of the Black Americans during the struggle, right? It says when they ask us to sit, we stand. When they ask us to kneel, we stand. We do the opposite of what our oppressors want us to do. They want us to use the excuse of the fact that, oh, they have created the country, which they did not create. They did not create the people in it. They name it. Yes, they name it. But we can change the name. We can even expand the country. In the words of Kwame Nkrumah, and this is where I'm going, that the oppressed, and this is pedagogy of the oppressed, that Africa must unite. That is Kwame Nkrumah. In Pedagogy of the Oppressed, he now says that one of the power dynamics that exist with the oppressors to the oppressed is that the oppressors obviously seek the division of the oppressed. That there will be power dynamics that favors the oppressors once the oppressed are not united. Once there is no unity. It is in the interest of the oppressors that the oppressed find reasons to further divide themselves. So when we continue the conversation of the fact that we can include it, Ghana and Nigeria can become a nation. In fact, when you check the tribes there is nothing different. Let's not use Ghana. We are going too far. Benin. Almost 60 to 70% of Beninians are Yoruba people. There's a part in Kenya or in the eastern region that a guy came out to say that when he sleeps in another country. The Hutus or the Hutus, between the Hutus and the Tutsis community, Rwanda and Kenya, I guess, that if he sleeps, if he lay his head is in the other country and his leg is in the other country. That is how borderless we were. So those who created the border wanted us to find satisfaction in division, and it's a dynamics that favor the oppressors, not us. So when we And there are campaigns. There are campaigns that we say, knowingly or unknowingly, that favors the power dynamics of the oppressors. The campaigns of is a Yoruba, that is the problem. Is an Hausa, that is the problem. Is the Igbo, that is the problem. Is the South South, that is the problem. You know, these campaigns further divides us. The power dynamics. See, let me see. And if you trickle this down, there are ways that even the so-called capitalists do this. I mean, the wannabe, they are not capitalists. Those wannabe business people, they want to be. When they get into the work, they created an agreement called MOU. MOU is simply saying your incapacity to share your thoughts and your opinions about the working environment with your peers. So one of the things they put there is that it's a crime for you to share how much you earn as a salary, you know, and they did this deliberately. So they discourage the conversation between the so-called staffs in order to divide them, because they know that once they start talking and somebody says that he is making 5,000 and the other person is collecting 50,000, the person who is collecting 5,000 will begin to react.
Straight.
What am I saying? And they do not want to allow to boss. So, see, people are really crazy. See, I've seen it trickle down to people who have domestic staffs. They call it domestic staffs. And they bring them to places like religious gatherings and requested that people should not talk amongst themselves. That's how crazy this is. Because they understand the power dynamics, even though the politicians too are using it on the idiot, stupid self. They think they have known a strategy, but they are using it on them. That the reason the idiot cannot organize with his neighbors anymore is because he has a better pass my neighbor gen. So as long as he's a better pass my neighbor gen, he's still working. He feels that the concern of having a stable electricity is not his concern, but he does not even know the damage that air pollution, that the noise pollution is doing to his eardrum. We become lousy people, not because we are born to be lousy, but because noise around us has changed our dynamics of communication. We do not even know the value of having that, solitude. That contributes to rest. That rest within, this is how you know that Africans have become really toxic to themselves. That people, toxic way, people that rest with noise. They call it, you know that there's toxicity. You don't even know. And that's why people are not measuring their sleep. Because we do not have sleep. I barely have 30% of my actual sleep. I'm in between 22 to 25%. Yesterday, because I have a sleep monitor, yesterday I was able to do 25% out of my total sleep. Total sleep is not that I slept for 8 hours. I only slept for 4 hours. And I only had 25%. 25% of 4 hours. Do you know what that is? That is why our lifespan is reducing. 25% is barely less than 45 minutes. Of sleep. How can a human being be having 45 minutes of sleep when there is a proven research that humans need about 8 hours sleep, between 6 to 8 hours of sleep. So they say that we do not have lifespan. How are we going to get it? It's not by you want to go and pray your lifespan away. No, do something to your noise pollution. But we cannot do something to our noise pollution because the tactics of the oppressors on us is to divide us. is to break us down into elements we can no longer recognize. If you tell the doctors that if you break any bacteria into its original element, into the division of element, that the bacteria cease to loses its control over the system. It's the same way if you play all these war games, that the moment you cut a battalion away, a troop away from where the war is, you have a chance of winning. To cut out battalion, you could simply just destroy the bridge. One of the things that during the Russia and the Ukraine war recently, one of the things they attacked was a bridge, because it disconnects the support that they could get. So it's part of war tactics to divide, to find a means of division. We must change the order. And that is why our ancestor Kwame Nkrumah said, Africa must unite. Africa must unite. Nigerians must unite. The oppressed must find unity. At least, if not for anything, in the perspective that they both experienced the similar struggle. Can you imagine? You were sharing a video earlier. I was on X, but X was misbehaving at some point before I could no longer join. But you were sharing a video earlier and I know the markets that are in Lagos, so I understand how dirty it could be. And it's not just in Lagos, everywhere. And then how can somebody spend such money to go and buy poison? Because I don't know wetin dey wrong our people. They think because they have that money and they spend that money without doing something to the environment in which they buy those things, by means in which the people also convey some of these products.
Look at grinding machines. Look at how dirty. In fact, I have so much phobia for grinding machine or grinding my pepper with this grinding machine that I have made it. I said, if this will go, if there's no light or we don't have yet to power our blender, we should not we should abstain from pepper, really, because if you look at how dirty the grinding machine, and in some cases the engine oil from the grinding machine go even enter it's that crazy. No, that kind of sweetness is not what
I'm just joking.
It's not the kind of sweetness that I need for my. No, it's because a normal in a sane society, that kind of grinding machine should not exist. Everybody should be able to. We are living in a modern world, where you should have your own blender that can blend stuff. But you have this kind of situation. People are still in this reality because they don't have blender. They can see. Just think about it for a moment. The majority of Nigerian people cannot afford to get a blender to blend stuff by themselves, or perhaps they don't even have light to use the blender. So they are forced to abstain to that reality of this dirty looking kind of blending machine, and it's on and of course, whatever the previous person that blended, for instance, now if they use the blender to blend like beans, for instance, now, and after the person with the blend beans don't go, you can't come blend pepper. The taste of beans will be in that pepper. What the reality that Nigerians have been forced to live with, and of course, need for us to really resist. And of course, just to highlight what you have been saying. So please proceed, sir.
They want to give you free flavor.
It's crazy.
They want to give you free flavor. So if you don't want the free flavor, that's on you. That's not on them. But imagine with such level of amount spent, only to spend it to buy poison. I don't know. I don't know if our people think that, and like SK will say, and some other person will say that these people have discovered. They have not discovered that they are closer to the people, to the oppressed, than they are to their oppressors. Look at the market that, and it's the same way. So let's even assume that You want to escape the public school and you send your children to private school. Who are the people teaching them? Have you bothered to check those schools and then check the teachers? You think the capitalist owner too does not want to make profit like you are doing and does not want to make profit in every way sense of it? But of course, there are people who understand what they are paying for. They are just paying for structures. But he could invest into structures because at the end of the day, he owns the structure, not the people. But have we not thought about it that if you if you send your children to a school where the average person who is teaching the person is living in an environment that is so awkward, what do you think the mindset will be? But the power dynamics here is that the oppressor's interest is to further divide us. And some of the realities that I've just presented, which is the market, the school system, the road that we apply, the state of our roads, and how people waste their lives at mechanic shops, on things that can be resolved. No. It's just madness. But the point here is that some of the things that we have believed are just construct. They are the machinations of our oppressors. They are not true. When we also believe that having the cash to buy expensive food that are supposed to be basic in an expensive manner is the reason for saying that we can alienate ourselves from our people, then what we are saying is that we are buying the lies. Remember where I started from.
Did you see this wheelbarrow now? According to the content, the person that dropped this content said this wheelbarrow now, everything here is $500,000 naira. Let's take a listen just for a moment.
Guys, can you guys guess that this wheelbarrow is already worth 520,000 and I wasn't done buying? I was just looking at the wheelbarrow and wondering, where did $500,000 go into this wheelbarrow? Like,
I hope you catch that. So please, just as that is to validate what you were saying along the lines of expensive commodities, essential commodities for that matter are extremely expensive, and they can imagine,
wow. And here we came to buy groundnut oil. 5 liters was 19.5. We bought
5 liters of groundnut oil is 19,500. Well, what are the oppressed going to do about this? All right, are they still going to fold out their hands, or perhaps basically have the illusion that, well, things will become better, or perhaps God will touch the hearts of their oppressors? Let's have this discussion. Commission, please proceed, sir.
Yeah, like I said, the concept will now be, because of the deception, there will be the concept that because she could afford it, because they can afford it, it means that they are not in the class of the oppressed. She is much oppressed. She is as oppressed as not even having the money to buy it, because at the end of the day, it's not enough. Then secondly, you cannot even guarantee the benefit of having the food. It is not fresh. And people don't know that it is as good as buying poison into your system. And look at it. There is no bag of, for comrades who are probably listening and not having a chance to see it, there is no bag of anything here in what she said she had bought. There is no bag of rice, no bag of beans, no bag of nothing. No bag of anything in any way, shape, or form. But our people cannot, and this is we've been here before, and this is where the power dynamics should have, historically, we should have gotten the message, because we've been here before.
We should have gone past this level. You should have gone past this level by now.
We've been here before. Our people were suffering when it was just 10,000 naira the worth of what she bought. Our people were already suffering. Okay, was that bag of rice?
No, that is not bag of rice. That is not bag of rice. So he put the things we he buy inside that akponi. It's not bag of rice. Bag of rice is 47 to 50K now. Yeah. And if you compare it with how much they met it when this evil apocalypse APC, a party of a particular concern that took over, they took over from PDP when it was around it peaked around 14,000 naira per bag, as far back as 2015. But now they want the oppressed to celebrate that it has now come down from 90,000 naira to 45,000 or 47,000. What a evil government. But please proceed.
Yeah, so it's like I'm saying that the concept.
If you observe it well, you see they use rope tie that bag. That day you gonna say no be bag of rice.
Yeah, it's not.
You go see now. They use rope tie am for so that is just a procedure.
Yeah, so our people would think because they can afford it, that means they are different from the person. In fact, if you have to put this in true context, it's the people who sow these things that are in better class, that are in higher class than the person who bought it. Because what he's saying is that, and like the comrade said, that 500,000, you only need to earn between 800,000 1 naira upward or 50 kobo upward to be taxed in this country. So 500,000 to have spent 500,000 on a shopping experience. That is, I do not think whether this would. I don't know the size of the family, but I don't know whether this will even last a month. It means that she has positioned herself to be taxed by this country in a way that she would not imagine.
The 500K is just the first batch. If you look at the caption, now 700K na him buy you. 500K is just the first market. This is not. It don't enter fish market like this now. Now fish market. Now part one. This is and if you observe, if you hear him, let's just play and listen to her.
Shrimps, I bought prawns, I bought lobsters. Supermarkets or Instagram is so pricey. So this is the best bet. I spent roughly 160,000 here. Man, you guys, these fishes are expensive. You will just touch one, you hear 25,000. But of course, you have to price. I bought 3 croaker fish for 25,000 naira.
Did you hear that? 3 croaker fish for 25,000 naira.
I bought shrimps, I bought prawns, I bought lobsters, and I got calamaris too. Everything was a good deal, better than buying on Instagram and around. I couldn't help but video this.
Yeah, he heard what
buying on Instagram.
He said it was better than buying it on Instagram because those one they take post that thing, you go PM. You have to go and get it yourself.
Fishes. Yeah. I got crabs worth 18,000. It was sold for 60,000, 10 for 6,000. And this is where I got the croaker from. She sold 3 big croaker fishes for me for 25,000. Each of them was 8.5 or so. This is where I got the tiger prawns from. They are so fresh. That's the thing about buying from this market.
Well, I believe this particular individual is just 1% of the 1% of the Nigerian people. If I must confess, yeah, because the amount we intake buy this whole thing now 700K is like the 10-month salary of a civil servant, and it's just like to the best of my knowledge, a 1 month grocery shopping, yeah. Comrade Ilara, please, processor.
Yeah, how did you know that's where I'm going? That's where I'm actually going. That you only need to earn 75,000 naira monthly, accumulating to an annual earnings of 900,000 to be taxed in this country. If one hear 900,000, you would think, oh, that's money. But just 75,000 naira monthly, and it's 75,000 naira even money to want to base one's livelihood, plus transport, plus feeding, plus other miscellaneous or logistics spendings. Then you will now do the bastard child and then the bastard son. It's not enough. So 75,000 naira, that's someone's salary that she has spent. But the question here is that she could no longer also deceive ourselves anymore. These are the people who come online and they claim that they are capitalists, but they know the blog. But this is not new. That it got to a point too. They think the idea of power dynamics is to hide information. The oppressors either hide information or misconstrue information, but it's not new. When this idea and the concept of shopping for on behalf of people started, majority of our people felt like it was a power thing. It was an invoked thing. They did not know that as at 1990s, people were already doing shopping at Daliko and Dalemo for people. If you are in Lagos, you will know this market I'm talking about. Daliko and Dalemo, that people will be paid to go and shop for the so-called big madams and big woman. So meaning the market she was patronizing before, something has happened, is Instagram. That is the remark. That's what the remark is telling us. But she has gotten to a point, and one bar, but she has gotten to a point where she can no longer patronize that market anymore. She now has to enter the market herself, but she's still going to market that are paid. This is not the so-called K2 market. The K2 market will not be this paid. So she will get to that point where she will now have to go to her plug, to the plug of these people, and go inside market and get herself dirty. In order for our people to now fit, because the deception is that we think we are different from vast majority of our people, and we are not. In order to still hide the idea of touchness, they started buying the rain suit or the rain shoe. They now started using it to this market, the K2 Ojota market, to Daleko market, Dalemo market, because it was not paved. I'm talking in the 90s. So it will get to a point, she will not even have the luxury of, she will still have the luxury of taking picture. It will not get to, she will not be able to. The Chinese market are increasing millionaires day by day. The Nigerian market is producing penury day by day. It's just a matter of time. And that matter of time, she's already saying it. She said at home that our chef will now see when. She said our chef will now see when. She still has chef. The best time
she get chef now.
She get chef. She said she go tell her chef make her chef manage am
to make sure that he manages this thing well. Or
Don't worry.
You guys, I wasn't even smiling anymore. You can see me here like it was not funny buying that small thing 25k. Look at our 25k Ogbono. I literally had to beg my chef when I came back to make sure that he manages this thing well, or else I will not find it funny. And here
she said she no go find her funny with chef. As if na chef na it doesn't make you buy something expensive. They always have a way of transferring the aggression to the poor man. Poor man pikin na the poor man pikin na him enter wahala for this Nigeria, serious. And that is the reason why the poor must really resist. They must really resist by force, by fire. Otherwise, the rich will exterminate. They are very ruthless. And of course, the chef will not even know that she go dey give attitude to the chef now. Chef no go know say na the amount wey him buy something for market, na him make she dey give am attitude like that. As if na the chef na him cause economic inflation wey dey happen. And of course, she will even use that one say I no go increase the salary. Cost of something in market don't expensive. Yeah. And if the chef is saying, madam, I beg, this 60K you are giving me is not enough. I'm a family man. She go say, I cannot afford it. If you cannot do it, go away. There are many people that can take over from you. Many people are even waiting to get that money, that payment, this work, this job that you are doing. I can do it on my own. How poor men how poor people will be at the receiving end of economic frustration, and of course middle class people like this that should be able to hold in all of these contents now where she do. I know see her mention government, say this is a terrible, transferring the anger on the government. She's transferring the anger on the chef. That is quite interesting information. Please proceed. Yeah, on the poor man. Very, very bad.
Exactly. My people will say, meaning it is the thing we can handle that we hold. So, and this is speaking to the misery or the state of the misery of this so-called elite, because these are not elite. Elite actually pick the strongest battle. So, for instance, and I think you read a quote as regards this earlier, that you can understand the power dynamics or how powerful a nation is by the country they are going into a war with. So, for instance, there will never be, with the stooges of imperialists like T-Pain, Nigeria will never go to war with America, or America will never go to war with us. You see what is happening with power dynamics? They enter Nigeria, bomb Nigeria. The Nigerian government acted mute because they are stupid. They didn't say anything. If I hear firm, when you meet a child, they say, if I hear firm. So they told me, if I hear firm, but the government, the idiot called Donald Trump, came out and told, because he wants to see, this is not two fighting. You need to understand the power dynamics. That when he attacks Nigeria, it's different from when he attacks, he cannot even try that with Russia, with Putin. We need to understand that when there are people, there are nations that they say they go into peaceful agreement. So they get into the war, they fight, and they say they come into peace agreement. You can't come into peace agreement until the two have shown themselves that they have what it takes to cause destruction. That until the anti-drone Israel missile were working, they didn't have any reason to negotiate with their victims. But the moment there was the anti-drone stuff failed, Israel went into negotiation. Is to tell you that now at this point you are proving that you have violence. You can display violence at the equal measure. So let's negotiate with you. But in the case of Nigeria, they were even acting as if they know, which they do not know. Because Donald Trump, the idiotic Trump, cannot be informing the Nigerian government. So he had to come to tell us that, see, I just bombed them now. I bombed them. And then we will do it again if we have to. And nothing happened. Because the power dynamics here is that it is no longer fighting, it's beating. That's why you can come out and say that I'm beating them. We are not fighting. There are people that you cannot go into. If they say, this person and this person is fighting, the other person that usually will be seen as a powerful nation his level will be degraded. He will have street credibility will draw smaller, because you'll be wondering, like, if this person is this powerful, how come it's getting into a fight with this smaller person? That means it's not as powerful as I thought. That's what it means. So you can pick the level of the fighters by the person they have gone into war with. In UFC, in boxing is there. That's why they have weights, categories, that you cannot see Ngannou going to fight the weight of what's this Nigerian guy? The Nigerian guy, Israel Adesanya, because they are fighting different weights. The moment it comes to fight that weight, it shows that it's not as deadly, as strong, as powerful as people assume him to be. So he's fighting heavyweight. He's fighting heavyweight. That's his category. Based on his size, that is the category he should be fighting. So, but see, the so-called elite, the so-called elite is on. They cannot pick fights with a category higher than them. They born them. They born their papa to pick a fight against the government. No! And this is the miserable in it, that some of us now rate them. Me, I don't rate them. But this is the power dynamics that I'm pointing out, because this is scientific. But they would have to find, this is how miserable you will know that they are. They would have to find a lighter weight to get into battle with, to show their proof of power, of intelligence. That is the only time that their intelligence and intellect can come to play. And as those ones, you don't rate them. They are miserable. They are useless set of people. These are not, and it shows in elements, not just in people. It shows in things the Nigerians take serious. African people take serious. They take football serious. One idiot called a comedian, he dress camera, dress in suit, come to address football in a nation that can barely afford food, in a nation where 2,000 people are dying daily. He came, and there are news media, useless news media, that covered it. The idiot dress, he was at home, he dressed, he went to bath, have his bath, but we call it bath in this side of the world. He went to bath. He wear shirt, he wear trouser, he wear complete suit. No be 3-piece suit anyway, but he wear complete suit, wear tie. Come dey address football. That is how useless these guys are. If you take them serious at your own peril, if you take those people serious,
sorry to cut you off. So sorry to cut you off. I wanted to say that's why people like me, when Nigeria beats Algeria and people were celebrating, I'm like, why are you celebrating when people are in the bush that they've kidnapped? Children are in the bush, they've kidnapped, and you're celebrating Nigeria beating Algeria. Continue, my brother. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. So these people they are not picking heavyweight fight, but they want to claim heavyweight. You see this idiot? They are not picking heavyweight fights, but they claim they want to be heavyweight. They want to be capitalists, but have no companies, no business. They are not creating jobs. They are not contributing into solving the economical situation of Nigeria and of African people. They want to be just by extorting the people, as if a madman cannot even extort. You think a madman cannot extort? You think if a madman sees his food in your arm's length, he's not going to, and he's hungry, he's not going to struggle to get the food from you? These people still want to tell us, after extorting us, want to tell us that they are better than us. These people are not better because they are not picking heavyweight fight. They are useless. They are bunch of useless set of people. I don't take them serious. I don't rate them. And we should not be rating them. We should not. But of course, uselessness now mentor people. So we want to be as useless as them. That's why some of us rate them also. Because what is the uselessness? We want to get into the largesse without responsibility. We want to claim that we are elite, so-called socialists, so-called elite without responsibility. Agbatiwa kafiri ọmọdé jẹ lọ́kọ wa. Agbatiwa ń tó. Meaning our own adulthood is to exploit childhood, is to exploit children. But that this other side of adulthood that builds, that creates order is not in us. So you see aged people, useless aged people up and down that have come into money, use their money to build institutions. Olosho they look for. Their children age mate, now then they look for. Idiot, stupid idiot. Now Olosho they look for. Create institutions. No, the way they want to lack. Wants to knock himself out of existence. They have created now only small. They will still come tell us that they have created a field, a niche, Olojo niche in this country. These are not the so-called elite. These are not picking fights. I am more elite than all of them put together. Elite than the so-called billionaires that you call in this country. Comrade Liberation Chat is so much of an elite than all the idiot called billionaires in this country put together. You are picking heavyweight fights based on your fight, based on the person you are at war with. You are fighting systemic war. That is heavyweight fight. That is what the oppressed have not been taught to do. And that is why the idea that they could divide themselves further makes sense to them. Because the idea is not to pick heavyweight fight. They know what is wrong. They know that to fix what is wrong, we would have to unite. But who gives a fuck if I'm not interested in picking heavyweight fights? If it's just for the idiotic Adeboye is a useless idiot. Useless idiot. You see, this is my face. It's my face very, very well. That idiot Adeboye is a useless idiot. He's a mother.
Yeah, he does the latest post of Adeboye. He said, my father colonized me. Go and check. I'm not making it up. Go and check the official account of Pastor Adeboye on X. He said, my father colonized me. That is how he said. That's how he said. I'm not making it up. It's not AI.
He has said worse. He doesn't need to say that. I said in 2025 he gathered animals. Sorry, humans. He gathered humans because these are not even fit for animals. Animals don't do that prayer. Have you seen animal pray for daily needs before? Have you seen an ant calling themselves together to pray for daily needs? So we are not even fit to be called animals. He gathered idiots, set of idiots. He gathered them together in this early 2025, and he told them that their neighbors shall be coming to beg them for food. These are the elite. These are idiots that they respect. These are the ones they call powerful. I don't rate them. These are the ones Nigerians fear. People who cannot pick a war or a fight equal to their status. These are motherfuckers. These are complete motherfuckers. Because it's even if you tell them that you cannot help them, the neighbors are coming to beg them for food. Some idiots pray this prayer. Idiots too were saying amen. Because you must be idiot. If you go and follow a madman, you are a madman also. To discard that you are no longer a madman. I've been in the camp before, but I realized that even in your Bible, did it not say that if a blind man, if you follow the leading of a blind man, all of you will end in a pit? Are we not in a pit as a nation? So if you do not want to end or continue the journey of pit's destination, aren't you going to look for another route and excuse the mad people from continuing to be mad? I have to excuse myself from the madness, because that's not saying that in a country we cannot build a nation. Oh, is it a rocket science to build this nation? Is it? Is it a rocket science to build this nation? It's not. We cannot build a nation. The so-called power dynamics within our space is to oppress one another, is to show how the idiotic God that you serve is favorable and biased to you at individual level, that even that God is so powerless that cannot pick a systemic problem. See, the power dynamics is crazy, but it's for the oppressed, because the oppressors don't use it. The oppressors don't use it the same way we do. So so that's my angle of power dynamics, that power dynamics can be analyzed from what the person is speaking as war. As a young child, teenager growing up in this country, I picked up a war and say that at least a nation, someone said, give me Scotland or I die. I picked up a war, give me Nigeria or I die. I picked up a war, fit enough for me, because human beings are supposed to be responsible for taking over the world, because people are controlling the world. Humans are controlling the world. What do you think dollar bill is? It's controlling the world. People are waking up as animals, or as animals are better. Animals are better because animals don't live like we are living. People are waking up daily as AIs, prompted. Oh yeah, G4am. Wake up by 4 a.m. Yes, I'm awake. Go out by 5 a.m. Yes, I'm done. Stay in traffic for 2 hours or 4 hours. Yes, I am in it. Sleep at your desk for 5 hours. Yes, I have slept. Then come back by 6 p.m. Yes, I am on my way. Then spend another 4 hours of your life in the traffic and get home by 10 or 11. Yes, I'm back. We have sleep for 3 hours. The cycle again repeats. That's AI. That's AI prompted. Someone asked me, he said, Sheil, do you think AI is going to replace humans? I said, on a normal day, because humans are supposed to be humans are supposed to be social beings, one of the most intelligent of the class of animals. And biologically we do. Because if ants are so sophisticated the way they do, with that capacity of what is called brain in quotes, and they could process data, work with data. Ants could process data based on season, because we think we are doing anything fantastic with our lives by just marking calendars. Ants are doing so. So ants knows when to hustle and not when to hustle. Because if an ant trying to hustle, if the collection of ants try to hustle during the wet season, they are at risk. So they are collecting data. Some of us think because we have calendar, we are doing anything meaningful with our lives. And that's another power dynamics. The power dynamics of the fact that the oppressed must find one day out of 365 days to feel miserably special. Miserably special. Talking about birthdays. See, we will still talk miserably special. The idea that one day is enough for them, for the oppressed to feel miserably special, to feel special in the miserable. That's what I mean by miserably special. And they will come and quote it and say, but the religious, they teach us how to number the days. What is teaching the ant how to number the days? So much sophistication in the way they operate and deliberate art in the way they operated. But that's not where I'm going. But I'm saying that there is no known brain to be present in an ant. There is no, according to what we call brain, it's not there, it's not present. So with the fact that we have brain, meaning we can, if ants can process data, it means that we can also process more data and at a faster pace. Because you increase system size or system functionality, talking about system in literal sense, to do things at a faster speed or to do things in larger numbers. Is either to do one thing in a faster mode or to do the same thing at a larger number, to process more information at a larger size scale. So it means that African humans are supposed to process data at a larger scale if you have better brain, but the reverse is the case. Like I said, it's AI. So if we have to look at ourselves originally as humans, we are supposed to process data better. But is that the result of what we are seeing here now? Are we processing data better? What is the qualities and functionalities of an average African or Nigerian that proves that he processes data better than ants? Nothing. Show me one thing. Nothing. Rather, the idiot have been trained, prepped to think that he needs favor. Really? We need favor. Favor is not pie. What is the power? We need favor. The favor that the ants do not believe that he needs.
Extraordinary favor.
What if I need one back by? What if Baby working? What if better? How many idiot set of groups of people? These people are idiots here. Because the power dynamics here is that if Tinubu, T-Pain, as useless as he is, if he is not in those meetings, then that's not where favor works.
Absolutely.
If it's not there, that's not where that's because you have to know, you have to study what the so-called people you call elite, what they are going into. If they are fighting the same people you are fighting, then it means that they are not powerful. That is why T-Pain is not powerful. Did you hear FM when America attacked Nigeria? Did you hear FM from T-Pain? But when he was sent by his master to go and attack the Niger, did you not hear FM? When he was sent to go and attack the Beninians, did he not speak? Exactly. Because they are miserable and they have been told, the oppressed have been told to always pick a war against ourselves. It is what Africans shall now call. He said that when these idiots called yes, they can scam you. This country, this system should scam you. It can scam you, but it should not scam you twice. That once beaten twice shy. The idiotic IGP at a point will come and say, no matter Tafa Balogun, no matter what you do, please stay safe. Please don't try this at home. Crime fighter. Now African shall now come singer say, didn't you see the power dynamics in crime fighter? that poor man wey steal. Na them we dey see their face for crime fighter.
Crime
Crime
fighter.
fighter.
Rich man with thief money, we go no see him face for crime fighter.
You know the job
Petrol is
of crime
something my people.
fighter. Something is wrong. You see,
Then they see rich
by
man base for crime fight. Even the EFCC self. Now only Yahoo boys
exactly.
they
Na useless
parade
idiots.
Yahoo boys. Never show us the mock shot of Abubakar Malami now.
No, the idiot said
Then
that
the poor man,
he
now
will even
that
resign if
rich
he
man,
fails
he go
to.
come dey worship.
The idiot said he is going to resign if he failed to
Prosecute
arrest
Yahya
Yahya
Bello.
Bello.
And he's a
There
pastor.
is no.
A pastor will not even respect his own word. Pastor wey dey lie. APC pastor. A pastor of a pathetic concerned pastor.
Redeem inside gutter. What do you expect
Pastor
when the said man is a combination of pathetic environment? And this is very important because it speaks to this topic that your power dynamic, and is it not in the Bible that it says, "Do not fear the one who can kill the body." You see, do not fear the person that can only pick the war with your body, with a lesser heavy weight. But it says to them, fear the person, even though na still fear he wants to propagate, which I will debunk why you should not even be afraid. Because nobody can kill your soul. Nobody, no motherfucker God has been able to kill the soul of Baba Fela Anikulapo Kuti. No motherfucker soul will kill the soul of Patrick Emery Lumumba. There is nobody, as long as this earth exists and there is things to document things, these souls will never die. So that idea, but the souls of the idiots like them, like the Ojelus of this world, is dying. Where is the guy they call MKO? It's almost fizzling out, if not fizzle out already. When did he die? When did he die that it's fizzling out?
People don't even dey rubbish his name every day now.
He rubbish his own name. ITT, that's the legacy he had. And somebody will say, oh, make I have children so that I can keep my legacy. He can't have children more than him. His legacy is not standing. So it's not by having children. Do the work. If you do the work of building your nation, the work that Patrice Emery Lumumba did, that forces the Belgian government to insist that they want its head on the plate. The lies of Leopold. In fact, they knew that they wanted to kill his soul. You see, because they could pick the fight. They made an attempt to kill his soul. That's why they did not give him a burial ground. They dissolved him in an acid. Just to ensure that they want to erase him. What was his crime? His crime is that Africa must work for Africa. He picked a war equal to his size. Now, better president be that. We know president too. We know Fidie. You know what they call Fidie? Gbogbo ìjókòó ẹni tàbí gbé ìyàwó di tí ó lè gba díẹ̀. Person wey give power wey no fit act on the responsibility that the power requires. We know them. The likes of Obasanjo, we know them. Buhari, àfi wọ́n jó ìyàwó di wọn lè gba díẹ̀. This Stephen is already doing it. He continue from where his brother stopped. Shege, Bansa,
Bokwari.
We know the ones who pick the war equal to their size. And those names will never die. Not even the idiotic Abrahamic God. Can you hear me now?
Yes. We lost you for like 2 seconds, but you're back now.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Nothing will come in contact of the soul. Nothing can stop it. As long as there are still things, I'm not talking of humans now, things, elements, living, and every element in African system is living. So don't rate yourself. Don't think it's your God that says stone will come and if the man fails to raise him, stone will come and he copied us. Every element is regarded as a living organism, respected because they contribute to the existence and the furtherance of the existence of the earth. Is energy. When you go into the study of the world, looking at forces from the energy angle, that's when you understand that everything is energy. So when people don't pick wars, fight equal to their size, it shows that that's not the original size. What if you know, they have expanded the balloon. That's not the original size. So the gapa. Can you imagine that there was a Buga song? The president of a nation was singing Buga song. And I was asking myself, who was he singing it for? The same people that he was meant to come and uplift. They were singing Buga song for them. And you wanted to rate that person. No, you wanted to rate him. Even if I want to rate him, it's our ignorance of the oppressed that is making us rate this idiot. Even if I want to rate him, that part of my knowledge in me, it's just like what the egg. Nations are taking, the leaders of nations are taking responsibility for uplifting the people from their socio-economical reality. But this one is coming to sing Bugawa to oppress them. That's when you know that something is wrong mentally. These people are not sane. They are not normal. They are not normal. You claim you are serving a powerful God, but your prayer point is still about enemies. And who are your enemies? The same people who live in the same environment like you, who share the same economical, social, political realities like you. That something must be insane with you and that God. Something must be, something is not proper, something is not normal. Because you know, that age, you know, when the means for that not grind.
I'm telling you.
You know, it's not normal. Pick a war equal to your size. Pick a war equal to your size. And guess what? The oppressed have been trained, perpetually trained, to look at themselves as the problem. So usually they pick a war that is against the self. It is what our ancestor Amos Wilson called the psychology of self-hatred and self-defeat towards the reclamation of African mind. In his book, in that book, he detailed why self-hatred has become a theme for the oppressed. Why self-hatred has become a theme for the oppressed. You see this idiot? That toy is the way they did.
I beg, enter.
No, see, We must be oppressed mentally. What do I mean by oppressed?
I
We
saw
must
one
have
comment
the
about
same
it.
mind
I
of
see one
this
comment
little
about it.
mind to
If
think
you
that
let
the
me like,
whole essence of having money is to buy toys. Because
I'm
these are
telling you,
toys. But
I'm
it's
telling
not.
you. I see one comment
This
about
mother,
it. Let me
no,
lie,
you
yeah.
could tell that.
Ojo,
No,
they
you
call
could tell
him
that this guy is an idiot.
Ojo Lorari.
No, eléyìí kọjá ọmọ ojú ò lọ ráyé. Eléyìí ò grow up. He didn't grow up. He didn't have a childhood experience. It's not eléyìí ò mọ nǹkan tó ń pè lọ́lá because he stayed in his mind. He's still a child. And this is what I'm
He's a
saying.
poor man that has small money. That's what he is.
He does not have. That's what I'm saying. That is, you do not have to have money, and this is the point I'm talking about. There is something that, because there is something that the Bible usually would say, that some persons were told to take over a land, and they got to the shores of the land, and in their own word, they came back with feedback, and they said there were giants there, which was true. That's a fact. The people they saw were giants. But they made a remark that you would know that something is wrong mentally with them. They said we were like grasshoppers in their sight. That is abnormal. They never conducted an interview. They didn't ask those people how they perceive them. That was their conclusion of self. That is internalizing the limitations of self. That is madness. And this is why I cannot rate these people. Because if they had done an interview, that would have been understandable. But they did not. They were at the shores of the land. They did not do interview. They did not carry out an interview. They assumed that in their sight too, they are grasshoppers. This idiot is a child. If you go and ask him, you just pay attention to him, you will know that he's a child. He's a child. And to be a child is not bad. But to never grow is what is bad. And to now have the body of a child, to have a body of an adult, but still be a child, that is madness. Because it has nothing to do with cash. Because men will not spend time the way this idiot will spend time. Men will not spend time. It's not just about money. If you read the book of Pashino Achebe, sorry, I'll pause here. If you read the book of Pashino Achebe in A Man of the People, men realize the responsibility to discuss conversations around building their societies. It was their job to build the society, just like it is the job of the lions to defend the autonomy of the environment. They don't leave it to the corpse. To be a lion and still not take responsibility of that means that something is wrong. The person didn't grow up. So it has nothing to do with whether you have a jaw, whether you have a big jaw, whether you have a big nail. No, it has nothing to do with that. You must take responsibility. You must show up. So men will show up at town square to have conversations towards the development of the communities. That is what men do. It has nothing to do with whether you have the necessary resources, external resources. It has nothing to do with that. That is minor. The time resources alone indicate something. This guy is going to be playing with toy. I could tell that his conversation in 24 hours is a childhood conversation. That's why I don't take this idiot serious. These are just, so if you give more resources, just expose. So if this idiot do not have the resources to buy car, you think he will not buy the things that still suggest that he's a child? He's going to buy it. More resources just exposes him, but not necessarily defined him. And this is where you will know that the so-called elites within our environment are just like the oppressed mentally. Nothing different, nothing changed. I say I am not impressed by these idiots. And this is where we must start from. Not be impressed by them, because these guys do not have money. So make I pause there. Make I take water. I go.
Comrade,
I see the here.
Comrade, I get questions for you. I have very, very important questions for you. And thank you so much, Liberation Chat, for sharing these videos. This is actually a very good concept, because we can react to some of the real life realities of our society. And it also gives us the opportunity to conduct an analysis of the psychology of our people. So a guy like Dino Melaye now, for example, and this is a question for Comrade Shion. A guy like Dino Melaye, because you, Comrade Shion, you are operating from a higher level of consciousness. You clearly have no respect for him. Just like me, when I see a guy like Dino Melaye, I pray to God, God, please bless me. Let me see a guy like Dino Melaye abroad, because I don't live in Nigeria. Let me see a guy like Dino Melaye abroad. I know I can't see someone like that in Nigeria because he's going to have like 50 security around here. But if I see him abroad, he's going to be by himself. And that will be a glorious moment for someone like me, because I'm going to pull out my camera. I'm going to put the camera in his face, and I'm going to ask him tough questions. And I pray to God that he snatches my phone or pushes me, or you do one of those crazy stuff that you do in Nigeria. I hope to God that that's what he does, or someone like him. I hope that's what they do when they encounter someone like me abroad. So with that said, how do you think an average Nigerian that is still trapped in a mentality where they look up to this guy, they see the guy driving a convertible, they wish they were him, they are looking up to him, they pray their children can become him. That's why oftentimes when their children grow up and their children are into illegal stuff that brings money, they don't care, because their aspiration is to become like their oppressors. What do you think can be done to the average psyche of an average Nigerian to ensure that they stop worshiping these useless guys that clearly are children in adult bodies? What do you think can be done?
It's so for them to desire to grow, because once you grow, it was Paul who said that when I was a child, I behaved like a child, I acted on the intellect of a child, but that when he became an adult, he gave away childish things. So the reason some of these things still appeal to the people, vast majority of our people, because is because they are still also trapped within the same thing that trapped these idiots. They are trapped. So the baseline of that is for them to begin to grow, to challenge self. And one of the ways to grow, one of the things I practice, one of the things I use 365 days for is to never demand the same thing I demanded of myself a year ago. And I'll give you an instance that when I got to a certain age of my life, what many people would call the first half of my life, I knew that I cannot live the second half of my life. By the way, if you are 40, if you are 52, you have lived your entire existence. The average human life in Africa or Nigeria now is 52 years, in case you don't know. So you better be able to, any other ages after that is extra, is jara, you do not deserve it. That's what they are saying. But I've lived the first half of my life, even lived almost half of the second half of my life based on the life expectancy now. And I ask myself, Shehu, will it be proper and normal to live for the same thing you have lived for in the first half of my life? And the answer was no. And it has nothing to do with whether I was able to attain the things I wanted to attain in the first half of my life. It has nothing to do so that a child, whether a child loves the milk experience, the breastfeeding experience, or not, whether he thinks or he feels that he could have gotten more than he got to, maybe he should have gotten more liters of breastfeed, and he feel like at 20 years old, let me go and get more breastfeed, and you will see what are the things that people are discussing. Breast. How can adult be discussing breast? You know that something is wrong. Problem to us here, they are discussing breast. You had breast for 9 months of your life or 6 months of your life. How come that is not enough? How come still as an adult people are still discussing breast? So people need to grow up, and the way people should grow up is that they should not live the same way they lived a year ago. Is to place that demand on themselves and say, I will not use my time chasing the same things I have chased for a year ago. Some have chased it for decades. Some are still in the same struggle that their parents died in. My people will say that Irometa Otoshi, that 3 generations do not end in the same manner and in the same way that the previous had ended, that the 3rd generation doesn't end the same manner that the previous generation has ended. Meaning, someone must change that path, and it must be a conscious path. So if learning would help change that path, then go on it. Read a book. When was the last time you read a book? When was the last time? But the conversations that I paid attention to 5 years ago, 10 years ago, is not the same conversation I am willing to pay attention to now. I do not want to waste away. I do not want to be children like Dinos, the idiot that never grow, and he would obviously die with that same way. That is why an 80-year-old man is still afraid of death. Think about it again. 80-year-old man still afraid of death. The idiotic Obasanjo is still going everywhere, carrying power bank, everywhere, shaming himself and generation, everywhere. They do not want to die. That explains why they go everywhere, travel everywhere, and scatter, because they are child. Dying is also part of that cycle. If you hate it, if you are still afraid of that death, it's because you don't know the knowledge behind it. So seek knowledge around the things behind it. It is when you seek that knowledge that you see the idiots, like a child, and you realize that it's just a child. When your mates, not even your mates, when people are making cars, can you imagine that the idiot could be brand behind the car, but he shows the latter to be buying toys? When people are not even showcasing the cars they drive anymore because they want to have the brand behind the cars. When people are even doing customized made cars. When an average person is thinking of building cars. Have you not seen some Nigerian automobile engineers building cars, rebranding cars, reshaping cars? I rate those more than the idiots. Because to make money in an oppressive system does not mean that you have to give more merits. No. And you were saying it earlier. It is a function of who you know. And now why children don't want to grow? Because the fear of dying economically. Because if they talk, you see, this elite, they know what they are doing. They are not afraid. No, they are afraid. They are afraid. They are afraid. And a child is also going to still be afraid because they know the people who feed them, the people who feed their husband, the people who feed their fathers. They know they don't want to offend them because offending them means that you will not get access to the largesse anymore. That's what offending them means. They know the people who feed them. So, but beyond eating, beyond the physiological needs of men, is there something more? Yes. When will you start living for that something more? So the oppressed must get to the point where they challenge themselves to say, how did I live last year? I paid attention to the idiotic Adeboye Olede posts. This year, I'm not going to pay attention to them because nothing have changed since the 5 years you have been chasing after them. There is more chances that nothing will change. About 99.9% of chances that nothing will change. But me, I can tell you that there's 100% chances that nothing will change. But a child, do you know how people trick a child? That they can tell a child a lie over and over again and the child will believe, even though it's the vulnerability of the child they are exploiting. It's the sincerity of the child they are exploiting. But they could tell a child the lie over again. It's the same thing. It's the same way the men of dogs are saying the same lie, telling the same lie year in, year out to them without even repackaging. They are even tired of repackaging. They do not even repackage. Before they will tell them that they will tell them that this year is now they have run out of every year of year. When last did this year?
Comrade Sean, thank you so much for what you've said. So far, so good. You've had a very, very long, session to really address us today, and we appreciate it. But let's take a listen to Dolai Dowu from X. Dolai Dowu from X has a thing or two to tell us, and of course, he has been waiting for quite a great deal of time. And you know Dolai Dowu now. Please, let's listen to what he has for us.
It's good to hear from you.
I think so. You talk all the time, but I don't maybe.
Nah, Shema Ilara, they talk. Yeah, Shema Ilara.
Ilara, it's what you say. Ilara, they talk. For no request at all. But so is it multi sort of platform now? So
yes. In fact, we are on Facebook, we are on YouTube, and of course on X. We have a video. If you take a look at your feeds, or maybe perhaps you follow the Movement Radio on X, you'll be able to see us live in video format. Yeah. So on X, we are live streaming on video right now on X on the Movement Radio. Yeah.
I'm a very simple. I thought it was you that was saying that because some good time, right? Me, I religiously follow your space or your when you go out and interview people and engage with people and say, okay, what do you think about the way going forward? I know it's not I think. I know Sheila is that kind of person to say, okay, you know what? Me, I know they do all this civic space, so in reality we say, they pay you for body. And this is what he's saying now. Legitimate question. Legitimate question. I've got that stink. For me, I get that stink. But some people express it more than some other people. Me personally, I've been sure I'm a fan. Yeah. I'm not even being body with him. But I'm being a fan. Because the reality is, if you know the same thing than the usual I see, and when so today, when you first started the Space Civic, right? I in the middle of a lot of work, nothing once and all that. I look at something, make jungle mature. And in between, when I go to other spaces, I could just put them as just listening. kind of thing. These people are genuinely debating about ADC this, APC that. We are going to do a bit or nothing. It's either article comes or we shut down Nigeria. And for me, if I want the analytical, I will go to Shemaila way of thinking to say, what else do you want to see that has not been shown to you? What else? When you go to, a lot of people will say, yeah, this is analysis and all this. But when you're analyzing stuff, anything, it can be anything, financial market, it can be politics. What, in my opinion, is not even in my opinion, in my expertise and experience, is most important is what you can see with your Kuroko eyes. Because that's where you can justify your brain being your CPU. When I say CPU, your something control, you know, like CPU, what I mean by CPU, old school. Yeah. Now your brain might be your hardware or your software. Now your brain will last tell you, say, that's good, that's not good. Ultimately, literally right or piggybacking on Sean's back right now. Say, what did you see for your eye now? This no be AI, no be internet. For your locality, what did you see before you go to Google? What do you see? That's the question. Me personally, I like, and I came on to say about, I think it was night, and saw it now that I put it there. I believe it's graphics. But to say, fall in love with freedom, not be Donald Trump type of freedom. Fall in love with being able to say, okay, you know what? Today, when I want to civic, because nobody ask question on a platform, to say how this election will be going forward. Civic, no joke, so they feel sorry for prison going forward. It's been done before. And I'm not sort of saying that to say whether this or that go. It's not. But the reality is, when we talk about these things, maybe promote them for social, and that's why I like civic platform, and I like Shegwolo platform. Shegwolo used to do it back in the day. He still does it now. He used to do it like 2019 and all, but I go there, go and waiting on the see for a phone now. How going to Instagram and using filters. Waiting the apple right now. Waiting the apple for Brain KB. Yeah, the governor is doing well. Waiting the apple for Bayelsa right now. And me, I know the Nigeria. Nation Wiki is going to only model with a character like Asari Dokubo. He has now become the darling. When person talk, then go say, yeah, you know, he's now a first class king. And when she will talk, say, I'm not sure, Kuti or sure, or say, the God who won't punish them, they never create them because he could punish them. I saw there's a person I follow on Facebook where we're not childhood friends, we just more than likely from First Stack because that's where I grew up. And he literally casually posted a photo of Asari Dokubo. Say, oh, this is Asari Dokubo sitting in front of his newly built mansion. Give or take. Need some wicked on go visit. It's the same thing. You keep doing the same thing, you expect something different. Recycling, then you go at the end of this year, 2026. I can guarantee you never know most. Then go see one. Pray for Nigeria. Ah, okay. Pray. Fast, safe, join. But for me personally, watching me I want to do, what I'm vested in, my vested interests. One, what SWOT is pushing, what Nike is pushing on X, and what Civic is pushing as well, to see how Benny fall in love with freedom. Make you know IDP. Make you feel even talk, make this as local harass you. When you know if you disappear you. You see they happen for here, or nobody say whether I know they happen. But for here, consequences go there. No story. If I disappear, when I come to Nigeria, if I disappear, consequences go there. So my mind is strong. Anyway, my commitment is still there strong to this is the last thing I want to say with our guy in Abuja. Now I don't talk too much. To say, yeah, I will continue to support however I can. And all of them, when they do the heavy lifting, we do on the back like what's it called? Like Ikemalu. That was putting in Yoruba, like camel hump. We are there. They appear not to be there, but we are there. We are here, not even there, kind of thing. Maybe all these people will be saying, we are on the ground. However we can be, we will be there. Thank you, Civic, for accommodating me.
Thank you so very much indeed, Comrade Dolaido. And of course, if you want to okay, Dolaido. Dolaido. All right, thank you so much. And if you want to really see the video or the visuals of this live video right now, just click the comment section. You would see an account there, the Movement Radio. If you click on that account, you would see the video, the live stream.
What am I looking at? What are you looking at? The three dots on the right side.
Yes, you on the right side, you see like a comment section, like a comment icon. Once you click it, you would see an account there, an handle there, the Movement Radio. Once you click that Movement Radio, it will take you straight to our video live stream on X.
I've just followed it now.
Yeah, if you click that account, you would see the video live streaming live right now. So whatever you're saying now is streamed across about 4 platforms at the same time. So we are. Okay,
that was what I was getting before.
Yeah, so we have upgraded to a large extent now. Yeah. Thank you so much, Dolaido. Yeah, please. And this is to every other person too that has like 2 devices. If you have 2 devices, you can actually join us live in our video live stream. We are also on YouTube. Streaming on YouTube, on the Movement Radio on YouTube, and of course on X, on Facebook. Also, we are streaming live on Civic Space NG on Facebook, and of course on Liberation Chat here. If you are yet to follow us on the Liberation Chat, kindly do that immediately. And of course, consider following us on YouTube also, Civic Space channel at Civic Space channel on YouTube. So thank you so much, everybody. We've been having very interesting conversation. Let's keep the fire burning. Dolaido, I can see your hands. Please proceed.
I was just going to say, I didn't know that. So this is something to tell people that follow not just the African Action Congress, people who are conscientious, people who will tell you that, look, it's not that the people who I'm friends with, or who I follow, or who I have conversations with, it's not because of party affiliations. It's people who are confident in themselves. They know who they are. Otherwise, because tradition all you want. None of my business. None of many of our business. One of the things that unites us is that we are people who will say, look, this is what we are going to do, and this is how we are going to do it, and it will happen. That is why, regardless of platform, and people have different platforms, by the way, across. However, the unifying denominator, we say, we know where we did go. We'll be here today, there tomorrow. We know exactly where we did go, how we did go there, and what will happen when we reach there. That is what's different about the African Action Congress, the Take It Back movement, and all the other people that have platforms. It's not we say whether today save the children, today, tomorrow save the widows. No. As far as I'm concerned, it's salvage the system. That one goes, everything else goes segemenge. And that's what I believe that we're working on, and that's what we're going to do. And again, thank you everybody on the platform. I know I don't know how to like double task when I'm being passionate, but yeah, I'll work out to make sure everything is happening. It's about education, it's about security, all in one. We can do it. We're Nigerians, we will do it, and we will never worship our oppressors, not on any altar.
Thank you so much, Dolaido. And to the 98 souls watching us live and direct from all channels right now. And that's one of the reasons why we are exploring these channels, because streaming, video, people love audio visuals. People love to see, as you are speaking, people love to see who is behind the curtain. So if you love to see who Liberation Chats, what I look like in reality, please go click that link at the comment section. You would be connected with us live in the stream. That is, you'll be able to see us from the Movement Radio platform. That is a general link that you can use to see us. So, and of course, if you want to see Comrade Shewa Ilara too, you can also do that. So you'll be able to see the voices behind, the faces behind the voice, basically. So, yeah, thank you so much. And we are streaming, we are reaching out to more people. That is another advantage that we have. We are reaching out to more people. There are 98 people now across all the platforms viewing this content. So across,
Let's share. How can we share?
You just share this particular space. Share the space. If you click that comment section button, you'll see the option to like and repost. So if you do that, they'll be positioned to see us, and of course, when they come into the space, they will click the space chat and of course see the link that will take them to the live stream. So thank you so much, everybody. Thank you. So, and if you want to also come up to speak, if you want to come into the studio with us here, you can also reach out, indicate, and we'll send you the link where you'll be able to come up to speak as a speaker, and we go see you, we go hear you, and of course, all the audiences across board will also be able to hear what you're saying. So this is just a means of doing things more effectively, basically, because usually we are always just the same people that are here, but we want to reach out to as many people as possible. So thank you so much, everybody. So yeah, back to you, Comrade Shewa Ilara. Are you there? So what do you have for us? But before you go, I would love to say a thing or two that I have here. Some few quotes from the book that is our major focus for today, The Pedagogy of the Oppressed. If you are yet to read that book, please go read that book. Ijele, please, if you have the free time, please go read Pedagogy of the Oppressed. And one of the quotes that you'll find there is, leaders who do not act dialogically but insist on imposing their decisions do not organize the people, they manipulate them. They do not liberate, nor are they liberated, they oppress. I'll read that again. The beginning of the quote says, leaders who do not act dialogically but insist on imposing their decisions do not organize the people. They manipulate them. They do not liberate, nor are they liberated. They oppress. What would be your comment about this, Comrade Ilara?
Yeah, comrade, interesting. And that remark is very quite, on point. Is that if people, I mentioned earlier that one of the things the oppressed, to the question Comrade African Wala asked, that what can the oppressed begin to do to ensure that they break away from the cycle of following the likes of children, in power. And I stated that they should point to finding new informations, finding solace in new informations, in reading. And talking about reading, one of the books that the oppressed needs to read as a matter of urgency is Pedagogy of the Oppressed. That the dynamics of power was very, very painted in a very descriptive manner in that book, right? So very important that, and who is the oppressed? If you are thinking of contemplating of jackpine, you are the oppressed. If nothing works within this system, you are the oppressed. Admit your title, wear it with full badge. If you have to do a video and complain about spending 500,000 naira to buy food, just food, you are the oppressed. So, because if you are not the oppressed, you should have the land, access to land to grow the food. But you do not have the access to land, so you have to buy. Everything you have now must be bought. You are the oppressed. So, talking about the code, talking about the power dynamics of the oppressors to not able to hear you when you speak. The oppressors do not want to hear you when you speak. They want to do firm when they beat you, and then you must do firm. The oppressors are anti-dialogical. What it simply means in layman's terms is that they do not want dialogue, no questioning, obey before complain. In fact, there is one idiot that says that he moves it further. But this is where you know that they know what they are doing. He says delay obedience is disobedience. Meaning, if you delay my command, you have disobeyed me. That is not humanly. How can such thoughts come out from human mind to another human mind? If that is not oppression, that's oppression. So it is in the dynamics of the oppressors to not want you to speak. And check our so-called elite. That's why they can speak to us. You will hear some of them come on spaces, come and describe Nigerian problem. Say that the problem is Nigerian people and not the government. That's why you said someone made a video of how things are expensive and she did not forget to mention government. She cannot be, because the relationship and interactions with them and the government is not one they can dialogue with. It's one they have to submit to. Our oppressors want our submission at all costs. That is the power dynamics between them. That is why some of us, unknowingly to us, we say about Bejoba, because many help us beg the government, because we know they are not listening. But this is where we are different. The side of the revolutionaries are different. The side of revolutionaries is simply saying, end such relationship. You can end it. We can end it. We can send those ones who want to behave that way to us back into their villages. They should go back to their villages. Why decide to rule us or to lead us if we cannot get our feedback across to you? Why? Why should we commit our collective resources in your hands when we cannot have opinion about how it's being used? Why? So we must pick the war to ensure that in our speaking and addressing the system, nobody, no oppressor stop us from addressing. You could see how I'm addressing them. I'm addressing them deliberately. I'm doing this consciously and deliberately with clear eyes. For some persons, they will need to be eye to do this. No, we are doing it consciously with clear eye. With clear eye. With a clear eye to look into our oppressor's face and say, fuck the bullshit. You are not a bushmeat. Why treat human being like bushmeat? Bullshit, yeah, you are a bullshit. So we are conscious of it, of ending that interactions and relationships of saying, fem, after you beat me. Students went to protest. The government responded by arresting them and sending them to jail. But this is what they wanted to do. I saw the video, and and that's what they wanted to do. While they were in the Black Maria, they were begging the government as if they had done anything wrong. But essentially, they do not want us to speak against or speak to them. The power dynamics that they want to sustain is the one that is not dialogical. Very anti-dialogical. It aids dialogue. Questioning is disobedience to them. We must question. We must not just question. I'm even tired of questioning. How can I be questioning somebody that is deaf and dumb, that is mad, that is out of senses? One of them literally told us that they collected advice on matters that relate to security from madmen, from people who are mentally unstable, and you are still paying that guy attention. No, he will soon drag you into his own madness. It's just a matter of time. All of you will now be doing madness together. No, but we must get to that point where we are not interested. Not just that we want to dialogue, we want to remove them. We should send them packing. And to send them packing is to begin to dialogue with ourselves, because we can dialogue with ourselves. The oppressed can dialogue with themselves. That is what the revolutionaries come to bring. Like this space, for instance, now, on the usual TV stations, they will say you cannot call in. And even when you call in, but they cannot invite you to a studio. But here is the patient saying, if you want to come to the studio, just tell us, we will send you the link. You two Benusi mic, but this time around we go down. It's not because you are in trouble. Where we are in trouble anyway, they are down on our class. Because you need to fix this nation. The way this nation is, is only contact at Benusi mic, and so that we need to put our voice behind the mic and on the mic. So the way I'm standing there on the mic, children will think I'm meaning something else. I say
pause.
Grow up. Sorry, I know that you are not thinking it, but I'm saying it in case you want to think it. Grow up. So let's contribute. So we are engaged in that. That is different. The class that want you to hear your opinion, because hearing your opinion is dignifying and solidifying your humanity. How can you be sent on an errand and they will not seek your opinion, and you will go and do it and claim that you are still human? They are giving you new script to recite. Even when you know that this is a lie, you have no opinion about it, and you still recite it, and you want to claim that you are an intelligentsia. No, now, who are you deceiving? Were you going to say something? Civic space.
No. Please proceed, sir. Proceed.
Yeah. Who are you deceiving? They told you to come and recite jargons that they scripted in the world of economics, just to come and put your degree behind it, because we know that your degree holds nothing, because it's not solving any economical problem. We know, don't deceive us. You cannot even deceive a person like me, we know. But for people who think that your PhD means something, you come and regurgitate jargons that you all, even with the little that they taught you, with the rubbish they taught you, you know that this is jargons. That charity do not build a nation. Nations do not get built on foreign direct investments. That's charity. But you will still come and talk these jargons. Because why? Because you are not giving the opportunity to dialogue. I'm currently seeing, is an old series, but I'm currently seeing it. I've been looking for it for a long time, but I just got my hands over it. So I'm currently seeing it. Billions. And in the season 7, there's a guy called Cutlery. He was a protege of Shaw. Let me just describe it. He used to be a lawyer, but they dealt with him in the movie, and he became a sheriff. And why I was not discussing with somebody, I said, is that not what lawyers have become in Nigeria? Lawyers have become tailors, and they have lied to you that it is normal to still be tailor and still carry the badge of a lawyer. But in the case of the guy that I'm watching, he had to be disbarred because of criminal offense. So what they are saying literally to you too is that you are a criminal for not being able to practice what you went to school to study. Why then did you go to school to study it? How can we be satisfied? How can you be satisfied with being a lawyer but a school teacher? How? I'm not saying being a school teacher is wrong or bad, but why did you even waste your time to go and study law when you can simply just go and to Ministry of Education or School of Education to go and learn how to teach? But you see, this system is already criminalizing us. That is why a medical doctor can become minister of power. He does not even see that it is dishonor to himself, because there is no value for practicing being a medical doctor. It's not just that it's dishonor, it's disservice to us as a nation. He does not even see it. It's how can I go and learn something for years and not be given an opportunity to practice it? And I will consider that as normal. And these are the people we want to rate. These are the people who clearly tell us that they hustle to make money. Meaning the interactions and relationship between what they went to school to waste their lives on is not the same level of interactions with what they hustle to provide money for themselves. What a disconnection. That disrespectfulness. That is undignifying life. But that is the interaction that would happen in an existing system where dialogue has become a crime. Where to ask, why is it that the school system cannot accommodate all Nigerian students? Why? Where it has become a crime, it has become a crime to ask your boss question. Because the power dynamics there is the oppressor versus oppressed, where your opinion matter not or matter less. The only matter is inconsequential things like who buy generator, who buy fuel to generator. That's where you don't gap. Say, you to think about it. Go and buy Amala. That's where you tell you Amala that don't you know who I am? When you are buying up, it's not bad to be an office assistant. But that's not even the job of office assistant to start with. But because there is no dignity on the things we are learning, on the output, There is no interactions with the things we've wasted our lives to learn, that they are not teaching NYSC's 3 weeks of vocational study. So if I wanted to learn how to be a cobbler, is it that I would go to Nigerian school first to waste my life there, then only waited for 3 weeks to learn how to be a cobbler? Does that make sense? But you are not questioning, because the system of oppression does not want us to question. So as such, if you cannot question, then you now internalize it and turn it to big level, as though you are doing anything meaningful. People will now come and be sharing certificates and say, I learned this during the youth service, I learned this. What the fuck? Is that the whole essence of the youth service? To waste your life and only to, it's just motherfucker. See, it just doesn't make sense. It is, and this is where we cannot continue. And for us not to continue, we must discontinue that interaction that says that we must behave like a dummy. Even AI, after prompted, speaks or interacts. Even AI. Yeah, AI. That's why when I was saying the other time that a friend of mine once asked me, said, "Sheil, what do I think that would AI replace humans?" I didn't answer. I didn't complete the statement. Because it's almost absurd for me now. It's almost absurd because I got to the point of ant. I remember where I got to, but I had to stop there because even looking at the ants, the fact that they did not have brain, it just make everything porous. But let me complete it. And I answered the friend. I said, on a normal sense, humans are not supposed to be compared with AIs. The capacity of humans, and I was talking about brain capacity alone, that would not even exist, does not exist in the biological figure of an ant, in the same shape that it would exist in us. That even the brain alone, the capacity of the brain, I'm not talking of physical exertion or energy now. The brain alone, the intellect of the brain alone, we should not even be having that conversation. Who created AIs to start with? What created AIs? Is it not man? How can man now be under threat by what a man like him has done? So it means that the man that has done it and the one that is now threatened by what his own fellow colleague have done are not in the same bracket of scheme of things. That's what it means. It means one is functioning in an higher form and one is functioning in a lesser form. To even have that conversation, should that not be enough reason for the one who, and it's not inherently that we function in a lesser form. If I have the same tools and technology that exist, we will function in that. In fact, this system gives the capacity to function in that manner. This system can produce Zuckerberg, can produce Jack Ma, can produce Jack Dorsey, can produce Bill Gates. This system can produce them, not because we do not have intelligent minds, but because this system do not have the infrastructure to power that intelligence.
My brother, I dare say that this system cannot even produce athletes. It can't produce Michael Jordan, Usain Bolt. It can't produce Messi, Ronaldo. Not because we don't have the talent, but because we have a failed system. Sorry for cutting you off there.
No, you didn't cut me. You came in at the timely manner. I wish you could even continue yourself because my gadget is somehow low and I need to plug it, even though I will do it in just some few moments. I think I'm good to go anyway. But very spot on, comrade, African Wala, very spot on, that this system cannot even produce things that requires just inherent skill. Inherent skill. We are not talking of anything magical. Just give us a place to run. Let's run. Inherent. Give us a swimming pool, Olympic size to practice inherent. Give us a bladder. the idiot went to embezzle 1.5 million to build that shampoo of a slum called stadium. The motherfucker Amaju picnic came out to say that was what $1.5 million to build. The artist, so he just no dignity. These people do not rate themselves. That if such person is coming in my area of life, if slap do not shift him away from me, I'm shifting myself. Such uselessness. He didn't produce anything, he didn't create anything. They gave him money. Build something for that. Where one of the minister of Israel was at Elisha's church. The idiot called Elisha. And then he was taking the minister on the tour of the environment, saying, this is how our church is, 100,000 seaters, because that's what the man people will say, that the church is the biggest church, is 100,000 set of slaves. So as he was taking the minister on the tour, the minister now said, I will not even show this to my child. That was what the guy said. And the guy got the message. So he changed his own face, but the wife, idiot, did not get it. So the wife was saying, "This is what this is what the Lord has done for them." He said, "No, that this could have been a stadium." The guy now said it clearly. He said, "This could have been a stadium. This could have powered thousands of youths into meaningful engagement." He said it. They were the one who released the video. That this could have, do you know what this would have done? That he would not even show this to his children, because he cannot explain the madness. The madness is too much for him that he cannot explain. He cannot explain it away. That a group of people were so mad to build a place that could have 100,000 persons without anything to contribute towards their development as a space. And my people will say, we didn't do work, we should below money. That the
your camera angle as I don't know if it's only me. Now you do like that.
Yes.
I think Comrade is charging his phone, that's why.
Okay, now because they charge your phone. Okay. All right. Cool. Nice one. All right. Please proceed.
I have to. Sorry, comrade. I'm bending you now. This is why we control the narrative. You know, the oppressors have been the one controlling the narrative, but we can change the game too. The oppressed can change the game. And how do we change the game? The narrative is that questioning, talking back, interacting back with our oppressors is an act of disobedience. That's what they have lied to us. We can change the game and stop talking to them. And we can turn to ourselves, just like we are doing here now, and see how do we now organize to uproot these idiot roots from our system. Because if we allow them, these people will not just destroy themselves. Obviously, they are after destroying us, but they will destroy everything. The oppressors would eventually destroy us and destroy themselves inclusive. But before that time, orí lalákọ̀ fi ojú lalákọ̀ fi ṣọ́rí àbí? Yes, that it is the eyes that the crab used to safeguard his head. You know, igi gogoro má gùn mí lójú, ògèrè láti ń wò láti yẹ fún get mọ̀. That before you look danger from afar, you don't wait for it to get closer to you before you weave your head. You know, you become tighty. You know, one of the things that I taught is how to weave. You don't parry like this. May I teach you how to box more? You don't parry like this. You know why you have to buy? Comrades, if you are at home and you cannot see the video, I can't help you. Maybe Liberation shall have to explain it. Yeah, pedagogy of the oppressed. Paulo Ferreira was spot on to say that the oppressors do not want us dialoguing with ourselves. And does it not show that the moment some idiot come into some means of resource, that they stop engaging and wanting to be questioned? They deceive themselves and lie to themselves that the reason why they discontinue from their interactions, their old interactions, is because they are not in the same category, so they have to look for another. No, it's because those old interactions can query them and question them. That is why they have to cut them out. They hate being queried and questioned. That is why the new generation parents are having problems. Not necessarily because they want to encourage questioning, because some of them, idiots of them, did not think about it twice when they move abroad. That one of the risks involved is that they cannot use cane. And in their existence, there is no way they solve upbringing without cane. Because for them, cane is not an act of discipline. It's an act of punishment, unleashing punishment. So they do not understand how to discipline. Because this is the same way. The thing that get them out of bed too is fear. So they do not know that love too could do the act of discipline beyond fear. You see, so the madness here is that they now have a child that they are growing in a different environment that does not support instilling that fear in them. So there is a problem. So what would they have done? They will produce nuisance. And we are seeing the report. In another 20 years' time, it will be more obvious. So, but what should they have done? Is that that what a man would detest or would not take as a rich person, it is when his state and economical state is still speaking for that he starts rejecting it. Why is it important that they start removing it from that point? Because you need to build character, and character is not behavior. It does not just come with one action. Character forms over a period of time. Behavior becomes pattern becomes habit becomes character. In such a way that you will not even need cane to beat your child anymore, because you have formed the character, and there are personality traits that moves with DNA, with blood, genetics, not just the DNA that is present in the genetics, in the genes. So your child can suddenly come to a standpoint of maturity to say that when dad say, he doesn't like that, he doesn't like it, that he does not have to resort to being caned every time to get the message. Or that motivation of love could also act, that could say we are going on a trip, on a vacation, if you are able to meet these standards. And based on that motivation, then they are able to. It's not expensive to go on vacation. Going from Lagos to Idore, I mean, where is it called? Where is from? Where hot water and cold water meets. Kiribo is not too expensive. It's not too expensive. You can, you can compensate a child with that. But for you to do that, you must behave better. The interactions that exist today within you and your so-called oppressors at work, at church. Can you imagine that they flog people in church? It's not me and you. Àti ìjọra wa lẹ́yìn. No, you flog me. It cannot even happen. It cannot. You will flog me. They are flogging that some people dead. You think that one is not going to beat hell out of his not So you must discontinue that interactions. You must build that character. It's not that you will be expecting that your child live a life you never lived. No, you must begin to do the work yourself to start this conversation of living that life. And one of the places to start, one of the places to maintain your dignity as a human, this is not even about man or woman, as human, is that how can you not be able to give your opinion on things, especially if they are true? And this is what that quote is saying, that with your oppressors, your opinion will be too much of expense too expensive to be shared. That is why you guys are doing gossiping. I understand if the child is gossiping. Even children around you do not gossip. They have a free flow environment to speak their mind, because that's what humans should do. But adults are gossiping at work, in offices, in places. They are gossiping. They are doing essay, and they call themselves adults. Why? Because something is silencing them. Instead of them to resign from that stuff. Oh, you don't know, it's too much of a price. That's why you need to become African. Orúkọ rere sọ ju wúrà àti fàdákà lọ. You don't believe in that. That a good name, a character is better, is more worthy than diamonds, silvers, and every other mineral resource. But we are not being built to do this. That's why the idiot called, what's that Kogi idiot? Hey, if I say Kogi idiot that way, it means I'm insulting.
Yaya Bello.
Yaya Bello. Sorry if you are from Kogi, that's not to insult. Even though we call you get, over that talk. Just like the way that in the global scheme of things. That is why an idiot called Trump can look at a president and say he's lifeless. He's such a lifeless president. Did you hear them from him?
Yeah.
If I hear them,
if I hear fem, I won't sell you those weapons to fight your terrorists.
If I hear fem, what will he say? But will somebody tell me that I'm not the president? Will somebody tell you that?
Trump will say average American, they curse him every day. Every day, average American, they curse him.
These are the idiots. You get? You get? An average citizen will do what?
Brother, an average homeless man we no get house, we no get anything. He go curse Trump, he go curse him to his face, and nothing will happen. But that same Trump go curse Buhari, because Buhari and all these leaders, they be homeless people. He go curse them, they no go do anything. They go still they smile, yes sir, yes sir, yes sir. Then they go come they bully us, and we will go allow them to bully us. How?
Exactly. then you would think the film is over. Then he said, Nigeria is a shit hole country. Did I hear any film from any so-called elite? Because the Whereas one still want to Canada for them. They want to go to America. The Whereas is praying to God for permanent stay. Because of permanent stay, what is dignity? Make them not say, make I no come again. Whether you responded or not, the idiotic Trump will tell you not to come again. He has done that. He has done that. There is no dignity for the oppressed in the hands of the oppressors. There is none. Whether we speak back or not, what we have been preventing from happening, so that they will tell us that stay in your country, that we do not want to stay in our country to build our country, has now happened. And it will continue. So we are seeing the collection of the low level people, and we are seeing it in the children they are having. It's the same low level people, miserable set of miserables. They say one president is a son of the president. At what age? You know the color here. It won't pour. At what age? What is now the benefit of having more resources? A so-called daughter of a billionaire said during the crossover, the so-called crossover, that she had had a difficult year, a hard year. I was asking myself, who am I? If a so-called billionaire daughter is saying that 2025 was a difficult year, a hard year, who am I? But that's how miserable these guys are. They had a difficult year, and is that a news for us? But she cannot do anything. The idiots cannot do anything because they cannot talk to the oppressors. They know where the problem is. They know where the shoe pinches. But address the shoe and the area it pinches, like Ironi, you will come and address the road and the grass on the road. I say, grass, shape yourself now. It's because you are not balanced. If you are balanced, now what's that one? If you are balanced, I should not be feeling this level of heat that I'm feeling. We too, mumus, grass. We too will not say, let us also be balanced. So let's help our. You see, he's trying. You can see that he's trying.
Let's pray for them. Let's pray for them.
Is trying.
Let's pray for them.
We need to get there. We never pray for myself.
Oh,
We never pray for myself. Let's pray so that they have intelligence. No. A president came out and said there are cabals in his cabinet. We, the Mumu, oppressed, were coming out to say, who are now the cabals? Who are now the cabals? A sitting president, the chief commander of the armed forces. Ọ̀rọ̀ tó bá ti kọjá ẹkún ni àwọn bú sẹ́rìn.
I'm a booster.
If matter don't pass laughter, if matter don't pass cry, we'll burst into laughter. That the laughter is because it's funny.
I
It's
tell
funny.
you.
It's funny. It's funny. They go to whine us. We too go to form whine. President, they come tell us say na Abbas. We no tell am the second day make he resign. We too dey help and drag who are the cabals. Who are the cabals? One idiot, then they rob him. You pay the price. The people organize against another idiot. They paid the price. The idiot said revolution has been postponed. You two, you went back home. God.
They lied.
You two, you went to go and sleep. Eh? He has his money in safe haven. You do not have money to talk of having it in safe haven.
And somebody was arguing with us yesterday that he has the right to have his money in safe havens. He should have his money wherever he wants to have it. I say, can you even fathom the level of resources that it will take to have?
To answer that is, my people will say, away back Russia, you can substitute soap for the away. See where they about to human being, but of power. It's the same thing now. The guy said openly that he collect advice from mad people on matters relating to security. Some people now say they will go and follow you. They will become mad. They will be talking also like mad person now.
That will collect advice from mad person. That's crazy.
On security matters. It's not just advice. Because see,
Sure.
I mean, say big time. But these are the idiots we are giving time to talk to us, to speak to us. No, I've left the room. We don't need energy. One person must remain safe. So the response of the person who wants a better, because some of the oppressed in themselves too, they want a better children. They think in their fantasy, they think by putting more investment in their children, they will be able to do what they didn't do, which is to query. Even though some of them now are now showing that people don't break away from system because they are doing the same thing that their parents did, which to organize with their oppressors rather than organizing with the oppressed. That's the same thing their parents did. That people now say the same statement that parents made to say, win. Meaning na him get money, na him fit win. They are saying the same thing that I do not want to waste my vote to the idiots that have seen the trajectory of fuel rise over 500%. He's saying the same thing. It is over 200%. He's saying the same thing to say that this one is it a win for him now? The motherfucker idiot think he can escape. He thinks he can escape. So it's a collection. So for us to disembark from this journey, because that's the ultimately the essence of power dynamics, and from what comrades Fresh have shared about that quote, because I'm still on that quote really. That we need to begin to become dialogical with ourselves and put some respect on ourselves. How can you spend 4 years in school, in tertiary university, only to resort to buying amala? Put your respect on something. If they don't call you into it and say, go and do this to do that. He say, how can I add my input? I did accounting now. It's not to cash bank teller now. Well, bank is one of the most useless profession I've ever seen. Teller. But these are the so-called elite. These are the job of the so-called elite to count money. To count money, because me, I started acting as bank teller as at between age 6 to about 12 that I started acting as bank teller to count money. But to be a bank teller in the bank is even more waste of a life. To use machine count money, only to put paper behind it. What the heck do you need 4 years to go and learn that for? What the heck? No, we need to put respect. We need to put respect. Even on the education in itself, we need to put respect. You went through an education where you have no feedback. It's agberu gbeso, it's garbage in, garbage out. I challenged the system that would encourage me to do garbage in, garbage out as at when I was in SS1. And when the teacher, the subject teacher, it was a government teacher, when he refused to remark my text, I went to call my revolutionary mother. We went to school and demanded my text should be remarked. And what was the point? The guy was using a special textbook and he wanted me to give it to him because he would have passed the text to somebody to go and mark for him. And he wanted me to give it the way he has given us in the textbook. Why do I now have a brain? You see, they have prepped us not to be dialogical. The educational system will receive prep us, but me, I refuse. I break the matrix. What the fuck? Number one, I hate cramming. It's too much of a work to do. Secondly, the word education is from a Latin word called educe or educo, which means to bring out from within. What are you bringing from within? Am I robot? Am I robot that you will practice garbage in, garbage out? I give you like that, I give you this way. No. We cannot cohabit. You want to measure my level of intelligence? That's why AI will be threatening to those people. Because AI can do that better without stress. At no time of I have a party. No, they will not even say I have a party. It's before, when we still have the luxury of time, that they will call their boss and say, sir, I can't come to office today, I have a party. My sister, brother, sister-in-law, sister is having a child dedication. That one was before. They now practice until they cancel everything. Until everything boss is, I'm calling me sick, I'm very sick. But the guy will go show for a party. But if I say now when they jam each other for party, say, now the person will say, now when the thing cast, so you don't be calling for sickness anymore. Me, now that one AI go dey threaten. AI will be threat to you. And for AI not to be a threat to your children is to ensure that the interactions that continues within you and your oppressors is not one that is anti-dialogical anymore. You discontinue from that thing that says that you have no opinion and you have no right to be human, to process data and to give out a processed data, a refined data from your own core being, not to be sloganized, to reject being sloganized. You are human. I am batified. Bati ẹ náà la ṣe ẹ léṣe. Ṣé kò tí wá ṣe ẹ léṣe bá ẹ lọ fọkàn balẹ̀. Ó máa bá yín gbé wálẹ̀, a máa gbé wálẹ̀, a máa gbé wálẹ̀ yẹn. Bóyá wọ́n ti ṣe scale. Àwọn ọmọ àlẹ́ yìí mọ̀ wọ́n ṣe scale. They got turned outside down. So gbé wálẹ̀ is increasing it. Now you don't get the scope. The more you now waiting, fella call, the more you look more.
Let's see.
You look more, you see lesser. You look more, you see lesser. The more you look, the less you see. Now government magic. So they are now telling us that we should be praising them for bringing it lower to the price, the new price they have set. They met few at 300 and something naira. They took it up to 1,200 naira. They brought it back to it's complete madness. Ebola ma call 600 naira equation SC. Where are we going to put it? You know, no, the oppressed have to be mad like the oppressors. They have to be mad to keep following them. They have to. You have to be functioning in an insane climate at the insane condition to keep following the same idiots that we've been following for the last 2 decades, 3 decades. In some cases, some of us started following them via proxy by our parents. They have now given us the baton. I want to collect the baton with it. Following the same person that brought the same misery to us. Some directly, some by proxy. Because if you are following the friend of Atiku, you are following Atiku. You don't know that in criminology, there are 2 major ways to trace a crime. One by following the money or following the bag, and the second by following based on association. Egbe yele yento, birds of same feathers would share together, flocks together. Yes, they will do the madness together. They will create that scene together. They will create the movie. The movie of birds, they will create it. The pigeon, is it the pigeons? They will create the birds movie together. So to what Paulo Ferrell said in that book is very valid, that the oppressors wants to maintain power by ensuring that its relationship that is sustained with the oppressed, with its subject or object, is not one that can query or question. It's not one that can come with opinion publicly. It's one that would have to share opinion anonymously. If he has to share opinion, even sharing it anonymously is under threat. But it would have to only become anonymous. Can you imagine that a child will be beaten, and the only way the child can voice out the depth of the pain that has been inflicted on him or her is to do it in an anonymous mode? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's no longer human. That's why some of them are not behaving human anymore. That I cannot express my dissatisfaction to the things that is being done on me openly anymore. No, that's not normal. That's not what we should sustain. That's not what we should encourage. We should not even encourage or take that rubbish from self for self. Not to talk of giving it to children. And some of us already have children. We already have 1 or 2 persons that we are mentoring. When they go to school and they get bullied, is it not what you are giving? Do you not give them advice? A common advice. But do you notice that children don't take those advice? When the children come back home and say, don't let them bully you, don't let them bully you. Children don't listen to you. they continue getting bullied because they see you, they see your actions. And your actions, the system bullies you. Your landlord or your landlady bullies you. Your child knows. They know that bullying is normal. But we must discontinue it. It's by you changing it. So the journey of self-reclamation of the African mind is a beneficiary journey to oneself. The journey of revolution, of reclaiming back one's land, according to one of our in-house professor, Professor Mowale, in his book Pan-Africanism from Program to Philosophy. The interactions between the land and the people is one. Politics is the interactions of the people among self, while economics is the interactions between us and the land in his world. When we solve when we are about solving the problem of the politics, the political problem, we are in another vein, or in the same vein, or in the same way, or we are using one stones in the same way to kill two birds, because it will rip off on us in a better way. The journey to reclaim back our land, the journey to reclaim back our political rights, the journey to reshape the order of power dynamics by moving it away from few elite idiots, money misroads, to vast majority of the people is one journey that will benefit you personally. That's why I don't beg people to join revolution. No. I'm not in the perosoko business. I'm not a politician. I don't perosoko. I don't beg people. I only simply present the information. If you like, take it. If you like, don't take it. But it's at your own detriment. You are seeing it. Because as it
follow protocol like some of us. You don't want anybody
no,
to.
I don't beg. Because you are not doing anybody a favor. The journey to reclaim self, one's dignity, is not anybody's favor. You are not doing anybody's favor. You are not doing anybody's. That's why some idiots will even come and say, hey, give us reason why we should join. Wait, it's not me. I don't leave the room. Give me reason why you should join. Give me reason why you should join.
Many people will say that we are in the educational, work. And,
we educate. I educate. That's why we are here. We educate.
Yes. But the thing is that
they call it lobby in politics. I do not lobby anybody, and the reason why we cannot afford to lobby is because revolution, according to pedagogy of the oppressed, must be self-owned by the oppressed. If not, they will sell themselves out. Why our people collecting gala and coke during election cycle? It's because they think they are doing a politician a favor. So the job must be done in such a way that we educate the electorate, vast majority of our people, to now know that they are literally doing themselves a favor or a disfavor with every action or decisions made at an election cycle. And that is more power. I would want such supporters, such followers that way. It means they are thinking. It means they are not robots. It means they are not members of Redeem, Deeper Life, Oledepos, Wabek. They are not victims of these idiots, of this religious gymnastic idiot, Abrahamic religious idiots. That is a better followers to have. In this case, it's not even followers, it's partnership. Because when we dialogue our interest and we only have a representative, the person is only doing our bidding. And that's the point we must get to. But I will listen to you to hear your opinion on why you lobby. But me, I don't lobby. I don't motivate anybody to come and join anybody. If you like, join. If you like, no join. But we are not doing anybody a favor. Back to you, Liberation Shout.
Yeah,
I still there. I want to listen to your opinion on.
No, I'm just saying that at what point does it become lobbying? At what point exactly does it become lobbying? For instance, now if you have to repeat something again and again and again and again, would you call that lobbying, or perhaps just doing the effort of what it means to be a teacher? Repetitiveness. For instance, now, whatever it is that African Wala has said today, or whatever I have said today, or whatever Shiwaidara is saying today, is not, as though we have not said it before. We have said it before. And of course, whenever people now begin to ask us questions about it again, and of course, that would mean that we have to go over it and now start, explaining to them over and over again. And it might look as though it's a very tiring work when you have taught something, you felt as though you have impacted a particular knowledge, and people should have gotten it by now, but they don't get it. They will still ask question upon question upon question. Many people will believe that. Many people will argue that, well, you have to keep answering them again and again and again and again, and that doesn't really constitute lobbying in itself. It's just doing one of the painful work of education. What will you think about that?
My people will say, "Ọmọdé àgbà la fi dé ilẹ̀ Ifẹ̀." That's my people. They call barbaric. That it takes the wisdom of the elders, not young people's energy, like Common said. Even though young people has energy, but that wisdom in itself is not just container. Sorry, thanks. That wisdom in itself is not just a function of age, and that's why I mentioned the Latin word for education before, educo or educe, which means to bring out something from within. And if you are provided that you are a living organism, you own the right to bring in something unique from within you. Give me. Let me take it that way. So excuse me. May I take water?
It good may take water, and of course, what we have been doing this morning, it get us to take be, Now, people never do no go no say now real work be, public speaking is no joke, it's real work. Is real work. Having to speak for 2 hours, 3 hours straight up, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. Please proceed if you are ready to address us one more time.
No, you are a mentor in that area, Liberation Chat. The first time I tried 6 hours talking, I just realized that the moment I woke up the next day, the moment I woke up the next day, voice don't go. Wait happen. Everybody pay me all my esophagus. What did I do? I mean, they don't get me. I mean, the god of all these Oledepos don't get me.
They have sent fire.
Because now the people waiting. The fertilizing moment of our people be that, even though we are already living in hell, but we still be afraid of hell. I mean, they don't get me. I can't imagine say, I mean, the God don't catch up with me. I realize that it be like say this thing is normal, and once you are past that stage, the rest is history, right? Like they say. So I was talking about the fact that I was answering your question, and I was going in another route, but I will get to that point. I've forgotten where I was taking it.
I was asking the difference between repetitiveness or having to, and lobbying.
I remember the question,
You know,
but I took it from
because
an angle.
if I understand what lobbying means, it means that you are actively, for instance, now if we are basically saying that some people should actually receive our message, let's say the obedience now as as uninformed or perhaps misdirected as they may be, we usually call them out for it, that this is misplaced priority, this is false consciousness. You can't say that you want a new Nigeria and you are basically following blindly a figure who is not just entrenched in the system, but basically still very much associating with the players that brought us to where we are right now. They would reject vehemently, they will argue, but we believe that arguing with them or trying to engage them would also be a learning curve for so many of the listeners that are listening to us, because some of those back and forth would mean clarity for a lot of people. What do you think about that?
I remember the question precisely. But I took the question. I took my answers from another different route, even though I was going there, but I've forgotten where I took it from. But yes, to answer your question plainly, repetition in itself is not begging. Repetition is not begging. And there's nothing wrong in begging, but it is what we want to do that will not ensure that we beg. Because what we need to do as the class of the oppressed is not a favor to another. It is a service to ourselves. So, for instance, if our human dignity will be queried by the current interactions that exist with our oppressors, our human dignity to be able to voice our opinion, to be able to say what we have to say at the time when we should say it. If we do not have the luxury of that, I don't know what you now call luxury. So coming into that point where you can now say your opinion without fear or threat to your life, or in spite the fear and threat to your life, you will still say it. Coming into that knowledge benefits you, because stopping you from expressing yourself, as little as giving volume to your expression, is stopping you to exist and is stopping you to live, but barely existing. And that is why the cliche of survivor also don't become normal cliche, because hardly would you see an average Nigerian that is truly living for anything meaningful. Everything is on the basis of survival. Maybe you shall find something to eat and shop and survive. So when the class of the oppressors, when the class of the revolutionaries are now calling on to the people, because we understand that we are not, the engagement we want to sustain is not the same engagement that the current status quo sustain with you. It's not one that demean your opinion. So we understand that we are not done a favor to. We understand that. We understand that we are doing a favor to ourselves, because you become better person of yourself when you truly accept or adopt this new way of living. Is that you now find yourself, and that is what the message is on. Because that's stronger than coming to say, "Won't you join? When will you join? When will you register?" Because if you go that route, you would think you are doing us a favor. And when you think you are doing us a favor, when you come into revolutionary groups where the list of the decision is actually to join. The list is to join. Comrade Fresh, Liberation Chat is here. He's quoting from a book called Pedagogy of the Oppressed. That book is not a small book in terms of volume. For him to be quoting from it means he has read it. And that's the real work. How will you not do the real work? Is it me that will come and beg you again to come and do the real work of studying? Of liberating your own mind? No, now, at what point will you now grow up? No, I would demand that you grow up because I don't even treat my younger friends that way. They read books. I started reading books outside academics. I usually will say this in primary 5. So when are you going to grow up? You are 20, 30, 40, 50 years and you cannot boast of reading 5 books in a year. And me, I want to be coming to come and beg you to come and join. You will come and cause problem. See, this is the reason why I cannot come and beg. Because I do not want problem. I want solution providers too. It is in the class of the revolutionaries that the oppressed suddenly now realize the power they truly have. But if they realize the power they truly have without transforming their mind, it will become a disadvantage. So they will come and say, let me hear my opinion. Yes, it's true. You should be able to hear your opinion. You would have a chance to hear your opinion. But when you still argue for your oppressors in our class, you are causing more damage and more problem and more delay than is necessary. So what is the better thing for the two of us? Is so that you will know before joining that there is still work to be done. No? It's not Comrade Omoyele that will come and do it for you. It's not SK that will come and do it for you. We do not believe in Sky Daddy here, even though the scam of Sky Daddy is already casting. Because who applied for visa? No be you. No be you apply for visa. No be you beg for passports. And when you get there, no be you dey hide after your visa don expire, you no fit come back home. No be you dey run enter skater. Jane and Sky Daddy dey run. No be you dey hide. No be you dey declare and sign up. So you realize that the scam of Sky Daddy don burst, don dey burst. And if you never burst finish, na small time remain for it to burst completely. The drug is not working, like Jibo said. One puff of Oluwa Ogbede one, that they are chanting the song.
You said you said it go soon burst finish.
Yes, now. Yeah, I know. We go bust now. The lie cannot it cannot it is self-destruction. The only thing here is that the number of people that should self-destruct with it should be minimal. But unfortunately, about Abrahamic religion alone would probably take about 90% of over 90% of our population, if not more. Is this our socio-economical reality 20 years ago, 40 years ago? It's getting worse. And it's not looking anything. In fact, some of them that were praying for a nation before have jackpot. The idiot that led prayer point in 1980 has jackpot. You did not know? Because the idiot did not want to die. They did not grow up. Say, all of them did not grow up. They know. And the ones who are still lying that they are staying here, they have private jet. They didn't tell you the reason why they have private jet. It's because of health. But they say it's for the ministry. Believe it at your own peril. But so to answer your question, repetition is not lobbying. Yeah, it's not begging. Yes, it's lobbying. We will do lobbying. We will promote the education here. Like you said, we have been doing this thing. You yourself have been helping us convey ourselves for Twitter space for over 6 months now. Right? You are in different platforms for how many months now? Projecting the message more and more. That is our job. The job of the revolutionaries is to expose and combat the system. It's to combat and expose the system. It's not left on our people to see the contradictions. Has God really helped you? Don't answer it. Don't think you have to defend it. Look at your life. Look at the projection of your life. And we would also use because it's scientific, we would use the figures, fact and figures behind it to say that this thing is not working. So regardless of how you want to hide the obvious truth, it is not working. Wọ́n ní drag us to the river, that we can drag a horse to the river, but we can't force the horse to drink. So our job, yes, we'll bring the information closer to the people, but we cannot eventually force them to take it. And in some cases, because I understand where we are, lastly, I understand where we are, that some of the things that we have gone through systemic oppression. So the lies that have been told to us in school, I just discussed how the school system is dialogical. In fact, in Paulos Ferrer's book, he called it the banking educational system, the Agberu resource system, garbage in, garbage out. As I give you, so you shall give me back. And is that not what we are still promoting even in tertiary institutions, even in these so-called tertiary institutions that produce robots rather than learners or educators or educationists? So we understand that it's systemic, that it's not just one day ni wèrè máa ń tán, wọ́n ní kò ń tán lára wèrè kó má ku àkísà, that kò ń tán lára ọmọọba kó má ku dànsákì, that's completely, you don't get ill of a systemic exposure, a problem that you were systemically exposed to over a period of time. You don't get ill by one day. No, I understand. And that is why the consistency of bringing the information, what would do the eureka moment, the tipping point would happen one day. And it is in us consistently saying the same thing that we are saying, but not necessarily begging you. Because begging you would imply that you have no job or no part to play in this. Have you not seen Liberation Chat that people have joined the set of the revolutionaries and they are saying, you are not doing this, you are not doing that, you are not doing this, and why they are sitting at home? Haven't you felt that, what the heck, did I promise you that I'm going to be your Alpha and Omega? Alpha, Omega, you all know. So, for us not to breed such, what we must do must be from the, personally, I'm speaking personally now, what I must do must be from the gate, is to give you the code of conduct, is to put it out there to you, that you will do work. But this work, because it's inherently for the benefit of who we are, you will find the motivation to do. Our ancestors, our alale, will encourage you to do it. They would empower you to do it. Liberation Chat is a witness to this. I am also a witness to this. That against all odds, we will find the motivation to do it because we will realize that this is for self. This is what humans should do. I will end here. On why I would also not beg is that my people will say, Agbakinwa Loja, Ori Omo Tuntun Wo. That it is the responsibility of adulthood to take responsibility to create order. So why should I be begging people who should be taking responsibility to take order? I need to just show them. If they say they are not adults, can I force them? Can I force the lives of the idiot Dino Milaye to come and take, to come and become an adult? That child, I cannot force him. In fact, I will not beg him. So it is the responsibility of those who now see that they are adult. You are speaking to the adulthood. It's for adults. This is where men are men. Men are men doing what they are supposed to do. The real work. Did they beg general to pick up the general rank? You think the general rank is on for grabs by anybody? I'm not talking of the generals in Nigeria. But generals earn the rank by wars, by the number of wars they have. Even if you do not want the time, you earn it.
Okay.
You are going to beg it. Imagine that you are going child to go and face battle war. The child will get to war and say, Mommy, have you seen a child first day in school of a child? And they get to school and they say, Mommy, Daddy, that wants to go back home. Yeah, we will not go and beg a child. We will put the information out here till the person is able to see the need to take responsibility and become adulthood. I'm not saying they must be fully formed, but I'm saying that the first stage of action in itself, which is admittance, must be taken by them. And I know it's strange. This is where it takes time. Because the interactions that have existed and happened within the space with the oppressors, it's not one that they do not ask for their opinions. So that's why it will take time. Even when they know that this is what they must do and they should do, it's going to take time because they are not used to being given suggestion or being given the chance to express their opinion. And that is what we must do differently in order not to sloganize the people. Because if they come in without making the decision, what we will likely do is to sloganize them. And that's not going to make revolutionaries. At best, it's going to make the obedient. At best, it's going to make the articulate, the unarticulate. At best, it's going to make the batified. Those ones are, I wanted to say they deserve to be animal, but animal is thinking better than them. Say, animals are thinking better than them. I've studied animal. You are rating yourself. Go and do. You watch Nadio World. You did not pay attention. You are watching a real pattern. Go and pay attention to Nadio World and study animals kingdom. At least the information that were presented there is enough. It's enough to give you a glimpse. Even though some of the information is also quite capitalistic, but it is enough to start from there. Go and study it. At least you are reading a book that says that the wisest man to you studied the ants. At least he collected his wisdom from the ants. Have you to study the animals now?
Commissioner, thank you.
Yeah, comrade. Comrade. We are stopping.
Thank you so very much. Yeah, I would have loved to continue, but as it is now, I think it's time to draw the curtain based on the indication staring at me right now. Well, I would not want to go to details, but I think with what is staring at me right now, it's time to go. And we've had over 6.5 hours of very hot takes that can even be replayed, and they are recorded for listeners that have not been able to join us live. Can replay them and in fact learn from quite a number of things that we have said today. Thank you so much, Commissioner Ilara. Thank you so much, African Wahala. African Wahala, would you like to say a thing or two as closing remark before we draw the curtain? Because the laptop I'm using now has indicated low battery, and fuel of 3.5 don't go to there already. I don't want to buy fuel again. So it's time to draw the curtain. I think we have spent 6.5 hours. I think it's good enough. I would have loved to keep going, but we'll have to draw the curtain here. So the African Wala, please proceed.
Yeah, thank you so much, Liberation Chat. Thank you for putting this together so we can have this conversation. Thank you so much, Comrade Ayilara. You've really delivered some educational points though they are very raw, and people that are emotional, their first instinct will be to reject some of those things that you said. But if they think deeper, they would realize that you're just simply trying to nudge them to wake up. So thank you so much, everybody, and that's my contribution. God bless.
And to the over 112 people that have joined us for this broadcast today, we salute you, and of course we believe whatever has been discussed on this platform today have impacted you, or you've learned one way or the other. And we'll do this again tomorrow. In fact, initially we thought we'll be doing this twice a day, but I think reality does not agree with us in that regard. So we do once a day, and let's see how that goes. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much indeed. And to all that have joined us across all the 4 platforms. Thank you so much, Commissioner Ilara. Thank you so much, the African Wahala. And of course, thank you so much, Nigerians and the oppressed people of Nigeria. Power dynamics, the oppressed and the oppressor. That had been what we have been discussing for the past 6 hours or so. We shall come to your viewing tomorrow again to discuss another interesting topic that we will use to enlighten ourselves going forward. Thank you so very much. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.